Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch to
Gillette Mac 3.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok na MPL, ay isang estudyante na kumukuha ng course ng computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nagja-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungin, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahin talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang pinaka nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in-game. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa tao kung ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Dahil buhay na si Grid, yung pinaka-problema na natanggal nila, bumalik na naman. And grabe yung first na bumalik.
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila, Sire, Chak, Nu, tapos si Cap1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng Season 4, nung BSP pa ako. Piniyam ako ni Siko na huwag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, grinab ko yung opportunity na makapasok sa MPL. Onic PH ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last championship, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado nakapagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin dun kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi hindi na ganun nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad ng sama namin dati. Siguro kasi party din yun ng paghihiwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan ko magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ko mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro ko. Sobrang motivated ko din kasi i-prove yung sarili ko sa sobrang daming hate na na-receive ko ng Season 4 and sa M1. Masarap sa pakiramdam kasi nalaman ko kung bakit sila yung champion. Ibang-iba yung feeling pag sila yung kalaro. Sobrang goods lang maglaro. Yung good mood lang ba? Kalmado lang sa laro. Naghihilaan lang pataas. Ganun. Ngayon naglo-look forward ako na mag-champion sa ibang bansa. Yun naman yung tinatahak ko ngayon na goal. Dito ko natutunan maging kalmado. Especially kasi yun yung naturo sa akin ng mga ka-teammates ko sa Onic PH. Hindi lang pala siya basta game. Nabibuild din dito yung kumpiyansa mo, yung attitude mo. Lahat ng positive pwede mong matutunan din para sa Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Yung team na nag-champion, yun yung pinaka nag-enjoy sa game eh. Hindi ibig sabihin nun ikaw na yung strongest. Kasama yung team mo, nag-enjoy, lumalakas kayo, nag-grow kayo sa team. Bonus part siya ng paglalaro na nag-enjoy ka talaga. Nung napasok kami nung MPL Season 3, actually student pa ako noon, na college student ng marketing management. Nakapasok kami noon, nasa kalagitnaan ako ng TC, so maraming ginagawa, maraming inaasikaso. Nung next sem, kinailangan kong magpaisa-isa na subject dahil nakapasok na talaga kami sa pro scene. Umabot nung Season 5 na pumapasok sa school pag tapos ng school training. So ganun yung naging cycle ko nun. Na-lead ko yung team ko sa hindi sa talent, sa skills, sa kung anong ginagawa nila. Pero na-lead ko sila sa attitude. Attitude matters the most eh. Yung kasi yung number 1 kong hinahanap sa player eh. Kasi may mga kilala akong toxic sa team na alam kong sobrang lakas nila pero dahil nga sa attitude, nawawala yung laro ng team, nawawala yung cooperation ng members. Nahatak ko yung attitude nila na maging kalmado, maging joyful lang sa laro, nandun yung excitement, sobrang relax nila sa game, walang tilt factor, walang problema. Yung wala ibang team nun yung adjustment and sacrifice. In transition sa Season 5, nagre-roster kami. Kinailangan namin bitawan yung dalawang player namin para magpalit ng dalawa na mas i-improve. So, andun yung adjustment and sacrifice. Maaga akong namulat sa buhay kasi talaga yung experiences ko sa family dahil nga broken family kami. Mami ko araw-araw siyang nag-hard work para sa amin. Inasikaso niya kami, hindi kami napabayaan. And natuturuan kami ng tama. Kumbaga nag-stay ako sa kung anong meron ako. May nakukuha, may pang-araw-araw, ganun. Kasi nakikita ko dun sa ibang tao yung may mga taong walang makain sa pang-araw-araw na nahihirapan. So kung paano ako nagsimula, palaging naka-mindset sa akin yun na, di ba, ikaw yung nangarap na pumasok dito, tapos nagawa mo, doon ka pa ba magbabago? Hindi nawawala sa isip ko yung keep your feet on the ground kasi totoo siya actually, pag nagkaroon ka ng, sabihin natin, angas sa sarili, naliligaw ka talaga eh. 6 kami magkakateam eh. Pag nag-away yung dalawa, nabawasan tayo ng dalawa, nadagdagan pa yung kalaban natin. So nandun yung pagiging kalmado, yung pagiging disiplinado. Walang captain, walang kasi nakikita ko sila as an equal individual person eh. So kumbaga nandun yung respeto. Natuto talaga ako sa kanila na hindi porket captain ako, hindi ko ginamit, hindi ko in-abuse. Nakikita ko sa kanila yung perseverance nila, yung pagiging disiplinado. Nandun yung passion talaga nila sa paglalaro.
Hindi porket ikaw yung team captain, ikaw yung masusunod, ikaw yung magle-lead. Siyempre kailangan mo rin maging good example sa kanila. Paano kanila susundin kung ikaw mismo sa gusto mong mangyari is di mo ginagawa. Actually, yung Mobile Legends, hindi talaga ako interesado sa kanya noong una. Kasi ako nasanay ako sa PC game. Sa work ko nga dati, every time na break time namin, siguro sa lahat ng team namin, lahat sila nagmo-Mobile Legends. Palagay pa ako ng wifi, bumili ako ng mga bagong cellphone. Na-career ko siya din. Pang-11 ako sa family namin. 12 ko yung magkakapatid. Pangalawa ako sa bunso. Graduate din ako sa PUP Taguig as Applied Mathematics, major in Actuarial Math. And nag-work din ako as reporting analyst for 3 years sa insurance company sa Taguig. Pang long term na yung work ko na yun eh. Ayun talaga, sinacrifice ko siya. Ginive up ko yung work ko. And nakita ko talaga na kaya namin may pagsabayan. Actually, engaged na ako. 7 years na kami. Then yun, nag-break kami ng fiancé ko. Ayun, na-sacrifice din para dito sa career na to. Taas yung expectation sa'yo ng mga tao. Nanonood sa'yo, ng mga supporter mo. Tapos kapag napipial mo sila, ako yung batuhan ng mga masakit na salita. Medyo handa na ako doon. Kaso kapag yung family mo na inaapektuhan, tumatawag pa sila sa akin. Sila na mismo yung nagre-response doon sa mga haters na yun. Pero hindi ka na makilala ng mga tao, pati personal na buhay mo dinadamay. Kala kasi ng iba, pag pro player ka na, masarap na buhay mo. Pero hindi nila alam yung struggle din namin na yung tuloy-tuloy na practice, mga scrimmage, nakaka-drain siya sobra. Mas mahirap actually practice kaysa doon sa mismong tournament. Yung tournament mo madalas best of 3 lang, di ba? Pero the whole week, sobrang dami mong pagdadaanan na practices. Kahit sabi mong practice lang, matalo ka lang, nakaka-tilt siya. Kailangan matuto ka doon sa mga losses mo, kahit sa practice lang. Nag-motivate sa akin. Siyempre, yung mga fans, yung mga families, friends, and yung mga taong naniniwala sa amin. Kahit natatalo kami, nandyan sila. Gusto namin suklian yung trust nila sa amin. Ayun yung nag-motivate sa akin. Nagpapalakas talaga. Sa family ko, sobrang thankful ako sa nila kasi before talaga against sila, alam naman nila dati na stable na yung work ko. Parang dati kino-question pa nila yung career path na tinatahak ko. Nakita nila yung improvement ng Mobile Legends and yung nangyayari nga sa akin. Salamat sa inyo dyan, mga ate, mga kuya, kay Papa sa support. Tropa ko dyan sa mga classmate ko dati. Yung mga hindi nagsawa talaga, lagi nandyan. Fans din ng Blacklist dyan, thank you talaga sa inyo lahat. Yung na-build up sa akin, kung paano maging isang leader talaga. Kasi before, nung student ako, yung pagiging leader mo, kailangan ka lang yung mag-utos na mag-utos, di ba? Yung totoong leader pala, yung dapat ikaw mismo yung gumagawa ng mga gusto mong mangyari. Ikaw yung mangunguna. Hindi ikaw yung papaunahin mo sila. Sila isasabak mo dun sa gusto mong mangyari. Kailangan ikaw yung mag-lead sa kanila.
Welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now, with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
last strike.
Double kill.
Never can't stop me.
You have slain an enemy.
Start by
Legendary. You have slain an enemy. Rampage. Mega kill. Killing spree.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added
Good afternoon, esports fans, and welcome back to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. We're at Week 7, Day 2 right now, and it is going to be another fun day for us here on the desk. I'm going to be your sorry, I'm going to be your anchor. I'm Rockhart alongside my analyst, Wolf.
What's up?
Welcome to another day, and we are very close to the end, my friend. We are close to home stretch here. After this, after this week, it's going to be the last week of the regular season.
Can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. We've had the most series in the past MPL seasons. I believe that for the longest time, we've only been doing like a single round robin to now it's 3 times 8. That's a lot.
You're counting the amount of games we've casted already. Yeah, that's a lot. I'll be honest.
I think we're gonna be casting 65 series.
Not
in
games.
Total, not
series.
Games.
Exactly. That's gonna be awesome. Of course, before all that, a big shout out, of course, to the sponsors who make this tournament possible. First, our official telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes of Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 4 or 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
I also like to thank our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Forest Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Of course, those like thank our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports is as well TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok for a chance to win awesome prizes when you watch the MLBB live stream on your apps. Not to mention, you can search your players, your streamers, and your shoutcasters on that app. Check it out now.
I probably have my account soon, but we'll see. Of course, I'd also like to thank our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, and MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moontime.
All right, so we are saying we are on home stretch, man.
Yep.
This is it. We're very
This
close
is it.
to the end. Some teams are getting comfortable in their seats, like us, getting into that playoff mindset already. And I would say that I'm very excited for some of them, right?
Yep.
For the others, I'm not too hot, especially considering the standings of BSB right now. But of course, we'll have some games today. First off is going to be Blue Fire versus Blacklist International. So for Blue Fire, sadly, their journey is basically that's it for playoffs, but they still have games in the regular season where they are still playing for that cash spot. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing them on the playoffs and most likely on the next season as well.
You have to take note, guys. These teams, even if they don't have anything else to win, if they can not go to the playoffs anymore, they still win cash when they win against their opponents. And every match that they do, if they don't, well, literally no cash for themselves.
Yeah, that's
so far for Blue Fire, we know that it's a no-win, no-lose situation for them. But what they can do is just take this on a lighter note. Just, try to chill out, try to take points from the teams that they will be facing next, because it's already the end of the line. As we can see, the group standings, Rockheart, Execration in a better spot compared to Blacklist International.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Blacklist International, if ever they did something to offend Blue Fire, this would be Blue Fire's time to give them a loss,
that's right.
Make it harder for them. Push them lower down on the bracket, maybe let NXP Solid get higher up on the standings. The fans really like that.
Absolutely.
On the other end, it's not as clear as they yet, because of course Signal Ultra and BSB are still pretty much trailing off. I think BSB's time is pretty much close to the end as well, right?
That's right. Well, they still have a chance, theoretically speaking, as they have played their 11th out of their 13th. Puts them up to a maximum point of 12. If Signal Ultra doesn't reach 12 points, and BSB does, well, BSB, of course, advances. However, For Signal Ultra, they still have 4 games.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, that's a lot of games that they have to owe to.
Yeah.
If ever.
Imagine Signal Ultra literally just needs to win 2 games.
Yeah, 2 games, 1 series.
Yeah.
Right? 2 games or 1 series.
Yeah.
They don't even need to win the series.
They don't even need it.
Yeah, they
right?
just need to literally win games. And they can still tie up if
Absolutely.
ever BSB performs at their maximum, like Super Saiyan mode.
Yeah.
Right?
If they tie up with Signal Ultra will win the head-to-head match anyway. So no matter what happens, I think that it's Signal Ultra having secured their playoff spot. I mean, I'm not gonna say it yet, but it's gonna be incredibly hard. So it's gonna take a miracle for BSB.
So 1
to
game.
be able to win. Yeah.
I think they just need to win 2 games.
2 games for Signal Ultra.
If they win 1 game and BSB perfects like
like it's a 2-0 against
oh my gosh,
Omega and against Aura. I mean,
not really plausible for me. But of course, this is MPL.
This is MPL. Anything can happen. Anything can
you know?
happen.
That's the fun thing about MPL, right?
Yep.
We've seen some stuff like this before where we're predicting, you know what, this team's not going to do anything anymore. They're probably just going to...
Remember MPL Season 4 where there was a chance for Archangel and Signal Ultra to get into the playoffs, and then EVOS was just waiting for which team will lose so that they can get in there, because they cannot do anything about their fate. It's literally dependent on how Signal Ultra and Archangel did in MPL Season 4.
Yeah.
That what I'm trying to say is you never really know what you can get here in the MPL.
Yep. Until your name is literally blacked out from that leader, from that standing board.
Right.
It's not over. But for BSB, it will definitely be it. Now, I'm still curious about what they're going to say on their minute to meets. Obviously, we're going to have to finish that series, which is pretty fun. I hope they don't say that we're going to beat every team in the MPL, because, that's probably not going to happen. Maybe later on, let's have a look at that. But right now, check out Blue Fire, because I think they'll still have a lot of things to say.
Or not Blue Fire, but...
Oh, Blue Fire, no? Right. We are blue.
Wala naman siguro threat para sa akin. Yung nanay ko lang kasi baka di ako palaruin.
Wala pong threat sa amin sa MPL kasi Blue Fire lang malakas.
Yung team na excited ako makalaban is yung Aura PH. Namiss ko na sila kalaruin. Parang kahit sa as kalaban na lang, makalaro ko sila.
Nakita naman kung paano namin nasabayan. Baka ngayon ay malamangan na namin sila.
Siguro makapasok ng MPL si Doggy kasi pangarap niya rin talagang ulit yun.
Team Payaman kung makapasok sila sa qualifiers. Kasi pag di sila nakapasok, Kong, baka naman!
Omega PH. Kasi nilaglag nila kagad kami nung playoffs ng MPL Season 5. So, oras na para bumawi.
Unleash the heat!
I don't know what to say about that. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
That didn't age well.
Yeah, for this is Blue Fire. Chew with Lim's Secret, Kripsu, Huzakin, and Unseen. If you still want to find out what they're up to, of course you can scan that QR code on the upper right of your screens, and maybe you can find out if they are still what they're feeling. You know, a lot of the things that are happening with this team. I know they're going through a lot, obviously, but we also still want to find out, what's up with these guys.
Yeah. I guess what we can say about this team is that the fact that they didn't think that there isn't any threat for Blue Fire, that might have bitten them behind, right? Because here's the thing. Even the top teams in the MPL, even the championship contenders, they have teams that pose a threat to them. For example, Burn Esports as well as Aura, they don't like playing against Omega because Omega just messes them up, right? But they can win against other teams. I guess this kind of mindset from Blue Fire that they did not, respect that competition that much, I have really bitten them in the end. However, I think that might be even just for show. Maybe Blue Fire just wants to boost their confidence. Maybe that's the idea why they said that, and that's why they were confident. We don't know for sure. And unfortunately, Blue Fire did not live up to expectations.
Yeah, it's very difficult actually, because of course, as a disclaimer, these videos were shot before MPL
That's right.
started, so there was no way they could have foreseen what happened or what would happen rescue them after after everything. Like that, I feel like the past 2 months, close to 2 months, have been like really heavy a heavy thing for these teams, for this team
100%.
specifically. So I don't blame them. And it's good to have a good mentality at the start, but again, you gotta follow it up with your skills, yo.
That's right. A lot of requirements for MPL teams. And we know that the competition is increasing in every season that we are in. And even the players themselves, even the champions or PH, they have admitted that this season is harder than the previous one. So you really have to step up.
Yeah. Let's have a look at Blacklist though, because I'm pretty sure this is a team that you'd want to check out for now.
Nilalagay ko sa mindset ko na dapat wala kami talagang katakutan na team. Kasi once na may katakutan kami na team, doon bababa yung confidence namin and yung gameplay namin magbabago.
Yung sarili lang namin kakalabanin namin na iiwasan yung pressure tapos yung mga takot.
Walang threat para sa akin. Ako yung dapat nilang katakutan.
Kasi gagawin namin silang stepping stone. Paakyat sa taas. Kahit sino pwede mag-champion.
Excited ako makalaban yung execration kasi sila yung naglaglag sa amin ng playoffs.
Siguro Onic PH din kasi 2 beses na sila nag-champion.
Yung Brain Esports kasi nandun yung dalawa kong idol na ex-teammate, si Plap sa Asipio.
Bago lang ako sa pro scene, kaya lahat sila gusto ko makalaban. Pati gusto ko rin makita kung anong palag ko sa kanila.
Break the code!
Alright, so judging from these videos, our teams are teams that really hold grudges, don't they? They really hold grudges against people who have dropped them from playoff contention, from season contention. It's very awesome to watch.
I like it.
That's Blacklist International with Folklip, Aqua, Edward, Dexstar, Ison, and Killer.
I wonder when they will activate Killer. Nevertheless, we trust in the decision-making of Blacklist International. You can see Folklip as one of those players with the highest KD rate here in the MPL-PH Season 6. I wonder what rank he is now, but we do know that at a certain point in time, he was part of the top 3 for the best KDA in the season. Nevertheless, we know the capability of this guy, a star player in the making, and his rookie season was nothing short of phenomenal for Blacklist International.
Absolutely, and Folklip is definitely one of those guys that really, like, he's a rookie, but right off the bat, he's just roaring with pure unbridled potential. And I think Folklip is definitely, if you think about Folklip, you gotta put H2O next to him, right? You gotta put Carl TZ next to him at this point, and Hajizi, because these guys, they just know when to go. And Blacklist International, they are doing pretty well so far, and I'm pretty sure they're almost close to secured in the playoffs.
Well, we can see that for Blacklist International, it's just a matter of what they want to be placing in the group standings, and also because of cash. That's very important to take note. Now, for Blacklist International or for any other team here in the groups, you don't really want to be that 4th placer. I think that they have a significant lead over NXP when it comes to the points, but you don't really ever want to be that last one, because that means that you will be facing up against the top team of the other group. For example, if Blacklist International drops to 4th place, might be facing up against Brain Esports. But if they are 2nd or 3rd place, it's a toss-up between Onic PH and Omega. And while it's true that the idea is you will want to defeat them anyways in the playoffs, you will want to face those teams that you have a higher chance to beat, to say the least.
Higher chance to beat. You know, get those points early. Make it maybe a 2-0.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if that's the mindset the Blacklist International is in right now. Because you know what? Fighting off against Blue Fire, Blacklist knows these issues, right? They know the issues that are plaguing Blue Fire right now. Obviously, we won't be able to say much about that, but, you know, it's very impacting. And these issues are probably, you know, gimping the full capabilities of the Blue Fire squad. I mean, pretty sure, even though they are stuck on 2 right now, 2 points rather, it's still pretty. They can still do some stuff. They can still do some damage to other teams that are
Yes.
trying to climb onto the top. But you know what? These issues really do. Not having a holistic mindset, a holistically healthy mind,
Yeah.
a healthy play, it just doesn't help against a
Yes.
team, against the
Yes.
caliber of a team that Blacklist is.
You kind of want to have all the aspects of professional play, basically, right? And you try to develop it one by one. That's probably the problem with Blue Fire. They thought that they could fix they know their mistakes, hopefully. They know how to technically solve it, but they do not take it in a step-by-step process. That's one thing that I saw with top teams, though, is that they do it in step-by-step process. I mean, for this week, let's try to improve this. The next week, let's try to improve on that. And we can see that along the way, you develop these issues, you try to solve them, and that's the cycle of what you do. At least for Blue Fire, we cannot see any sort of improvement from their side, probably because they don't really develop a way to actually solve them in a step-by-step process. And I think that teams with those kinds of mindsets will never ever get to the top of the MPL.
Yep. As much as you're all in the same spot. All the teams are in the same boat. They have the same capabilities, same potentials. Potentials rather. They don't really have the same capabilities, like the ability to analyze situations, to learn from your mistakes. Apparently, or maybe Blue Fire is doing it, but they're not doing it at a speed that is competitive enough compared to the other teams.
That's also true.
Right?
Because you need to be catching up. You need to be catching up. It's not just you knowing what you need to do. It's also you trying to solve it in a way that it matches every single week, because this is a weekly basis, right?
Yeah. And every week, your enemy just gets higher and higher up. Right now, if you see...
Oh, man.
Wow, this is just... Blacklist. They have both 22 games played, but comparatively, even on the first blood count where Blue Fire actually sometimes gets a lead, Blacklist is just way ahead in terms of their averages here. First blood count, team damage per minute, but the biggest gripe is Blue Fire does not like their lords.
Yeah, not at all. 0.09? That's probably 1 out of their 22 games. Probably just the one game that they won, or at least the 2 games that they won in the entire season. And that's bad, because Blacklist International, they are a very objective-minded type of team. And objectives like the Turtles, like the Lords, and even the turrets per game, it's incredibly high. 4.55 means that in games that they win, they really prioritize the turrets. In games that they lose, at least they trade turrets. So you have to take note. Blacklist International, they have a big emphasis on winning the macro battle by taking the objectives.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised about the KDA average, because on Blacklist, even Dexstar on the support role, I think he's at like 5 right now. So I don't even mind that. That's just gonna be a given for a team like Blacklist, who, by the way, have moved to a new boot camp. So you might see them on a new playing field today. I saw that on their social media postings, and hopefully we see them in a better light.
Wow.
Obviously, they deserve that. They deserve a better place. Right? No, but I'll miss the roller coaster couch though.
That's
the red roller coaster couch.
That is what we call a signature couch there.
For them, right? Exactly. On the player head-to-head, we got Secret and Edward. And as a fighter, Edward actually rivals very close to the KDAs of our top carries, hyper carries. So big props to this guy.
I had a chance to talk to the Blacklist International squad when I was preparing with them, and I learned that it is indeed true. Well, the story of Edward being a core player before he transitioned into a support last season, it is actually true. Because I fairly remember him being one of the best core players that teams try to scout out.
Right.
Then again, he performed well enough in the support or utility role last season, but I think this is just familiar place for him in the side lanes for Blacklist International.
And if you notice, Edward gets picked with offlaners that have a lot of carry potential as well.
Yeah.
Like the Khalid, like the Fams. Even the Yu Zhong, sometimes he can pretty much pilot it well. Although most of the time, Aqua's the one
Yeah.
who pilots it.
That's right.
But still, Edward is on a position to get a lot of those KDAs, and he did get an MVP count as well, as of course more unique heroes played against Secret.
Yeah. I wonder what will be the adjustments now. What would be the surprise from Blue Fire? Is it time to show those heroes
Yeah,
that are
please.
new? The patch,
Project Next
Project
heroes,
Next
right?
heroes. Come on, show it
man.
to us. Show it to us.
Like, what you got to lose?
Yep.
Just go ahead and throw it out and give us some of our Project Next heroes. Give me that Layla. Give me that Mia.
Yeah,
The viewers want it for sure.
that's absolutely right. Now, I wonder when they will appear. But for now, I think that for Blacklist International, it's expected from them to show us something else. They're one of the teams that really flourish in these surprise picks, right?
Yes, exactly. And this is a team that is not afraid to bring out stuff, especially with a Dexstar.
Yep.
Dexstar just, if you remember before, Dexstar wasn't really like purely support. He did
Yeah.
switch to a variety of roles. So
He was a mage from when he started in season 2.
yeah, season 2, SXC Imbalance. So he is not someone who is afraid to bring out the big guns.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And I would not be surprised. That's why I have a lot of keeping my fingers crossed, keeping my fingers crossed for a lot of really cool picks today, especially with this matchup.
Hopefully.
Since obviously it's not as high, high priority in terms of playoff standings.
Yeah.
I think even if Blacklist loses, they'll still have a pretty good spot still.
Yep.
But
There it
obviously,
is.
there you go. Okay, it's more of a casting.
It's a homey vibe.
It's a very homey vibe. Yeah, casting couch.
Wow,
kind of deal.
I can't. I'm surprised. This is probably one of the first times that we'll see a boot camp that's really homey in a vibe, right?
Yeah, most
Usually
of
you
them
want
are
your
like-
gaming chairs and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly. It's if not the gaming chair, they are in like a what do you call this? A battle
Battle
station room,
Yeah.
like planning a board meeting room.
That's right, that's
something
right.
like that. This is very homey and chill here for Blacklist. They really thought about their situation here, and I'm pretty sure that's because they're getting some pretty good accolades. They
Yes.
can afford to get
Yes.
some of these upgrades. I like it.
Yeah,
So-
we like it.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is going to be obviously one of the teams to look out for, guys. I mean, obviously they're not gonna. It's very difficult to push them out of the third spot, most likely. But obviously, Signal Ultras is gonna be, NXP Solid is gonna be a team that can probably do that. And if
Mhm.
we get updated on the standings, you'll see that, of course, they are. They're still vying
Yeah.
against NXP Solid.
Wonder where Blue Fire is now because
Yeah.
again of the rumors or at least the announcements from their sponsor
Mm-hmm.
and all the jazz, all the issues surrounding. Just love that we are seeing them still show up in
Yeah.
game days. Right?
I like it. I like that they're still showing up. Obviously, this is still a very good opportunity to
Absolutely.
still gauge
Absolutely.
your team. They will not be fighting off in the playoffs, but any experience that you can get,
Yeah.
any experience you can get fighting against some of the best teams in the country,
Yeah.
you take it. You show up, you fight, and that is what they're doing right now. So big props still to Blue Fire for still going there. For most people, maybe they'd be, they say, don't show our video, don't show our minute to meet video. We
Yeah.
said some pretty
Yeah.
pretty bad predictions there, but they said, you know what, go ahead. We can't say anything about it. We'll just play our best today, and I like that. I like that from
I
Blue Fire.
respect that, right?
Yeah.
Going out for Blue Fire. I think that what I'm excited about their team is that they might be playing in that mindset wherein they don't have anything else to think about, right? They
Yeah.
already have their how do I say this? Their mind is already clear that they will not need anymore to win games, and I think that's a lot of pressure alleviated for the team. I guess at this time, all they have to do is to enjoy the remaining days that they can show up in the MPL.
Yeah, so there are a few ways that Blue Fire can play out today. First, they can play out the serious way, where they will try to still go for their best heroes, the heroes that they have better win rates with.
Yes.
That's one.
That's right.
Another way is they can just go ahead and just go for the highlight plays.
Yeah,
Go
just-
for their comfort
Yeah,
heroes
comfort-
that they were good at in ranked games.
That's right.
And just play it out, make some fun stuff happen. Give me some Fanny. I like that Fanny.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think there's no shame in that. Honestly, if anything, for the last few moments that you can show up, really give us whatever that you're comfortable with. Show yourself to the team. Now, wow, okay, so this is probably the first time where we're gonna see Unseen plus Fuzaken combo.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it's a good point.
man, I would have said that a month ago. This is the perfect scenario for Blue Fire, but they didn't. They chose. Oh, it's not. So Crips is Zoo.
Yeah, it's Crips.
Okay.
That would have been cool.
That would have been real cool.
So that's gonna be Coach Bonchan as well with the team. They look still super serious as always. I like it. Still super serious, and they are making sure that we don't leave anything up to chance. We're still gonna rack up the points. We're not gonna try to play this like we're gonna be what do you call it, complacent. We're gonna play this complacent. I like it.
It's not about any. You don't give away any points or anything for your opposing team. You just play and play and play and compete, even when the odds are stacked against you.
So Blacklist is definitely going to have a more fun time. I think I'm excited to see some Cyclops still again for Dexstar. For Full Clip, what are the heroes that we can talk about for Full Clip?
Yeah,
I think we can expect some Ling to come
Lancelot,
in.
perhaps.
Lancelot.
At a certain point in time, it is 100% win rate for Full Clip. With Lancelot. So
I think it was only recently that it got like a blemish on the record, but Lancelot is still some of the a very good hero for like high skill cap heroes.
Yes.
For high skill cap players such as Full Clip. And yesterday we saw that as well with Carl TZ.
Yep.
Carl TZ's doing wonders with that hero, even playing from a big deficit. They're able to come up with new stuff. They're still able to play it out like they're ahead.
Mhm.
I like it that yesterday with Brent Esports they play like, all right, we're 5k gold ahead, but we're still gonna invade the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're thinking when they do that. To be honest, and it's just so fun to watch. Now I'm not sure if Freya is gonna be available for the other carries though. For Chu, Chu is definitely one of those guys that like to play Lancelot as well if he can afford it, but mostly I'm pretty sure it's gonna get either banned out or picked out by Blacklist, so I don't think that's gonna be an option for him. So I'm thinking, what else is Chu good at?
Probably going for. I think he went for a mage. I just forgot what it was. So he played something like a Uranus side lane. He also played something like Esmeralda.
Yeah, there you
Esmeralda.
go. Exactly.
So
And
maybe those are the heroes that they seem to be comfortable with, but aren't really that successful. But maybe this time they can show up with a lot of confidence, right? Anymore, because again, nothing else matters but winning for Blue Fire.
Yep, just get those wins, and I would really like them to get wins as well here, because you know what, you got to get all the money you can get so you can set up your team for next season. Maybe just sustain them, keep them going until the qualifiers, because they will not be 100% in the games, but obviously they will still get a chance to be part of the qualifiers. Which of course there's no announcement for that yet, because obviously we're still going here.
Yes.
But if I were a team like Blue Fire, I'm gonna get some people to get behind me, get me some support, and afterwards I'm gonna show them my stuff here.
Yeah.
Like that's also a one win that we haven't talked about here, right, Wolf?
Yeah.
There's also one thing that is great for Blue Fire. If they show up strong, even if they're not for playoffs, if they show up strong in week 7 and week 8, what if there was a sponsor that was looking and you say, you know what, these guys, they were put in a bad spot. They were given some very bad cards.
Love it.
But
I like
what if we give them a chance, right? Right? Exactly.
Yeah, I know. I absolutely agree, because I was talking to some of the people and they were saying that Blue Fire should be really strong. The lineup really looks good. The players are there. Unfortunately, the support, we cannot say that there wasn't any support from the sponsor again.
But it was not shaped. It was not leading into a good direction.
That's right. Maybe the direction is just not there. As well as the players, right? We cannot we cannot put a finger on anything. It's probably the sponsor's fault or it's probably the player's fault. We don't know.
Yeah, that's still up for debate.
That's up for debate.
Yeah,
That's
it's still up
them.
for
That's,
debate.
that's for
That's
them to decide.
for
But
them.
the thing is, no matter what you look at, this team already played in the MPL. This team already fielded very strong players. It's just that they need a little bit of direction. Not a little bit, a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot of amount, a big amount
true.
of direction. It's the directing the Blue
Yeah.
Fire into the right spot.
And I would say that's exactly like something that a lot of teams are very abundant with, and you can see that the teams that get a lot of support, like a lot of like, again, the right amount, the right kind of support.
Yeah.
Like Brent Esports, they always have. I feel like Ducky's there 24/7. I'm sure, right?
Yeah, I think at the entirety of mine is
The entirety of their staff is like a 24/7 thing. They
Yeah.
have their headquarters where
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they don't leave. I see the staff doing TikToks there all the
Yeah.
time. Shout out to my friends in Bren. I see their staff going TikTok all the time. So I don't know if they even leave that place anymore.
I don't think they're even allowed to leave the
Yeah,
place.
I
because
think they
of-
aren't. Right,
because
right.
of the pandemic situation that we have.
So because of that, because of
Yeah.
situations like that, it really cultivates a sense of family, a sense
Yeah.
of, a sense of cohesion that
Yeah.
Bread Esports is showing up with this season. I mean, it's very apparent that they are given like as much support as they can get, and even more.
I think that the teams now have evolved to that point where they recognize what an actual esports team needs. And that's also the reason why Aura PH, why Onic, why Brand, they're always at the top, including
Yeah.
Omega, right? Because they respect the fact that they need something extra. It's not just the players. It's not just whatever. You need a lot.
Yeah.
You need a lot more.
These are teams that don't just practice. They don't practice like a few days before the tournament. They
Yes.
practice right after their match ends. Right? That's a big difference, I think. And you have to go for that. I think some teams have yet to realize that.
Yeah.
And I would say that Blacklist is they're on the way. I have a lot of faith in Bonchan. He has
Yes.
been a good friend of ours since
Yes.
way back when.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh my gosh.
Season 3, season
2, I think.
2.
Season 3, season 2. Yeah, he
Should have been a long time. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that when we went to that restaurant, right?
right. He was named after a restaurant, and
Yeah, no. When we went to the restaurant with him.
Oh
Remember
right,
that
yeah, exactly.
we-
There you go.
when you
I
had-
thought you were talking about something else.
we had Tapsilog.
Oh yeah.
We had that. That's a
With
Filipino
a few
meal.
other players.
Yeah, they were from a different organization back then.
Yep.
Wow, I remember that. That was a long
times.
time ago. Good times.
And he has been a player, so he knows.
That's also true.
He
That's
knows
also
what
true.
players needs. He knows what players want.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. You know what? The first Uranus. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the first Uranus because Bren Esports already played the Uranus
Yeah.
before. One of the first Uranus players was Bonchan. He was the top Uranus player of the Philippines for a very long time. Very
exactly.
long time.
And I think he's also one of the reasons why this pick is so prevalent right now in the scene.
Yep.
I mean, before we used to really laugh at that pick, right? Way back season 3, season 4. But now, man, seriously, the Uranus is one of the S tier picks, not just in the Philippines, but international.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So, we are here on to the draft for Blacklist International versus Blue Fire.
Yeah.
And I would say the picks that we were talking about earlier, they're getting banned out, bro. They're getting banned out. Khalid, Esmeralda, the Fams, obviously these teams will want to go a bit more standard, and they respect each other's strengths. And that Esmeralda not going to be available for Chu as well means that Blacklist might still be opting for the Uranus first
That's
pick.
right. Nevertheless, Uranus is going to be banned out by Blue Fire along with the Khalid. Very strong bans now for Blacklist International. Respect is there. When it comes to those meta heroes,
Good
now, for Blue Fire, are they going to be banning out the Yuzhong or something like along the lines of Cho and Farsa against Blacklist International?
If I'm not ready to pick up the Lancelot, I'll ban it. But
Yeah.
obviously that's not going to happen. They'll probably ban out a support hero here. If not one... I don't see a core hero getting banned out, but yeah,
There it
it's a
is,
support
Farsa.
hero. Farsa, oh my god, we're road to 100% prediction again.
That's
Good. I like the respect this time of Blacklist,
Yeah.
because yesterday, if you remember the games yesterday, no respect for the Selena.
That's also true.
Being let go and it dominates games. Now it's getting banned out by Blacklist.
Yeah.
Very smart here for the blue side team.
I think for Blacklist to go either Cho or the Ruby as their first picks, because it's a what we call the power pick, wherein it's perfect for the first few phases of the game because it is strong.
Yeah, what about Hilda as well, right?
Hilda is also one of those power picks because it allows your team to maneuver the draft well.
Mhm.
At the same time, if your opponent tries to counter it, their draft will be looking bad.
Oh,
but
we
it's their
forgot about
Blacklist.
the Jawhead again.
Jawhead, one of the strongest tanks, and even the side lane for a team. And now I think for Blue Fire, you go Ruby and Cho.
You do it. Just go for it. I mean, that's comfort. And I don't know if they have something else in mind, obviously. But, yeah. It's gonna... I didn't
Oh, it's
hear it.
Yuzhong,
It's
by
a
the way.
Yuzhong. Yeah, there you go.
Alright.
If you remember, Blacklist International is also the team that right after the big patch, they used the Jawhead for the Super Invade. They're one of the first teams to pick it up. And ever since then, it got banned out and picked out almost every game.
Yeah, that's
so, you kind of expect Eson to really hold on to that hero for this one. And I expect them to have that playstyle where they will send another guy into the jungle still.
Nope.
I think that's still a very powerful
Yeah.
playstyle for Blacklist International. What is... Okay.
What's that?
Is that like a hand signal?
I don't know. What does that mean?
I will have to ask Crypt that later.
You have to ask that. Now for Blue Fire, so since they already have the Yuzhong as well as the Valier, I think that it's just fitting to take the Cho right now.
Yeah, get the Cho or the Lancelot, but not...
Go Hilda, of course. Well,
Either way, the Hilda will be picked. A lot of these picks are going to get banned out, once we mentioned most likely. And the Hilda priority is not surprising. I mean, we were expecting a first rotation, but it went on second rotation anyway. But I like it. I like the early game that we're talking about here is still very strong for Blue Fire. This is... Expect the Valier and the Hilda to stay in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So I'm already seeing what kind of strategy they're planning to throw here to us.
Wonder why Roger... I mean... I'm going to say that Roger is the flavor of the month. Or at least for the past 2 weeks.
For sure.
Roger has been the top priority. I think that since last week and this week, it's either first phase banned or first phase picked. And I think that's impressive for any type of hero, because heroes come and go. Like, for example, Yuzhong is not even the top commodity right now. Uranus is, as well as Esmeralda, but Roger is considered to be one of the better heroes compared to something like Yuzhong.
Yeah, it just takes out towers so quickly. It gets objectives fast. And it's a great candidate to give that Retribution buff to. Retribution battle spell to. So, yesterday it was first picked by NXP. That's how good that hero is right now.
That's right.
First picked.
I can't believe it. There's the X-Borg ban. Now, Blacklist International, they are going to ban out the Lancelot as well as this Ling.
Most likely, Lancelot, right?
Yep.
There you go.
Because for Blue Fire, I mean, what else are you going to get? You're going to take the Yi Sun-shin, and obviously Yi Sun-shin is not a pick that will be comfortable against the Roger. So you take the Alice this time for Blacklist International. This really prompts Blacklist International to pick something like Baksha.
Yeah, they have to kind of go for the Baksha, right? A lot of the AoE crowd control.
Yep.
Kufra still not out of the question for me.
No.
Right? Kufra still something that you can do. For Chu, I think he's left with very few options at this point.
Yeah.
I would like to... he's being left to go for the marksman at this point.
That's right. Oh, man. I think you go Ruby if you're Blacklist.
Yeah, do
you
it.
have a lot of catch.
Yep.
And then you secure the Baksha as well. So my prediction for Blacklist International is Ruby, Baksha as their picks. Alright. Oh,
Wow.
something different.
Thank you for that something different that we've been asking for
what we need.
quite some time now. And there goes the Ruby that you did predict. There's
Yeah.
no way we're gonna be able to predict the Fire Mist,
No,
so
not at all.
no one's gonna do that.
Yeah.
And Chu, this is the headache for Blue Fire right now. What are you gonna pick against Chu?
So they go Claude.
And like I said, marksman. Yep. Takes the role. Hey, they've had very limited success here with the Claude in the early stages
That's
of season 6. They had great success with it on season 5. Obviously not as great as some, but still Claude was a good pick back then. And I think it still is now. I think if you're thinking about marksman aside from carry, you go for Claude.
Yeah.
Right? Because Ranger is a no-no. Leslie, yeah, right?
Yeah.
But
Layla.
Mia! Why about
Layla, Mia.
Layla and Mia. I want my project next heroes, but yeah, it's fine. It's not good.
It's
For now, it won't be. Maybe later.
I don't know what. I don't know. Well, I think that we made a bet, right? What was your bet for the first Project Next hero to be picked?
I think I was betting Mia.
All right, you go Mia, I go Saber. That's my
Saber,
prediction.
Right, Saber. So
and I hope that we get to see
today,
Saber soon.
please, teams. Today.
Come on.
All right.
All right. So we might be able to see the spells that our players chose. Loading that up in a little bit now.
Yep. Obviously, I kind of expect the Claude obviously to get the retribution. Same with that Roger. But other than that, all's good in the hood as we load up into Game 1 for Blacklist International versus Blue Fire.
I want to see some action and I hope that this will be brought by this Faramis. We know that if you play this kind of hero, you have a little bit of a license to be so aggressive against your opponents, just because of the fact that it is actually rewarding to be so aggressive if you're playing the Faramis.
Yeah, very much is. Now, almost all of Blue Fire has the Flicker, while on the other side, 3 of them have Flicker, and the Faramis has Arrival.
Yep.
Interesting.
Arrival Faramis, right?
Very interesting. In other leagues, I haven't even in other leagues, I haven't actually seen the Faramis get picked up a lot. So.
Not me too. So I wonder what this will entail for the side of Blacklist International. And we know that this team is the kind of team that is willing to experiment, and they are also, how to say this? Before they try something out, before they give us this quote-unquote experiments, they make sure that they have practiced it well. And honestly, this team, Blacklist International, whatever it is that they show in-game, it's not a surprise pick for them.
Yeah.
It's a surprise pick for us, but not for them. It's clear that the lineup of Blacklist seems to be chilling.
Yeah.
It seems to be so cold in that boot camp.
It does. They look so cold. I wish I could give them like a blanket or something. That big air conditioner in the middle of the room definitely helps. But I'm a guy. I don't like that much air conditioning. I like it to stay at around 24 to 25 degrees. But when you go lower than that, it's just give me a blanket. Anyway, the Faramis is.
You should be eating more, man. I'm telling you, you need more fats in your.
I need more fats in my. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. Metabolism's way too fast. So the Faramis is running that magic worship. It's not a support Faramis. It's like a damage output Faramis at this point. That's just a lot of DPS. And I don't blame him because the Faramis is something that is super underrated because you get some. A lot of people think that Faramis is just around the ultimate.
Yeah.
But I think the ultimate is just. It's not. The reason why a lot of teams don't like the ultimate is it needs you to die.
Yeah.
It needs a lot of players to die. Before it can be super effective for pushing, for fighting on the team fights. It gives you a second chance. But you are still dead. It's like that death in the initial stages of that ultimate already gave your enemy gold.
Yeah.
And teams don't like that. They like to go straight up into a fight with more gold. And that's the reason why Faramis isn't picked. But this Faramis that Dexter is playing is definitely going to be more of the offensive kind of Faramis.
I'm sure because of the magic worship.
Yeah.
And no, I completely agree with you. One thing that I want to say as a bonus is that I actually forgot what skill that was called, but the links are so strong in the early stages. And the fact that their ultimate is a good team fight tool in a way that it prevents your opponents to fight sometimes. Here's the deal, right? It's one thing to be required to die, but it's also completely another thing to have a way to fend off your opponents, to make them react or force them errors with the ultimate. If you're a good Faramis player, or if you're a good Faramis team, you can use that in a mind game situation. Not in
Oh,
an
there you
actual
go.
one clash, but it's more on the mental state of both of your competitors, right?
Yeah, fight off right away into the get into the fight, use your ultimate, then force your opponents to make a critical mistake. Sounds like a plan to me. Now we are back in the game, and right now, I'll be honest, I'm looking at Faram's skills because I don't know what they're called because it's been a while.
It's called
Ghost Bursters.
No,
that's a skill.
That's the skill. That was the first skill I was talking about.
Shadow Stampede.
Stampede,
There you
right.
go.
It's
Shadow
not
Stampede.
about links, man.
I like it.
Weird.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, that Shadow Stampede is something that really does put a lot of pressure on teams as well. You cannot hit Faramis, so you're kind of forced to reposition. And in a big fight, that is pretty good.
I want to say as well, the heroes that don't have dashes are generally not considered as one of the bundles. Not because of the fact of, well, it's a good thing to have a mobility tool to escape your opponents
at
as what did just happen.
What the heck happened? Just literally.
Yeah, I just want to say that it's not just about being able to escape your opponents. It's also about traversing the map. For example, Roger does have a dash, right? And he can go through the walls so that when he takes the purple buff, he can just dash through the wall. And some of the carries aren't viable because they don't have that kind of aspect in them. Look at the top priority carries in the game. They have ways to get out and inside the jungle so easily because of those dashes.
Yeah, and those dashes are super critical when you go into team fights
Yeah.
as well, right? So you gotta make sure you got those.
Yeah.
Now, Chu, I like what's happening to Bluefire here is that they're behind in gold, but Chu still gets the double buff. That's
Yeah.
good. That means he can still keep going. And there's still some pick-off potential with his claw right now, even though he doesn't really have the items yet. Now, oh my god, one by one though, Blacklist International, they just keep finding Bluefire members out of nowhere.
I really don't understand how the Faramis was able to take down the Yuzong earlier. What's probably because of a dive from the Yuzong.
Probably, right? Overestimation. And
Look
then
at
Faramis
Eson.
just gets healed up very easily with the passive.
Positioning of Eson is gonna be of key. Here, remember, Eson on this Johead already showed us a wonderful game in the previous days. I wonder what he will bring in this specific match as well.
He's just waiting. He's zoning up in the bush. He's making sure that the Blacklist has all the buffs as much as they can. And Edward with the ultimate, with Meteor Shower, very easy to just go ahead and take it out.
Yeah.
Now, Nexstar as well is holding very well against the Yuzhong, and Blacklist, Bluefire rather, they're going for the buff of their own.
There it
Go
is.
for the reset.
A defensive reset.
Defensive reset. I was thinking that exact term. That's very interesting for this team.
There's the arrival play from Dexstar with the dash as well.
Just
Makes
make sure.
his movement speed so quick. Did you see that? And
That's
just a
funny.
turtle.
It's funny. They're forcing Eson back, and they're
Oh, no.
expending a lot of skills to do that.
What?
But how did Edward just randomly take out Claude again?
How?
I
don't understand.
I
how
don't
that
understand, man. This is so confusing.
Alright.
Clip going crazy on the Roger, just wants to add even more to his KDA.
There's
I think
Edward.
that's the plan here. Wants to go for that, and of course, it's going to be Edward once more with the amount of firepower that he has, just clearing minions for the team to go back into the fight. It's a 1-for-1 all the time with the Faramis from Dexstar.
I wonder what was the idea there for the Yuzhong. I mean, obviously, that's not worth it, to say the least.
Absolutely.
And now top lane.
Eson wants to go in again. There's wrong target, but they achieve the same goal.
Yeah.
They're just pushing random buttons at this point. They're winning. I don't know. The rotations are very good, and Chu, he's still trying his best to still get some of that farm, obviously. But how long? I mean,
oh man, it's really hard for Bluefire to find it now because they're down by 5,000 in just 5 minutes. Eson is relentless as he finds Fusaken. Fusaken is gonna go down so easily, and a top lane push might even happen at this point.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. Top lane is a very easy target with
Oh,
a
the
Ruby in
burst.
front of you. Blacklist, they don't mind that it's in their tower. They will go and fight. Another denial on the buff. I think Esson's mastered the art of just targeting the buff and not the players and throwing it back.
And Esson is there once again.
Here you go.
All right.
Throwing it in the right way this time. And Chu is on the back foot. Here's Yu Jong with a big dragon form. Going in the middle of the team. And the Blazing Duet, it's maximum efficiency, but it's not going to be enough. Blue Fire are going to have to back off on this one. Lim still stuck in the middle of everything. Edward very healthy on the back foot. Doing a lot of free fire damage. Food's going to force him back off. Oh my god, this is just a massacre, and Blue Fire, they're holding on to dear life here, bro.
And it's just 6 minutes in. Blacklist International have already established a 5,000 gold lead. They're also in a good trajectory around this turtle area. That's the second turtle of the game. And you can see they can take it so easily for their team. I think Dexter wants to dive this, or will they?
Yep, surprisingly,
try
that's
it.
just a lot of damage output. Esson getting ready with the ejector. Forces Kripsu back, and that first tower is going to go down soon, bro. That's it. Unseen with, of course, the Alice Blood Ode into the enemy. Not really that much. Ooh, you can't regen out of that one. That's burst damage coming in from that Chang'e. And while all that's happening, Full Clip also gets a turtle.
That's what we like from Blacklist International. They're also able to get all these valuable objectives. And I think that really separates the team and almost getting that one.
Esson's job is to literally reset minions, reset the buff all day long.
Esson reset.
The Esson reset.
Oh my goodness. Onto the bottom, we can see Dexter just constantly shoving that lane. That also means that Blue Fire will always need to react onto the side lanes, which means as well that this Roger is indeed freely farming around the map. The map is his, basically.
Yep, map is all theirs for the taking. And now
what?
Chu, he's
what?
What?
Was that an Esson play? Probably an Esson play.
Probably an Esson play, but that shouldn't happen. Someone should really stick close to Chu here and make sure he doesn't die outright, because those deaths, they're just less time for him to farm.
Fortunately for Fuzaken, there's a wall guarding him in there. A rival play top lane, man.
Here we go, another one for Dexter. Finally gonna be able to use that ultimate for his teammates? I don't think so. He will just save it, go Stampede, and walk on out of there, and the rest of the team, they can just walk and make sure they have distance, not even needing the Pharaoh's ultimate at this point.
That's really scary for Blue Fire. Fortunately for them, it's just 8 minutes in. That means that it's still pretty much the mid-game, and knowing that, of course, Blacklist International, they aren't that strong yet. But you can assume in the next few minutes, it's going to be harder and harder for Blue Fire to outlast Blacklist International.
Yeah, it's really funny because Esson, they're all fired up. They're all itemized, but he's still waiting for buffs.
Yeah.
He's waiting for Chu, and he actually catches it
what?
again! Why? Why?
Esson, man, he's a beast.
He's a man.
You should be looking at Esson almost every time he plays a joint. There it is. There it is.
Did you see that? We're going to talk
combo.
about that. The combo, man. The Pharaoh's combo with the Ghost Stampede and the Ejector basically throwed the Pharaoh's far away, and it pulls the enemy close. What?
Oh, wow, that's amazing trick. An amazing trick for Blacklist International as they're pushing bottom lane.
Yep, bottom lane is not going to be long for this world. That Limbs is going to go in and deep and dive it on out of there. Not even enough damage to go down with Dragon in form. And even Unseen on the Alice can't really go into the enemy yet.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he has the Winter Truncheon or Winter Scepter completed.
No.
So it's going to be so difficult for them to actually even walk on out of there. And Lord should be a very easy pick here for Blacklist.
Now we'll see how Blue Fire will try to manage this as Kripsu is going to be taken
Esson?
down. Oh, there it is again.
If not the Pharaohs, throw literally anyone back to your team, and they will die for the power of that meteor shower.
This also means Blacklist International will take the Lord for themselves so easily against Blue Fire. And Tikuras is now available for Eason. That means that this Claude is not going to be a factor anymore. Especially because Blue Fire is down by almost 10,000 when it comes to gold.
Yeah, you know the thing about that is, right after the Blazing Duet, it already gets reduced by 30%. Because Blazing Duet is a humongous amount of normal attacks.
Yes.
And each normal attack will lessen your that overall damage by
Damage.
10%,
Yeah.
and you only need 3 of those.
Yeah,
So,
30% maximum for
30%
the
maximum.
anti-Kiras, and I think that's already massive. Most importantly, against heroes like Claude.
Yes, the heroes with the nuker heroes, right? The big AoE damage dealers. You reduce that AoE into almost nothing,
Yeah.
then you just lost the team fight. And that's basically the problem that Blue Fire is encountering right now. If not for that armor, that deter armor, forgot the name, they are going to make use of the anti-Kiras, and the push is going to be happening here, whether they like it or not. Kripzu going to be absorbing the brunt of the damage. That's Limbs diving in on the back foot, trying to proc that passive as much as he can, but not really going to be enough to get Blacklist members low. They're still ready for round 2 here on the bottom side of the map. Tower goes down, and there is not much that Blue Fire can do about it.
Oh, look at this. Edward looking for the meteor shower, but doesn't have any minions anymore, so he cannot dive. But in the middle, a little bit of a march for the minions as they want to take their second inhibitor turret, and indeed they will so easily against Blue Fire.
Man, we were like super hyped by this Paramus pick, and we were not disappointed. This Paramus is definitely doing wonders for Blacklist, giving them a lot of confidence to go in, and knowing that even if they go down, they're still going to be able to finish the game at this point. And they are going to still do that. Here, Ruby is in everything.
Oh,
Just pulled
my
everyone back.
goodness. Not even a death on the side of Blacklist International. Not even a proc of the cult altar.
Yeah.
We're talking about how strong and how strong it is. There it is. An easy take.
Easy take there for Blacklist International. Now, this is what I'm talking about, man. Blacklist. That's what we were talking about before the game started. Blacklist, they're not afraid to pick up a new hero. I'll be honest, it's not a new hero because Dexstar is like a top Philippines Paramus, so I'm not surprised. Something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised by it. The pick itself. I'm surprised that it made it to pro play.
Yeah, that's right. That's also true.
So
I want to say about the Firamis though, it was really instrumental for the win. I wonder how he was able to defeat his lane partner, which was the Yuzhong. Because that's weird. Maybe Limbs was overly aggressive in that area. And unfortunately, against a veteran like Dexstar, he will be able to punish you.
Yeah, you don't do that.
You don't do that.
That's your welcome here to to the bottom lane. Welcome to the Faramis.
That's right.
Welcome to his world. That's basically what Dexstar is saying. And I have to say that a lot of that was also because of like Blue Fire just let you die so many times. If you have a Claude, especially at this meta, you do not leave the Claude alone.
Yep. And I think that unfortunately he was also outplayed many times, particularly because of Edward playing this Changun
and Eson.
aggressive and Eson as well. So to see why that happened.
Well, maybe Butters can explain it better to us because right now we are dumbfounded. So go ahead and take it.
Maging flexible and versatile in terms of determining who plays who on who roles on this certain role. So those are the things na pinakita dito ng Blacklist International. They can play any role that they want. They can do any strat na iniisip nilang viable, and they made it work right here. Faramis on to the XP lane. That is one of the things na kailangan yung pansinin doon. And with this, Edward was put into the middle lane as a support, and it really worked on their side. Ang ganda ng lane control nila doon. Shu, on the other hand, had items. If you would see it, Demon Hunter Sword, he has the Golden Staff, the Raptor Machete. Ang pinaka-problema dito for Chu is he was forced to go back every single time just because yung second and third buff niya was stolen by the side of Blacklist International. So, as a Claude, ayaw mo nun kasi you want the Art of Thievery up as much as possible. You didn't get the Demon Boots. You went for the magic cooldown reduction shoes. So that is going to be very hard para kay Chu dito na hindi niya talaga masispam ng todo-todo sa isang lane yung kanyang Art of Thievery. So that is one of the things na kailangan natin bantayan. And Aqua dito, if you would see the items na pinuntahan niya, he has the Husk Claws, the Queen's Wings, the Endless Battle. And let's head on sa may post-match data dito to see how much damage na na-deal dito ni Aqua. Aqua, he had a certain way of dealing with the Alice dun, nung nakatapat niya dito. ito si Unseen. Inaabangan niya kapag nabato na ni Unseen yung flowing blood pabalik. Tapos, when the time comes, napipinutin na or mawawala na yung flowing blood, that's the time na nag-aggro siya, inistan niya para hindi na makapag-flowing blood face out or face in dito si Unseen. So, anong nangyayari? He deals more damage and mamu-force si Alice na umuwi or magkaroon ng, sabihin natin, mas maging wary sa mga bagay-bagay na nangyari sa paligid niya because he was always punished, si Unseen was always punished kapag ginagamit niya yung flowing blood in, sabihin na, in a tight position. So, you would see this is all objective mania for the side of Blacklist International. It's 1 to 10. Towers destroyed, Turtle slain, Lord slain, and look at this. They only have 1 purple buff claimed for the side of Blue Fire. So, if you are a Claude player, alam nyo kung gaano kahirap ang pinagdaanan dito ni Chu. You wouldn't really want that if you are on to the side of your hyper carry or the side of Blacklist International. If you would see this, Hilda and Jawhead, maganda yung pagkakapili nila dito ng mga tanks nila. But still, there are capabilities na ginawa dito sa ESO na although sabihin natin, isa sa mga si Hilda sa mga Reyna ng mga tanks ngayon, what Eson did was he went well with a certain setup ng mapa, he adjusted properly, and that really limited si Hilda from doing the stuff that she wanted to do. So, and let's go to our Smart highlights brought to you by our official tournament telco partner Smart, and as you can see here, tanggalin lang natin to. Nadagdagan. Okay. If you would see the aggression na ginagawa agad dito ng Blacklist International, mapapansin nyo na there are some outplays na nagawa dito si Dexter. Although ang hinahabol lang talaga ni Dexter dito is yung wave clear, but the fact remains na kapag napindot niya yung ultimate niya, that is going to be bad for Limbs and that is still going to be a trade. And if you can see here, the amount of pressure na binabato kasi ng Blacklist International forced Blue Fire to even use their ultimate just to clear out the waves. You wouldn't really want that kasi talagang magkakaroon ng emphasis ang Blacklist International na i-pressure pa kayo at mag-push pa sila. And that is going to be bad on your side kasi wala na kayong panglaban and you depleted so much of your resources into one defense ng isang lane, and that will really cost you the game. And those are the things na nangyari dito for that game. Our Smart MVP is going to be Edward on the Chang'o 509, 51,958 damage dealt. Wow, this guy. Ito lang sabihin ko, flexible. Goodness. Hindi mo, sinure ko lang yung spelling ko. Baka mamaya kasi magkamali. Baka mamaya hindi lang drawerist spellerist din. But lahat may ist. Pero, ang flexible, kasi kaya niya mag-support, kaya niya mag-offlane. Ano ang hindi kaya gawin, Edward? Yun yung isa sa mga bagay na tinitignan ko. So, you really have to look at this player na, yes, full clip is the star. Sabihin natin talagang kakaiba yung shine ngayon, yung ilaw ni full clip. Pero if you look at Edward is just low-key, but he is doing his job very well. Edward, kakaiba. And that is it for our Smart MVP of the game. At dahil nanalo ang Blacklist International, meron silang QR code placement dun sa may baba. Make sure you scan that and support your team. Kung naging fan kayo dahil dun sa game na yon ng Blacklist International, you might as well scan that. It will lead you to the social media pages na meron sila, and you support that, follow that, and show your appreciation, show your support. Kailangan nila yan. At dahil sumuporta kayo, in-scan nyo, in-expect ko in-scan nyo May giveaway code kayo dun sa baba. Hindi ko na sabihin yan kasi ang haba KB6R2. Ayoko. Ang haba. Meron pang isa. Bonus giveaway code para sa inyo din yan dahil mabait kayo sumali dun sa ating mythical raffle draw. Kagabi, nauulitin natin next week. So, paano nga ba sumali? Meron link dyan sa may baba. That is bit.ly/MRD-W8. That means week 8. So, may week 8 mythical raffle draw pa tayo. And yan yung pinagkaiba ng MPL Season 6 sa lahat ng season. Yung regular season, may pa-skin loads. Yan yun. 5 skin yan. Para sa 5 tao. Ang daming nangyayari dito sa may MPL. And question is, will Blue Fire make game number 2 count for their side? I am Butters at ibabalik ko na kayo sa ating mga casters.
Thanks so much, Butters. Lively as always.
Lively as always.
And I'm very excited to see the next draft because I know Blue Fire is probably a little bit. They probably got stumped by that last draft from Blacklist, so it's not a surprise. But I guess I'm looking forward more to Blacklist's draft because I know they're probably gonna bring out another one.
Wonder though.
I wonder though, because
man, you were talking to me about a combo that they could have pulled off, and it
Yeah.
kind of made me think maybe that is indeed the combo that they're trying to pull out.
With the Faramis Ghost Stampede, if you get multiple targets locked in, like if you pass through multiple targets, they get chained, right?
Yeah.
And if they get pushed back or thrown back by the ejector, I mean, you know, stuff can happen. Beautiful stuff can happen.
I want to see. I think that the play now for for Blacklist International, man, is show something that's not too experimental, but at the same time is weird. It's out of the box, out of the meta. Because what it does is it makes your next opponent overthink what you're wanting to do. That's a play that maybe coaches do that. Because here's the thing, against a team that is a little bit competitive, maybe you will not be able to do that.
It's more difficult, for sure.
But if you can do it against a team that does this, make it seem like it's a strategy. It's an experiment, but at the same time, it makes a lot of sense and it can be viable. It will make your next opponents overthink your draft for sure.
Yeah, make it seem like they're gonna go for go one way and then go. Like do it a feint.
Yeah.
And to be honest, now that Blacklist has shown this, they'll be able to do so much more even in the next games. Because you know what, the other teams that who are researching them, obviously, they're gonna be looking at Blacklist and think, you know what are they gonna be able to pick the Faramis again?
Yes,
right.
yes.
It worked against Blue Fire before. I'm not sure if they're confident enough to play it against us. So that adds a layer of mind games, not just to this matchup, but to the next matchups of Blacklist.
That's right.
That is just so smart.
And also, you can translate that to the playoffs. It's also true. That can also be. I'm telling you, if
guys,
you're hearing this, do it. Because that's a valid strategy, especially in long leagues. And I think MPL have transformed into a long league setup. I mean, 8 weeks of regular season and well-established playoffs. I think that it counts as a big league.
Yeah, I think that's basically where we're at right now. Like, do you personally like the longer leagues? I feel like we are in a place where the teams are getting like really tested to their maximum limits because of this as well.
Do I like long leagues? Absolutely, yes. I think that this is a way for us to really gauge what teams deserve the championship, which teams deserve the championship, and which teams do not. But at the same time, I kind of question, how do you now separate the good teams from the bad ones, right? Because I think that there are teams that might not be legitimately belonging in the league, right? As hard as I say that. I mean, for example, Blue Fire, they have been stomped by other teams, right?
Yeah.
That's also true for BSB at a certain point. Now, for long leagues, obviously you don't want to see that kind of performance from a team. You want to see them fight and fight and fight. However, I think that since the competition is really rising every single season, that's probably where you say that it's okay for some teams to be on a slump like that. But I just want to see Blue Fire take a chance. Now, if you're asking me if I like long leagues, absolutely yes. But then again, we have to, if we want to commit to a full league, we need to make it sure that everybody is really competitive.
Exactly. That's basically it. A lot of, and that I think that might be true next season.
Yes.
Next season, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that, you know what, we only have 6 retained teams.
Yeah.
And 4 slots up for grabs means that, you know, more exciting teams, more deserving players might be able to get a shot at joining us the MPL. So, other than that, though, it's also a little risky to add newer teams because, you know what, we have a history with new teams where some of them were like so good, like NXP, all right, good job, and Signal Ultra. Getting there.
But
Some teams before were just like, what the heck?
Yeah, that's also
right.
true.
So,
we've come a long way.
it's a little
anyways.
risk. It's a little risk. So I guess there's gonna be a separate talk about that, whether or not.
Why don't we
more-
talk about it? What do you feel about it? I mean, because we've had a lot of podcasts for that. Actually,
Oh yeah,
about
we
it.
have, right.
And I personally am.
This is a great topic, by the way.
Yeah.
Again,
It's one of my dreams here in the Philippines. We have that quote unquote developmental league, right? Because what it does is that it allows for the second tier, if I'm mistaken. Maybe
okay,
the
A
proper term
tier,
is the A tier, right?
Because this is the S tier.
yeah.
Obviously, everyone in MPL is
Yes.
S tier.
If this is S tier, the A tier teams, like for example, I'm gonna give a big example. It's Archangel, for example, and Playbook Esports. Now, recently they played in an international championship, and both
And
of
they
them,
won?
yeah, the Playbook Esports team won. Archangel was also dominating some of the other leagues outside of the MPL, but when they were part of the grueling, I'd say, qualifier, Archangel lost against Signal Ultra in a very tough match.
Yeah.
And you cannot even say that they don't belong in the MPL.
Right.
Even with their performance.
Impossible to
All I'm
say.
trying to say is that some teams really can make it here in the MPL. It's just that, and some teams cannot some teams doesn't necessarily have the lineup that can perform in this current season compared to the previous season that they were.
Yeah.
Right? Because we adapt, right? And what if we have a developmental league wherein that is where we actually decide who gets in the MPL and who drops down to the developmental league?
Yeah,
every single season.
Because
right?
that ensures that the teams that go into S tier are actually S tier.
Yes,
Right?
that's
Not just
right.
some random team that had a lucky
Yes.
slot or a
Yeah.
lucky path in the open qualifiers.
Yeah.
Where, you know what, they beat one random team
Yeah.
in the best of one. It's like, yeah, okay, good luck.
Yep.
And
I don't think that NXP or Signal Ultra.
not saying that's what
Yeah.
happened to them, right?
But we can see in just the stats, Blue Fire and BSB, they are struggling. The only victory that BSB had was against Blue Fire.
Mhm.
Blue Fire didn't even have any victory. So see what I'm trying to get at. The teams that we have now in the MPL-PH Season 6 might not have the best amount of competitiveness in them. Like, not all have it. But
Yeah.
if we have a developmental league, a league before the actual S-tier league, perhaps we can really separate teams that belong, right?
Yeah, looking forward to that. If anyone's watching,
Yeah.
if anyone's watching there, maybe you want to start that up soon for
That's-
the Philippines. I know
great.
it's
It's gonna be
happening
great.
I know it's already happening. We have it like in literal MDL for Malaysia, I think, or Singapore.
For Indonesia, I think.
Indonesia, right? I think not. It's not Indonesia. I think it's MYSG.
Oh, I see.
So
I see.
either one of those, they already have MDL. So
I
if
see.
that happens in the Philippines, you have so many players who are
Yes,
deserving
yes.
of these spots, and I would like to see them get a chance to have like a promotion match
Yes.
to the MPL rather than just adding random teams.
Yeah.
You know, that's the dream. That's the dream.
That's
here
a
for
dream,
us.
man. And
For us casters as well, right?
Yeah, because there's a lot of games to cast.
And
also,
more teams to study.
More teams to study, and obviously our viewers will have more to watch, more Mobile Legends action to watch, and maybe it also can give a spot for aspiring casters as well in the
Amen.
MPL, right?
Amen.
Right, because it's we're not trying to just limit it to just here, and then eventually we'll have to adopt new players, new casters, new talents here in the scene to keep it healthy, right? And
Yeah.
could be our gateway to that.
I don't even mind having a shorter season as long as we have like a second tournament.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
That's just stuff that you want to see in the future, or just spitballing. Because you know what, you think about these things only when you're put in games like this where there's literally like nothing for the enemy team, for the other team rather here on Blue Fire for them to gain, and at this point, except for that cash prize, which is not really it's a good motivator, but it's not the main thing.
It's never
never the main thing in esports.
All right, so Blacklist International versus Blue Fire for Game 2. I think it's the same set of bans for Blacklist International. It's just that the Hilda was the bonus, and now the Thams is going to be picked up by Blacklist International. Blue Fire still on the red side, man. It's interesting.
Yeah, gonna get that double pick once more, and if you don't respect that Jawhead Hilda combo again, you gotta be prepared to suffer in the early game like what Blue Fire did. So it's either they pick it up or they just ban it out on these two bans. Ban either Jawhead rather, because Hilda's already banned out. I just realized right next to the Silver. Anyway, the Jawhead's there as predicted, and this time around, Blue Fire got a pretty S-class marksman or S-class carry.
Yeah, a carry of the flavor of the month when it comes to carry. I like the Jawhead. I like the decision now, obviously, for Blue Fire. Now, Blacklist International, are they going to pick up the Ruby this time? Or something along the lines of get a Catcha and Cho. I think Cho is a valid pickup for Blacklist International.
For sure. It's also a big denial pick for Blue Fire as well. So go ahead and pick that up. I don't mind. The thing I mind most is Blacklist International right now getting that FAMS on Edward. My God, his win rate on that hero is just massive right now. I think 80 to 90%.
That's so absolutely right. FAMS is one of the most successful heroes of Blacklist International. And you also have that Lancelot. It's way up in there.
My gosh.
Really scary draft for Blacklist International. Even after Blue Fire securing good 2 picks, I think Blacklist International are in a comfort zone. Nevertheless, this time Blue Fire, they will have a chance, a legitimate chance in the game. Because they have Cho and Jawhead, that's a lot of tempo players for Blue Fire.
Yeah, and finally, they're going to be able to get that Cho. Problem is, they're going to be facing off against some pretty tough offlaners here for Blacklist International. I like the pick on the Yuzhong as well. It kind of slows down the lanes of Blue Fire. It's like, if you're Blacklist, I know that my XP lane and my gold lane is 100% right now because we got the heroes that really survive well. Not to mention, it's in the hands of the players that pilot these heroes well. No doubt about the draft. It's a great ban on the Ruby. Obviously, you want to get rid of the off-lane competition.
Yeah,
that's what's happening there.
I like the Ruby pickups, the Ruby in general, like how they use it. It could be a power pick for teams, but at the same time, it's also good when used as a last pick. So I think that Blacklist International did a good read, banning out the Ruby, and probably another offlaner or side laner for Blue Fire, so that they will have limited options for the offlane, forcing this Cho to be a tank, for example.
Yep. This guy's going to have a hard time as well in either Yuzhong or the FAMS lineup. Matchup. Rafaela? Yeah, exactly. It's a good ban, actually.
Wow.
Rafaela alongside Lancelot and a Yuzhong is just not something you want to deal with at any time of the day.
I want to know if Blue Fire are going to pick the Farsa in that slot. Because honestly, Blacklist International will just pick that up and just snatch that from them. I think if Blue Fire still wants to keep their head and still wants to keep themselves in this game, they need to pick up the Farsa this time. Because that being given to Blacklist International will spell the doom. And if ever Blue Fire picks something cheeky like a Kagura or perhaps another tank, Blacklist International will just pick up the Akai and Farsa altogether.
Yeah, that's going to be it. I mean, Farsa's great, but it gets chased down by heroes like the Yuzhong in the first place. So it's going to be difficult to keep alive at this point unless the Yuzhong is kept busy on the lane. You got to keep that Yuzhong busy so he can't chase the Farsa. That's going to be the key here for Blue Fire if they want to pick up a win against the Blacklist squad, but you're still ignoring the fact that there is a FAMS and that there is a Lancelot.
Okay.
Man, the first 3 picks of Blacklist already lined
here. Okay.
Woo. Okay, it's all or nothing for the damage output for Blue Fire here.
I think Blacklist International will pick up the Lolita. But my first guess for Blacklist International is Farsa and Akai. Now my second guess is Lolita plus a hero for Eson. So why do I say that Lolita is good?
Yeah, why do you think?
Because the second skill will how do you say this?
Deals bonus damage.
It deals bonus. It deals 50% of the HP. There it is, Akai Farsa.
There it is, Akai Farsa. Good call, right there. So
I love it.
The draft or Blacklist is definitely a drafting book for Blacklist is definitely something that Wolf has read and will be going on for the the usual combo.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be a super
Yeah.
super old school kind of deal.
I just want to say that the Lolita is a counter because of I think it's also actually called counter. That dash from I think that dash from Lolita is actually called counter.
Right.
And what it does is it deals 50% of the HP of a minion. When it hits a minion, it's 50% HP. And Zask Nightmaric spawns are actually considered minions.
Exactly. They're counted as minions, so you'll be able to use Retribution on these.
Yeah, that's
heroes.
also true. That's also
Yeah,
true.
So Diggy last pick. We
Okay.
just got word that Diggy will be used by Blue Fire on that last slot, and yeah, that's just going for broke.
No. If you look at it, it was a
It's a
classic.
great counter against Akai.
That
It's a
is
classic
that's
counter
what I'm
against
trying to say.
Akai.
That's a
I
season
know,
one
I know,
counter
but-
against the Akai. So it's probably the idea here for Blue Fire. And I think that they're gonna put the Cho in the supporting lane, while
Mhm.
Zask is gonna be in there for the side lane. So that's
Man.
probably is the idea.
I was super curious about that. It
It's
is
just a-
literally named Charge.
Charge,
Yeah,
alright.
so
Not
it's-
counter,
It's
it's
not
charge,
counter,
it's
it's charge.
charge.
I was super
Yeah.
curious. Anyway,
It's
so
if you think about it, yeah, if you read it, it's 50%.
targets max HP to minions,
Yeah.
and that's an insta kill for
It's-
that Nightmaric spawn.
Right, because you still deal your not personal,
Your actual skill
actual
damage.
right?
Yeah.
So
So overall, I would say that Blue Fire are at the end of their ropes on this one. They're trying to give us something cool, something cool to watch, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But if it works, I will just
yeah.
I'll just remove the code and
Yeah.
everything like that. That's just nuts. So let's know who you think is gonna win on this one. You know what, Blue Fire, they need all the support they can get. You know what, cheer them on. And if you're a Zask main, this is your time to shine. Show us on the comments how you play that hero and stuff like that. And we'll probably have a fun time there on the chat. We're also live on the Filipino stream, by
That's
the way.
also
the,
true. That's also true.
The Tagalog stream with Rob Luna and Manjin. Check out the Mobile Legends Facebook page and the official YouTube channels for that.
Excited to see what we can witness from this Zask for Blue Fire. I hope that it will bring them a little bit of a victory against the Blacklist International. But we do know that Blacklist International, they have the draft that really makes a lot of sense. So
It really does.
you have the Lancelot to match up against the Roger. The Farsa just tear them apart with the Yuzong, and I think the Akai, this time it will work because of the melee-based composition on the side of Blue Fire. Maybe the
Yeah.
only range thing that they can have working for them is this Zask, but honestly, it's not going to be a factor at all because of the fact that they have so much damage output that they can take down this Farsa.
Yeah.
What's really stopping them from just getting out of that danger zone of the Zask, right?
That's true. That's true. Unless Fuzaken on the Akai is gonna go a little nuts, right? He is.
It's Eson on the Akai.
Sorry, it's Eson on the Akai. Really, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking the other way around.
Yeah.
So, I would think that there's just very limited things that that Blue Fire can do to lock down the opposition, which is bad because if you don't have lockdowns against a Lancelot, against the Yu Zhong, like, okay, yeah, you have the Diggy, that's great, time reversal, but after that, it's like, okay, what do we do? What do we do? Still hoping that we can they can pull off something new here. At least they can pull off a strong Zask mid lane, maybe. I don't know if that works. It is a lot of
If
damage.
they do that,
though.
oh man,
It's a lot of damage output.
We
and
tried to do that with.
we did try to do that
against
Exactly.
you. If you recall that.
Yeah.
That competition, man.
Yes,
We
exactly.
tried to go for the core Zask. That's also
That was
with.
that was a long time ago.
That was a long
though.
time
Yeah,
ago,
that's
right?
a different patch, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it did
that
not
was, I
work.
think that was a side lane Zask.
No, that was a mid lane Zask.
That was a mid lane Zask?
Yeah, we
Really?
started in the buff.
Okay, now I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, now you remember.
Now I remember.
Now you remember.
Oh my gosh.
So-
So, a lot of exciting stuff can be done with Zask. To be honest, it's like one of those heroes that has so much early game potential.
Yeah.
It doesn't rely too much on items for damage, which is a bonus, but you still want an early lead, and I don't think this is the lineup that's made for early leads.
I want to say though that there were a little bit of theory crafting around this Zask along the lines of the the fact that it can push. Imagine there's a Zask and there's a Popol and Koopa.
Mhm.
You abuse that shield gold that you get from turrets.
Oh, you go for the turrets early,
Yeah.
the side lanes.
The
So
side lanes, right?
there's a
So
good chance this is a side lanes ask.
yeah,
Right?
so that's that's the idea. However,
In the later parts of the game,
Yeah.
that doesn't sound like a good
that's
thing.
right.
though.
That's right.
Yeah.
And not only that, as good as those early take on the shields sounds like, honestly, it's not much gold that you get from it.
Have you
well,
computed the maximum amount?
So
of gold
it's
you can get?
3. So that the HP of that shield is 4,000 or 3,500. That will translate into 350 gold.
That's like a lot of effort for 350 gold.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like the returns aren't that much. I mean, if it's a free hitting hero, that obviously is not much risk that you play. But if you try to put like 3 heroes in the middle or in the side lane pushing, and they're wasting their time, and maybe it's not worth it anyways.
Yeah, so that's something that we're gonna have to see if
Mhm.
it's gonna be the case, because I
Yep.
don't think it's going to be that impactful, especially
Yeah.
on heroes like Zask, where the items don't even add to the
Yes.
tankiness of
Yes,
the
yes.
of the Nightmaric spawn.
Yeah.
So, other than that, it will be a pretty good deal to see
Mhm.
Diggy again.
Yep.
Finally, not that int feeding Diggy. That's a thing of the past now.
Mhm.
It's going to be a Diggy that does the usual stuff,
Yep.
the reverse time, the time journey.
Mhm.
It's something I'm looking forward to. Like, how well can Blue Fire actually win with that? If they can even win at all.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can see the skills already. If we can talk about it.
Yeah. We'll just bring it up. It is.
Okay.
Go. So the Diggy is controlled by who? I wonder.
Diggy's used by Limbs, by the way, with Flame Shot. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Flame Shot, Diggy for the steals. Crypt Zoo is still there on the Roger. Obviously.
Okay. So it's unseen on the Zask. He played this before. I want to see though, limbs on the Avarice Diggy.
Avarice? Okay, this is going to be a Diggy that's going to be thrown on the mid lane for sure over and
That
over again.
no, I agree. I think that could be a good possibility. So is it a Fuzakin Jawhead?
Nope,
No.
it's a Fuzakin Cho.
Oh,
which
sorry,
is
Cho,
surprising, right?
sorry,
And Chu is on the Jawhead. So
Side lane Jawhead, I guess.
Crypto's the one on Roger. Is this
What?
right?
Okay, might be a remake, honestly.
Hopefully this is a remake.
Hopefully that's a remake. Because Avarice on the Diggy? That's a big question, I'd say. Right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know if they can change their battle
Yeah.
spells yet, but that's gonna be so weird. Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
I really wonder.
Yeah. No remakes, by the way.
Okay.
So this is going. This is gonna be happening. No
Yes, yes.
remakes are happening for us. That is. Ooh, Cryptzu. He's going for broke. This is. It's not that Cryptzu doesn't play the Roger. He plays carries fine.
There it is.
But oh my gosh. Anyway, we are in the game, ladies and gents. And this is going to be fun, at least fun for us to watch with the usual heroes for Blacklist International. This is a very Blacklist lineup, I would say. It's a very
Yeah, it is.
identity is there.
It is. Oh. Weird stuff that we're gonna see for sure. So the setup is indeed Cryptzu on the Roger. So that's a core Roger. Limbs is on a support now, and Chu is support as well. Wow!
Oh my gosh.
Fuzaken on the carry role. Okay. And all of a sudden we're into something reminiscent of a Spider-Verse now, as we are a lot of
Yeah, absolutely true.
Right? It feels like it.
It feels like a Spider-Verse thing where we're in a different dimension
Yeah.
and stuff. So, and Chu's done trying to carry this team.
That's
I
right.
think. That's what he's saying. I'm tired of being the carry for this team. I'm gonna take my talents to the support role.
Yeah. So this is a different dimension, and we're also seeing a little bit of there's a little bit of friction when you're looking at the frames.
That's
well, okay, I like it. It just makes it so that we understand how weird this happening is. This is Spider-Verse.
Spider-Verse, like it looks like a Spider-Verse.
Some jitter in there, right? So that's 350 gold. in total that you get.
And it's maximized. It's
Maximized.
super maximized by Blacklist because Fuzaken's not really happy to defend. While on the bottom side, it's unseen in the bully mode here for the Zask, making use of all of the skills of the Nightmare Spawn, throwing it under the tower, even trying to go for Dexstar. He gets a kill.
Wow, that was amazing control of the Zask. I didn't think that you can use it that way unseen. Seems like it really knows how to control this. Now Aqua in trouble and Aqua down. And in exchange, Bluefire will take 2. And I probably will also get a lot of gold away from that turret.
That's they'll probably be able to maximize the gold.
That's
take
also
there
true. Yeah.
From that turret. That's
love it.
a bonus for Bluefire here.
I love it.
And
oh
there
man.
you go.
There it
Amount of gold
is.
that we can get here, and while all that's happening though, Fuzaken taken by surprise. Phantom Execute by Full Clip being used just as a movement tool to go straight into the tower, not even doing damage to the tower, right?
Because why not, right?
Why not? It's cool. We're probably not gonna team fight in the next 40 seconds, so just use it to move.
It's really hard to tag Essen. And I think that in the middle they're trying to dive for the Farsa. Farsa trying to fly it away. Will not be making it.
Ooh,
there it is.
Where are you going, man? There you go with the bonus of
Full
that time journey, making full use of the Diggy kit.
Yeah. Yes, for a 1-for-1 trade for Chu, the supports. It's extra for Chu. Now the turtle is up for Blacklist International.
There you go. Very limited abilities. They have Flame Shot. They probably have an ability to steal it, but it's not gonna happen, obviously, because of the amount of power that Full Clip usually exerts.
Yeah.
So smooth to watch this guy go around the jungle.
Right. Knows exactly what the damage can deal and the amount of puncture that he can use. It's actually so amazing to
Look
watch.
at Edward though, trying to get some more information for his team there on the top side of the map. They know where Roger is. They know that Cripsu's not going to be able to join them anytime soon. And the rest of the team are just saying, you know what, yeah, let's just chill. If they gonna chill, we gonna chill. That's what they're calling for.
Look at Essen.
Essen though with the very off-timed Hurricane Dance does not matter in the first place because 4 members of Blacklist are on the bottom side to feed off of that mispositioned Jawhead.
My god, Farsa is such a strong hero. Now has the Clock of Destiny, and I think that's important to take note of as Full Clip steals that one.
Getting everything he wants on the map with full conviction and no hesitation whatsoever.
You can see in the middle, it seems like Blacklist International already taken over the early stages of the game. 2,000 gold lead in just 4 minutes. High octane game in 3-4-3. As Blacklist International is just trying to bully Bluefire, but Bluefire actually goes for some plays themselves.
So Bluefire, despite all the good plays that Blacklist are pulling off, they're only ahead by 2,000, and that's less than 2,000 actually. And that's saying something. Although on the bottom lane, they are going to get more because of their lane advantage takes out that Zask again for Bluefire, and there's just nothing that Bluefire can do. They can't even defend this at this point. 3 of them are in the mid lane. No one can teleport back to base, and Esson's making sure that no one can disrupt this.
No, there it is. Good call it to Edward, but Edward might be able to run away.
The Hurricane Dance!
Oh
wait, it's not there. It's off. It's on cooldown. So there was no Hurricane Dance, but Dexstar is going to be able to finish it up in the first place with Aqua on the backside of everything.
So Edward in a trade for Fuzaken and a Lancelot to get the turtle on top. No Gillette instant replay. I think there was there a Hurricane Dance? No, there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. I thought it was cancelled initially, but it wasn't. Ooh, look at that damage output from Dexstar, by the way.
I wonder if this is it was a sprint for the Akai. I thought it was Petrify at first because the way he tried to jump and
stop there for a bit. Yeah,
you know that those times wherein you go for the Petrify and the
usually
and the Akai.
And there you go, the old Cho counter. You can't should go out of that one.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, and Edward gonna be suffering on the other side of the map as well as an exchange rather. They don't seem to mind the position they're in at all right now.
So a little bit of push now for Bluefire top lane as the trade-off is the mid lane, so it seems, for Blacklist International. Roger in a bad spot. Why is he staying in here? And Essen might be able to find him out. And Aqua is here. He smells Cryptzu. Cryptzu trying to run away from the dragon this time.
Going for the chase. It's 2v1, but the two are the ones who are running. True with the backside as well. Look at that. Eson securing the kill onto that Jawhead. And man, oh man. This is so much power for Blacklist right now. And this is what happens when you are in heroes that you are on 100% comfortable with.
Yeah. Oh, full clip. It's one of their strongest heroes to date. And I'm sure that it only was defeated once and probably is at what, 7-1 when it comes to win rate, or maybe something like along the lines of 5 or 6. Nevertheless, what I'm all trying to say is that when Blacklist gets their hands on this Lancelot, they're so successful with it. By a mile even, as Blue Fire is crumbling against Blacklist International. There it is.
Even more pressure coming in here. Ooh, look at that. Blacklist full clip with 400 rows. Going to be forcing a lot of skills from Blue Fire to go for the escape, but the only thing they actually wanted was the turtle.
Yeah. 8 minutes in, the third turtle going to belong to Blacklist International. That will put their lead for more than 5,000 in this game. And 8 minutes in, it's actually significantly high for any team.
Very, very high indeed. Not to mention they have a lot of carry heroes. Damage output from Dexstar will definitely take a chunk out of the HP of Blue Fire. Remember, Eric Spawn ultimate activated once more and going to be left to rot near the area of the crew. Aqua still going in here. Time Journey. Not going to be enough to save Unseen. But a lot of damage. There you go. Throwing him under the tower finally stops that Black Dragon. But the rest of Blacklist are still going in here.
Full clip. And there it is. They caught an Inferno from Edward just to give increased attack speed perhaps. With a 2 versus 3 situation now in the top lane. Obviously, the Akai is still in the middle. Might be able to get something happen. Okay.
What a play by Chu.
Oh,
there's some bad blood. I smell bad blood here. I don't know why. Was that intentional?
Probably not.
Felt intentional. Now Cryptzu literally got traumatized, bought the odd potion.
Oh my god. Odd potion, man.
Odd
you need it
saves,
against all these opponents. So it's a 4v4 into the top lane since the Yu Zhong needs to defend bottom as well as the Cho in there to push.
Man, if I was Limbs there, I was like, what the heck did you just do to me? I was alive. Okay.
So weird, man.
So weird. The plays here from Blue Fire are starting to crumble. Their team spirit might be the ones that are targeted next by Blacklist International by these plays. And now they are just struggling to not die to the pressure of the Blacklist agents.
Edward might be able to just poke this bottom lane as they are trying to push. Meanwhile, Blacklist International, they are also moving into that Lord area. It's going to spawn now. Seems like having this Lancelot in this early stage of the game going to be able to help them take this Lord so easily.
Yeah, it feels like an easy Lord here at this point where you go for the Lord with no one ready to contest, and I don't see a way out of this for Blue Fire. I mean, they can try to pick off Dexstar, which is the most... Dexstar is the most, what do you call that, vulnerable hero here for Blacklist. But even he at this point is just difficult to reach right now.
I want to say, though, that Full Clip really knows this hero. He's holding on to the Thorn Rose even at the point where he can just pop it against a free Lord take, because he knows that there could be a possibility where he can be jumped on, and obviously the Thorn Rose can save you from that. Not only that, the Thorn Rose is also dealing so much damage so that you can easily secure that Lord take. I think that this guy with the discipline on this Lancelot and the understanding of the hero really makes wonders for the team.
Yeah, it's beautiful when pro players use these offensive skills in a defensive manner.
Yeah.
Because they know they can just hit it with the normal attacks. It's like the positioning. It's just very beautiful to watch.
Very beautiful indeed.
To be honest, the best Thorn Rose plays I see are the ones where it's used to dodge the big skills, right? Yeah, it's just very fun to watch those moments. We're going to go in a bit of a technical pause here. I'm not sure which team called it, but they will be just chilling for the meantime. Like the red on the phones of Blacklist here. Wish I had a red phone. It's very shiny. It's
Of
so
course.
eye-catching. I want those red phones. Anyway, you know what's eye-catching is the pearlescent colors.
Oh,
of the
definitely.
new Realme 7.
Pearlescent white.
Pearlescent white, yeah.
And what
it's
was the
actually
blue one?
named the Misty White. I don't know why it's called Misty White, but for me, it looks like a pearl. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because of the shine. Anyway, board will be taken
Oh, no.
here by Blacklist.
Oh, no.
And the
Roger.
audition. It's a
Oh,
one-by-one
no.
hit. He was stuck. He was literally...
Oh my God, Uncle Essen still got it.
Yeah. Literally stuck. And nowhere, there's no counterplay against this Akai right now.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Full clip given.
What a massacre.
What a bad thing to. What a bad way to go. That Roger taken down by Blacklist International so easily. It just means that Blacklist will not be able to push this. And look at Esson. It's just zoning out the members of Blue Fire. Doesn't really care that much.
Yeah.
And that's the first base turret down for Blue Fire.
Finally, Fuzagan makes it to the party, and a little bit too late, but he said, you know what, better late than never, as the rest of Blue Fire are now trying to go and see if they can defend the bottom lane tower, with Edward going Condor Inferno right there on that tower, 30% HP, and it's gone right away. Aqua gonna dive in with that Black Dragon form and zones everyone out, and that should be it with the help of Lord. Blacklist International wins it out with a 2-0 and the victory.
A 2-0 for Blacklist International means that they will be going up and above execution, at least in the group stages. Big confidence boost for sure for Blacklist International, as they have been losing a lot in the previous weeks. For now, they might have regained their momentum, and you want to have that in any stage of the game.
Yep, momentum definitely something that you want right here in this tournament, and I like the smiles on these players as well.
Right?
Just you can really tell they're happy to secure that they were not playing
100%,
around.
100%. Man, I love that we get to see an interesting draft from Blacklist International in Game 1, but a solid draft in Game 2. Not even kidding. It's just so perfect.
Just perfect. It's like there's very little gaps in the armor.
Yeah.
There's like very little weaknesses. The only weakness that we saw for Blacklist there was initially on that Farsa.
Perhaps.
Because Dexstar didn't have the ultimates yet.
Yeah.
And he was just forced to spam the skills, go near the target, and then spam skills, and then that's when they catch him.
That's right.
But other than that, it was just a flawless game for
Flawless. 100%. And I loved seeing that for Blue Fire. They're back to the drawing board. I mean, they tried for a change in the roles as well. Didn't work. And they will need another recipe for sure.
Yeah, we'll see them next time, but for now, it will be up to Butter Solo Analyst to break down that game for us.
Pacing or yung tempo na sinet up dito ng side ng Blue Fire was really good. Nakuha nila agad yung turret dun sa may bottom lane ng mabilis. But still, it wasn't really enough. Kung papansinin itong dalawang taon to, Unseen and Limbs, this setup, ang hirap tibagin yan into the sieging at early levels. Kasi ang dami nilang ways to zone you out, ang dami nilang ways para mag-reposition and displace you. So that is really going to be an integral part on how Blue Fire plays into this game. But look at this. Item-wise, you can see that Dexstar, mabilis lang yung naging game natin dito, but Dexstar really racked up a lot of those magic items early, 4 minutes in pa lang nakuha niya yung Clock of Destiny niya. So you know that he is going to have a good time. While yung Blue Fire dito, to be honest, nakita na natin sila na nagpalit-palit sila ng roles dito. Fuzaken being the side lane fighter Cho na nakikita natin. Kripsu was put in a spot na siya yung magiging hyper carry, while si Chupa yung nagkaroon dito ng tank position on that Jawhead. So, it was a really nice adjustment for Blue Fire. Medyo tumagal yung laro, but the thing is, it was Blacklist International and them retaining yung identity talaga nila, which brought them the victory. And you do not give Tams. You do not give Edward Tams. Yun yung isa mga bagay na natutunan natin for the weeks na nangyari, and it happened right now, and it really costed them. So, let's head on to the post-match data. And as you can see here, kung mapapansin nyo, in terms of damage output of the turrets, merong napakita dito yung side ng Blue Fire. If you can see the bars dito, maganda yung pagkaka-setup nila ng mga ways into just getting those turrets. But still, it was only a matter of time till Blacklist International can answer with their own damage output. Why? Full clip is one of those, sabihin na natin, Lancelots na talagang sobrang aggressive. And if you would notice, if he gets away from Cho and Jawhead, magiging madali yung buhay niya dito into taking down these heroes. And kung papansinin nyo, in terms of Eson Akai, ano nga ba yung ginagawa niya dito? Kasi sa totoo lang, he is heavily countered by this Diggy. To be honest, yung nangyari dito, nung late game na, yung later parts of the game was, they always forced out Limbs to use that time's journey early para may magkakaroon ng onting space si Eson para magamit yung kanyang Hurricane Dance. And what happened there was, sa mga oras na hindi niya talaga kaya mag-Hurricane Dance, they overwhelmed them with damage. Look at this, 44,000 on Dexstar hero damage alone. Full clip has 26,000 hero damage. 21k, 17k, you have 11k on Eson, lahat sila may damage. Look at the Turtles lane dito, 3 onto the side of Blacklist International. Lord's lane, it only took 1 to take down Blue Fire. Turrets destroyed, 10. Nalimas nila yung dapat malimas dito sa side ng Blue Fire. It was all about the positioning, it was all about knowing the limits of your strategy, and Blue Fire, they knew what they wanted to do early on. Mag-push, mag-outplay, and talagang i-pressure yung Blacklist International para sumagot. But Blacklist International, they knew their limits as well. Alam nila na hindi nila kaya at that point on. So what they did is they scaled properly, get the core items ng mas maaga, yung mga items na magbibigay ng onting tulong sa'yo or damage para makalaban ka dito sa mga heroes na ginawa ng Blue Fire, and that really just won them the game at that point. Kumbaga scaling, pacing, tempo, this is a perfect example of it. Let's head on to ating smart highlights of the game. And as you can see, there is this early skirmish na nangyari dito sa may gitna. And Blue Fire really had the upper hand dun sa mga setup na yon. They got Farsa ng maaga. And Farsa didn't have yung Blacklist International didn't have the feathered airstrike ng maaga dito. But what happened was, for the next few minutes, it was all of them just trying to get the kill on Thams, and they put their eggs into one basket. Even Fusaken dito being traded off for Thams, and that is very good for the side of Blacklist International. At andito sa point na to, kung papansin ninyo, si Limbs napapagamit din ng Time's Journey just to save his allies. But at this point on, paano mo pa isasalba yung mga ibang teammates mo from the damage output na ginagawa dito ng Blacklist International? Etong laban na to, Diggy was going back to base kasi wala na talaga siyang mana, and hindi niya na talaga kaya, and wala rin siyang Time's Journey at that point. You can see here, full clip with the Lancelot 305. Net worth is at 8.4k, 9.6 game score. And itong batang to, from Bataan, hindi ko ma-explain kung ano meron sa batang to, but when he moves, parang alam mo yon, veterano na siya sa liga na to. Pero sa totoo lang, this is his first season dito sa may MPL, and that just goes to show na kung paano binibigay ni Dexstar at ni Eson at ng ibang teammates niya yung tulong na kailangan niya para mag-shine at maging X-Factor para dito sa side ng Blacklist International. And we have our interview right now. Kasama natin ngayon si Aqua, ang Yuzhong kanina sa game na to. Aqua, kamusta?
Hello ba?
Kamusta Aqua?
Okay lang po.
Congratulations. Anong pakiramdam na nakakuha na naman kayo ng 3 points dito sa week 7?
Sakto lang po.
So, mapalapit na kasi Aqua yung playoffs eh. And syempre, pasarado na yung regular season natin. So, going into the playoffs, ano bang gusto nyo? Mag-second place talaga kayo? O mas pabor ba sa inyo na nasa third place kayo? I mean, it's all about preference lang naman sa mga kalaban eh. Sino ba yung talagang gusto mong makalaban sa playoffs?
Kung sino po yung matapat, papalagan na lang po.
O kung sino yung matapat, papalagan na lang. And some teams talaga kasi nagkakaroon sila ng mga strategies na gano'n. Pero Aqua, para sa'yo, wala ka talaga kinakatakutan dito. Talagang kung sino yung tapatan nyo, lalabanan nyo na lang.
Opo, hindi lang po.
So, Ano yung preparations na ginawa nyo para dito sa linggong to? Ano pa ba yung mga expect natin sa Blacklist International? Madami pa ata kayong hindi nilalabas eh. Ayun na naman yung dalawa. Ano ba in-expect mo? Or ano pa may expect namin sa'yo?
Naghahanda pa po kami.
Naghahanda pa sila. So, ano ba? Ano ba yung mga pwede mo pang masabi or mga pwede mo pang sabihin para dun sa mga next na mga kalaban nyo? Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Ready lang po kami sa laban. Good luck na lang sa kanila.
Good luck na lang sa inyo. Aqua, any
Apo.
shoutouts? Ano pa ba yung mga gusto mong sabihin sa mga fans ng Blacklist International, sa mga fans mo? At ikaw na bahala kung sino gusto mo shoutout.
Shoutout sa sa Blacklist. Tapos kay Boss Pau, tapos kay Ma'am Rosel. Shoutout din sa sa asawa ko na si Arela Lumabas. Tapos sa mga nandito sa sa camp ng mga
Ayan. So, maraming salamat,
Ayan po
Aqua.
sila.
Para doon sa interview natin, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari. Biglang bumagsak, parang natibag ata ni Dexter yung table eh. Still, it is what it is. Sinabi ni Aqua doon, maghanda na lang kayo kasi naghahanda na rin sila. Lahat ng mga kalaban nila, dapat narinig niyo yun. So, we are going to show the QR code for Blacklist International if you want to support them sa kanilang mga coming fights at sa content na nilalagay nila. Just scan the QR code na lalabas for Blacklist International and that will be your guide para ma-follow yung mga idol nyo dito sa may MPL. That is going to help them and make sure to support yung ating mga pro players because that's what really matters. Kailangan ng mga pro player ang suporta niya. Okay, so let's head on sa ating giveaway code and just sa babayan. Ayan. Gusto nila basahin ko pero hindi ko babasahin yan kasi masyadong mahaba. Sinisegwayan ko lang para makopya nyo na. Ha? Kasi pakiramdam ko mahaba eh. Meron pa tayo isang bonus giveaway code. Nandiyan na yan. Screenshot nyo na. Yan. At meron pa tayo dito na mythical raffle draw for week 8. That's bit.ly/MRD-week8. W8. So, puntahan nyo yan and make sure you answer it sa lahat ng kailangan nyo para makasali kayo dun sa ating mythical raffle draw for next week. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be your QR code. Support nyo yan and make sure you guys support all the teams na nandito sa may MPL. Kasi, alam mo yon, sila yung mga pinapanood natin eh, and sila yung mga sinusuportahan natin at yung mga fina-follow natin para doon sa mga current trends at kung ano-ano pang mga shenanigans inside ML. So that is it for this series. But before we throw it back doon sa ating replays, sa highlights, let's thank our sponsors first. First of all, our official tournament telco partners Smart, Squad Up, Rank Up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Official sponsor Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack and select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Partner in Esports, Paymaya. Get free 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Partner in Esports, TikTok. Search MLBB or hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Hashtag MLBB to watch legendary videos on TikTok. Search yan. Official gaming headset partner Logitech G, here like a pro, and this won't be possible kung hindi tayo powered by Monton. Maraming salamat sponsors for making this all possible. I am Butters, and papato ko na kayo dun sa top 5 plays brought to you by Realme. Magbabalik tayo for Series 2.
data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple eh? Smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
May mga masayang times, may mga bad times, and yung mga experiences na yung humubog sa akin, so yung mga dadalhin ko this MPL Season 6 para mas maging better pa ako and yung team namin. As long as may Venus sa Onic, hindi basta-basta matatalo ang Onic. Si Venus, bago pa siya makapasok na MPL, isang estudyante na kumukuha ng kursong computer science na nangangarap maging isang magaling na computer programmer. Bata pa lang talaga ako, mahilig na ako sa mga computer games. Pangarap niya din talaga maging pro player. And luckily, nakamit ko yun sa Mobile Legends. Hindi ko naman talaga na-imagine na makakapasok ako ng MPL. Talagang sinubukan ko lang, talagang sinubukan lang ng team namin. Pinakamahirap na challenge na binato sa akin ng buhay is yung pagiging gay ko. Kasi sobrang hirap, di ko alam kung paano ko yung sarili ko sa society. Especially sa ML community. May natatakot ako kung anong kakalabasan or kung anong masasabi sa akin ng mga tao. Mas madami pa din talagang supporter compared sa mga basher or sa mga nag-judge sa akin. I mean, mapakita ko yung sarili ko, tapos mahalin ako ng mga tao. Sobrang saya lang talaga. Laging first impression nila sa akin. Lagi nila sinasabi sa akin na mukha akong masungit, mukha akong intimidating, ganyan. Hindi naman talaga. Kasi si MLBB talaga, masiyahay talaga, lalo na pag nakabanding mo. Ang nag-inspire talaga sa akin para mas galingan ko pa is yung family ko talaga. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga silang tulungan, especially yung mother ko. Masasabi ko na natutupad ko na yung pangarap ko pa konti-konti. Siguro ang pinaka natutunan ko as a pro player is hindi ka laging tama. Matuto kang tumanggap ng pagkakamali mo and matuto ka rin makinig sa ibang tao. Pag naging totoo ka sa ibang tao, mas nakukuha mo yung trust nila, mas pinagkakatiwalaan ka nila, mas pinaniniwalaan ka nila. Especially as the captain of Onic PH, para mas makinig sila sa mga decisions ko and sa judgment ko in the end. Kung magpapakatotoo ka, mas madaling mabuhay, mas madaling maging masaya. And mahirap kasi magtago sa isang shell. Pakita mo lang sa takong ano at mamahalin ka na nila doon.
Good afternoon. Welcome back here to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. We're on Week 7 and Day 2. And we have just got off a very quick series between Blue Fire and, of course, Blacklist International. Congratulations on that 2-0. And now, we are here. I'm Rockhart, going to be your anchor for the day, alongside Wolf, my analyst. And we will be getting you through this matchup. a hot one.
It
Onic
is.
PH versus Omega. But before we get into anything, let's go ahead and thank our sponsors who made this tournament possible. First, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
I also like to thank our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone here in the country. Like and follow the Realme on social media to know more.
That's right. And our official sponsor, Gillette, get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, and Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select pure gold doors nationwide.
Also, would like to thank our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
And now our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search MLBB or Mobile Legends on TikTok for a chance to win prizes when you watch the official live stream on the TikTok app. And you can search your favorite shoutcasters, your favorite players, and your favorite streamers on that app as well.
Absolutely. Also, I thank our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And of course, MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moontime.
So we have been through a pretty grueling first matchup. Some of them were painful to watch. I've seen Diggies flying to the enemy team. Hopefully we don't see more of that today as we go into Onic PH versus Omega. Now, these are two teams that are very promising in their most recent
100%.
matches. 100% definitely. You want to look forward to matchups between Omega, who has been so far, I think they're on an undefeated 2-week win streak, if I can recall correctly. And same with Onic PH. They actually not as smooth, obviously, because I believe some issues with NXP will be...
hopefully
right,
that's right.
Hopefully they've already recovered well. And Iaknu, we're going to have to look at this guy because he needs to improve a lot more so he can keep up with the rest of his teammates here in Onic PH.
I want to say that Onic PH is on a different world last week. I think that they tried a different strategy against Execration, and it did not work in their favor. Execration themselves tried a different approach as well, so it's a surprise for both teams. In the end, it didn't matter because what mattered most in that previous series was the execution of both teams.
Exactly.
In fact, Etomax and Chakno, with whatever they ate that day, made them successful in that game against Onic PH in a very convincing manner.
And again, there's just a lot more that Onic PH has to work on. I think aside from that, though, they are on the rise. They were winning previously and then they suffered. But otherwise, it's something that happens to a lot of mid-tier teams.
Yep.
They don't get 100% of their wins, but they have a pretty good chance still of being going at least for that upper bracket slot if ever they perform well. And I think Onic PH is also one of those teams.
Yeah. Now for Omega, it's a matter of picking up where they left off. I think the big winner of the next project patch was definitely Omega after they won against Bren Esports, and they continued their stride out of that.
Yep. The best change is no change apparently for them. Here
right.
comes Omega. Oh, sorry.
Pinaka-trend sa Onic PH? Sino nga ba? Wala akong maisip eh. Kasi alam kong wala.
Threat? Parang wala akong alam na ganun salita. Alam mo ba yun?
Walang ganun sa Onic! Ang gusto kong makalaban this MPL Season 6 yung Aura Fire. Ako talaga yung karapat-dapat na umawak ng championship title at ako ang tunay na 5 minutes slaughters.
Nexplay solid. Kasi gusto ko maharap yung galit na ilong ni Rene J.
Galit na ilong. Ang gusto kong makalaban ay Bren Esports. Kasi kahit ilang beses pa kayo mag-change roster, di naman kayo mananalo sa amin.
No honor!
And there is just no way.
Spicy!
Best videos here for Onic PH.
Spicy.
That's Onic PH with Wise, Iakno, Dilar, Oh My Venus, J, and Basic. Support the teams by scanning the QR codes on the top of your screens. And let's talk about that. To be fair, they are still they can
Can't
still
get over it. I
they
can't
can
get
still-
over it. Sorry, man. I can't get over it. Like
I know.
The funny thing though that when Basic mentioned that was that
Man,
Brand Esports won 2 series. 2 out of the 2 series that in the playoffs, right? I mean, in the regular season. Onic PH, as good as they are the second runners up. Sorry, the 2-time first runners up, right? That's a correct word, right?
That's right. That's right. Runners up.
But they aren't performing as such in the regular season. That's probably one thing. However, we see some glimpses of hope for this team. I wonder what they bring this time against Omega, because for the longest time, this is probably the first time I'll say it, they are threatened by Omega squad. Usually, Omega loses to Onic PH, but this time, I think Omega has got the upper hand against Onic PH.
Yeah, I think the upper hand is absolutely correct because Omega, like I said before, for them, the best change is no change or very little change.
Yep.
And that has been coming true. That has been shining and ringing true for their team with only very minor hero adjustments from their usual hero pool. And they made it work. They made it work in 2-0 fashions.
Yes.
So there's just no denying that their enemy is going to be on the upward trend. And Onic PH, if they want to stay true to what they're saying, that Bren is not gonna have a fun time because of them, they need to start with Omega. Because right now, Bren is still back in the top here in terms of scores and standing.
I wonder what Onic PH's placing is. I think that they're 3rd place right now, but when it comes to like the overall scores, Omega had a great lead over them. So I kind of feel that this specific moment for Onic PH, they need to win the 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
Biggest threat po para sa akin ngayong MPL Season 6, yung sa sarili ko po. Kailangan lang po ng tiwala sa sarili.
Para sa akin, yung sarili din namin yung biggest threat sa amin. Kasi halos lahat ng games na natatalo kami talagang sa communications namin, hindi kami nagko-connect eh. Ayun po yung talagang ini-improve namin this coming Season 6.
Gusto kong makalaban lahat ng teams, including mga international teams, para matest pa yung skills namin saka individual skills namin.
Excited ako makalaban this season is yung Bren. Gusto ko lang din malaman kung papalag ba yung lineup nila na yun sa amin.
Heads up, Omega!
Interestingly enough, Omega is definitely looking forward to the brand, and their greatest enemy are themselves. That's Hajizi, Toshi, Kurtizi, Hayes, Heath, and Kenji. Scan that QR code, check out Omega. What are they up to, man?
Heads up, Omega doesn't ring a bell to me.
I was not given. I was not given.
I mean,
the note,
it seems
the
like
memo.
if it seems like they are just reminding their viewers that they exist. But if you were to give a tag to Omega, have you thought of one? Because I have one.
What?
Hashtag meet your end.
Meet your end.
Because they're Omega.
They're
right?
Omega, yeah.
Man, and come on,
yeah,
Omega.
Ready for the end. That's what they have to be right now, man.
That's right.
Meet your end is actually beautiful.
Yeah.
I wish they could use that more.
Use it.
So,
Come on.
Omega marketing, just listen to us. You're gonna get places.
Yep.
Now, Hajizi is definitely one of the highest KDA players that we have so far in the league with 8.96. That is just a beast of a score. And very, very close competitors are, of course, we're talking about top KDA. We're talking about the first to 200 kills.
Yes.
We are, Hajizi is part of that conversation, absolutely.
I think that Hajizi is the first, when it comes to the actual KDA, it's the first. Obviously, the run that Omega did in their past 4 series, actually. Oh, no, past 5. Do you know that Omega is on a 10-game win streak?
10 games?
10-game win streak.
Not 4 games. I thought they were on like 2 weeks.
They are in a 10-game
10-game streak.
So that's
Oh my
really
gosh.
amazing to see. And how can you stop these guys? And on there. Because here's the thing, they had an easier path to recovery. After their losing skid, they had a losing stump. And then they had a chance to face against Blue Fire, against NXP, the teams that are in the bottom side. I mean, BSB as well, right? So they were warranted their 2-0-2-0s. They had a nice run against the Bren Esports as well, and that's a big confidence boost for the team. And now they are on a 10-game series win. So I think that really bolstered their point here.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why they're catching up with Bren very easily with the points, right? And
Exactly.
After beating one of their biggest rivals, which is Bren Esports, everyone else just seemed a lot easier, I guess, for them.
Yeah,
that's
true.
what it looked like.
Honestly, for Onic PH, I think that their next competitor might just be Onic PH, honestly.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at
This
the
is it.
head-to-head, and we'll try to see if we can talk about that even more in this regard. Because right now, average kills per game are obviously leading for Onic, but everything else looking better for Omega here.
Wow. But you know what? Omega is a team that has very low kill scores, honestly. I wonder what their kill average is as a team. So
Probably,
KD average is 5.27, but then this is not telling of how much kills you have because you also have assists and deaths. But honestly, I think that Omega is a team with very low kill scores.
Yeah, they don't
average.
need it that much.
Because they are very good when
Right?
it comes to their strategies, and that is very much commendable. You know what? As much as it's not that as explosive, for their teams, I love teams that are very methodical in their approach. It just makes watching Mobile Legends so eye candy, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Because you don't need to rely too much on like explosive legendaries or killing sprees or getting that maniac or that savage. You just go and get the gold by just getting what matters in the game, which is of course the objectives and as well as of course the big Lord Turtle takes.
Okay. Now I would just say that Onic PH, it's not the stats that make them really good, honestly. Because when you look at how they play, they're kind of all over the place. Onic PH is a team that makes a lot of mistakes, but Onic PH is also a team that knows how to fix them. And Onic PH is also a team that's methodical in a way. It's just that when it comes to Omega, they're more flawless when it comes to executing their strategies, at least in the MPL-PH Season 6.
Yeah, for sure. And Yaknu and Toshi here on the player head-to-head shows that you don't need a very, very high like MVP count to matter, right? In the and Toshi just does his job as a fighter with a 5.10 KDA. That is actually saying something that you don't need to always be the star player and get that MVP. Just do your job
100%.
and it works for your team. You get ahead on the points, you get ahead on the standings. And in the end of the day, that is what matters.
Toshi is also one of the most improved players of the season. Yaknu is Yaknu. He's always been good. And I think that probably there's a little bit of I mean, there was a glory time for Yaknu maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago when he was playing the Alice. But for the last week's performance of Yaknu, this was really a little bit of a question mark in there. But then I was able to talk to some of their players, and it seems like their idea is Yaknu just got baited by their opponents. It's not about him making the mistake. It's about their opponents forcing him to make the mistake. And unfortunately, the heroes that were picked by Yaknu were heroes that have little room for error.
Right.
Particularly Roger, right?
Yeah, once you go all in, there's no going back. There's no safety net aside from a flicker, which if you're a Roger, you don't have that option. You have retribution.
You need the retribution.
Right? You like and pounce into an enemy, and if it's correct, there you go. You get the kill. But if not, more often than not, you just don't end up getting away.
So again, for Omega, no change is the best way for them. But for Onic PH, they have been trying different stuff, like having that designated jungler, right? I wonder if they will continue with it this time.
I know that's a very interesting proposition because we have a lot of teams probably have tested this. The patch itself, if you read the patch notes, it just makes so much sense. It makes so much sense to have someone dedicated on the junglers to just keep going and keep getting all that gold, use the retribution, stay in there until mid game. but no teams are doing it. They are very reluctant to do so.
Well, they did. A lot of teams actually tried it, but they weren't successful. And
Yeah.
Omega showed us in the previous week that it's not about that. It's a dedicated jungler does not exist because it's just a 3 minutes in. However, I want to say that was a prediction of mine. Remember when we were doing the podcasts and
Right.
I had the prediction wherein we will have designated jungler, and I kind of just after watching the first week of the project Next, I did a big face palm.
Yeah.
I just realized that the idea of a dedicated jungler just will be successful only if there's no way to stop him from taking the jungle, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there are so many ways to stop the jungle.
Yeah, we saw that last series. Like,
Yes.
Eson literally picked the Jawhead all game long. He camped a bush.
Yeah.
He camped the bushes near the jungle of the enemy, and if you had a dedicated jungler who fought that, who was all alone, he would die. He would
Yes.
not only get his buff denied and reset, that jungler would actually die to the pressure of a Jawhead or a Hilda.
Yeah.
So, dedicated junglers are definitely going to be a thing of the past here, but you know what? I still have my hopes up that maybe some new innovation is going to pop up here on Pro Scene.
Ah, man. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Just want to say, though, that I expect side of Omega to be, in a way, keeping with what they were doing in the past weeks. But at the same time, they might bring a different flavor this time. Because even if we're saying that this is Omega in a good streak, this is still Onic PH.
That's true.
I think, honestly, for Onic PH, they just need to wake up. There's not much problem about how they think that the game will be, but it's just that during those times wherein they are put in a bad spot, it kind of feels like they lose those matches. But when they find their groove, Onic PH, they know how to dominate.
Yeah.
They definitely have it in them, right?
And the big part of the strategy in pro play is to not keep repeating the same things over and over again. You have to also mix it up, or else your enemy will be able to get a good read of what you're doing.
Yes.
I mean, even if you play it, if you play a set of heroes, like 5 heroes, their maximum potential, if the enemy team can come up with something new, and just take you out of your rhythm, usually that would spell the end. So as the team who is the team to beat here, I think, which is Omega, the ones on the win streak, you need to kind of shake up your lineup eventually. And
That's right.
I think it's prime time for them to do so.
That's right.
Coming near the end of the season.
Whew, well, a lot of good stuff that we can expect from both of these teams, as we know that they are really competitive. I
For
also
sure.
would want to look at the draft in this game because of the fact that these teams are good when it comes to drafting at all. All right. So actually, one of the most impressive stuff that I saw during the season is how well the coaches like Bonchan as well as Dale and Ducky draft. This is not about just the final lineup that they produce. It's the order of picks that they do it with. And Omega, Blacklist, and Brain Esports are the masters of that. I can honestly say that Onic PH, their drafting pattern isn't that well. It's just that the lineup that they produce is good. But for the side of Omega, I love how they order their picks. Like they put their slot in. So
yeah, that's something that we haven't actually seen from Omega, right? For them to make a big drafting mistake. I think that happened like
rarely.
Very rarely. Like 3 weeks ago, I would remember they did so. They were drafting poorly.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're usually flawless on
they
the
are.
draft. Like usually, if they leave the carry to the last rotation, they would make sure that the enemy team is also in that very difficult situation.
They're so good when it comes like picking an OP hero, forcing their opponents to counter that hero, and then all of a sudden they have this very good pick that makes a lot of sense in the air.
Yep. Speaking of picks, let's go into draft here for Omega and Onic PH. We will see a lot of the anti-junglers, the anti-invaders. The bans there are obviously just there. They're removing Natalia, Hilda, and Jawhead, respectively, the biggest headaches in the jungle at the moment.
I want to see if the Cho is going to be picked up here by the side. Oh, sorry, banned by Onic PH. It's one of the comfort picks of the side of Onic PH. Or perhaps the Selena pick from Omega is also threatening. I think
Oh
Hayes
my
is...
god, that is so threatening. I know. I mean, Cho is scary to be left open, but at the same time, you can't give away the Selena.
Yeah.
So you have no choice but to ban it, I think.
And then this is a tight predicament for Onic PH. Are they gonna ban out the Selena, or are they gonna get the Cho?
I would really love it
or
if they
a
banned it
Farsa,
out.
right? So
Yeah.
I think the Selena ban makes more sense. No, against Omega.
Just go ahead and do it, right? Selena ban. I mean, I don't know why they're thinking so much about it.
I want to see you like how.
There you go.
How important is this Natalia ban from Omega? Why did they first ban it?
Well, to be honest, Jay played it very well.
Well,
Even
so
in the games that they looked like they were losing.
Yeah, I guess.
Right?
I guess that's a good respect ban for Omega. How about Thams? Thams is not picked or banned. Not banned, I mean.
That's an insta lock there for Omega, right? You have to
think
get
so.
that Thams.
But there's so many instant locks now. I mean, you have the Cho, you have Ruby, and you have
Khalid.
Thams.
Oh,
Khalid!
Khalid.
Khalid is not banned.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. There's a lot of open stuff actually for both teams.
I guess both teams are a bit happy about this, but no
There
Khalid,
is.
no Thams. They go for Ruby.
Yep.
Wow.
But
Okay.
You're giving the most comfortable hero for Onic PH, man. This is really good for them. So you
There
go
you go.
Khalid and this Thams. My
The two
goodness.
options, the two first pick options of Omega just got picked up by Onic PH here.
Is
How
the-
confident are Omega with this?
Well, at least they can secure the Cho and the Farsa. So they're also comfortable with that. And I love the trade-offs that really is happening here for Onic PH.
Always something for something, not something for nothing.
Yeah, that's why I like it when teams both of them are not banning the OP heroes just to ban them out. So there's Cho and Roger.
At least they're in agreement with this one. The Cho is definitely something that Omega loves to pick. So many players of Omega can actually opt into this Cho in different roles. So props to Omega for getting that pickup, and the early take on the Roger is very telling as well.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that Onic can do against this. This lineup is great for a Valier. I don't know if Oh My Venus is comfortable with picking a Valier here.
Oh yeah, Valier would be good.
Yeah, there's no way that the Ruby and the Roger can play well if there's a Valier nearby.
Okay, so standard Onic PH draft, absolutely. I love the comfort that they put in the Yi Sun Jin. Maybe the only thing that I'm afraid of for Onic PH is that this is Roger. And Roger can match up well against Yi Sun Jin. Now, you're talking about Valier. I think that is a valid ban for Onic PH. Unless they will try to get it, right? So now, for Onic PH, you ban both Farsa and Valier or Chang'e.
Yeah.
And then pick up one of those three. So you have two bans. Pick up the other one and then just leave it for open.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think you just ban Valier now for Onic PH.
Yeah, there's just a lot. There's like, if you pick it up, it's going to be so difficult for Onic PH because Oh My Venus can play that well. I'm pretty sure it has a high win rate.
That's right.
But Oh My Venus is just so flexible as well with these picks. I don't know. I'm pretty sure even with those free, there's still something that Oh My Venus, it's something else that Oh My Venus is going to pick up.
That's right.
So
there it is, Valier.
Valier ban. Right on cue there for Onic PH. So expect a lot more of the supports to be banned out, and as usual, supports are the last pick for Onic PH. No surprise there.
Honestly, for Omega, you ban Farsa. You don't want to give the Farsa to Onic PH. It's really strong.
Farsa.
Okay.
I don't know. Farsa is just good overall right now. Like still one of the best supports. And Lo Yi is starting to make an appearance in some teams. Some teams, not all of them.
Particularly Execration, right?
Particularly Execration. High success rate on that hero. So and it also makes for a good show. Lo Yi just makes for a good show. Like random killings happening on the map because of that hero.
Okay, so for Onic PH, their answer. I want to see them ban. Okay, so here's the thing. They can opt to not ban the Farsa. Maybe something like Kagura or Chang'e. I think Chang'e makes a lot of sense when it comes to the ban. Because what will happen now is that they'll have the first pick of the second phase. That gives them the chance to get the Farsa for their team. But instead they ban Alice. Alice was also good.
Makes sense because they're kind of still missing a laner. I think this show is not gonna be like an off laner. Possibly similar to what Jay does with the show, right? That's still a big possibility. Although I would really like to see Hayes play it. Obviously, that's not gonna happen. I think.
Nice Changuban.
Nice Changuban, and here we go.
What if Onic PH picks up something like Kufra now, or
man, Kufra's
or maybe something like Baksha or Hylos, since it might. So they first, I mean, we did expect this, anyways.
Yeah, there seems to be a gentleman's agreement between the teams to not ban out tanks at this point.
Yeah,
they're leaving it at least for last pick, but you know, I like the Kufras not getting touched. There's still always a possibility that Kagura, as you mentioned, beautifully picked here by Omega. No need for a dedicated tank when you have some of the beefiest frontliners in the game.
Onic PH, what are they gonna ban? What are they going to pick? But we need a little bit of a flavorful pick now, because I think that Onic PH can opt to go for a tank support Khalid, and then get another side lane for Iaknu this time.
Yeah, that's an option, right? That's an option. A lot of teams have opted into the tank support Khalid. And that's also a reason why Khalid is just banned out a lot. Like, I'm surprised Khalid got through today. Because yesterday, there was just no way you were picking a Khalid without, you know.
How about something like a Masha, or something weird like a Masha for Onic PH, right? It's Popolin Koopa.
Okay, a little weird, but not out of character here for Onic PH at all.
Okay, so this is your way of bullying the Roger for sure.
Yeah,
I like the bullies of Onic PH, whether it be the Popolin Koopa plus the Farsa. It's really strong. They have good catch against the Cho as well, so that could be true. Maybe the only problem that I have with Onic PH is that the matchup of the Roger against the Yisun Shin in the early stages is not that good.
Yep.
But overall, man, I think that they have good security when it comes to the farm of this Yisun Shin.
I think so. There's just no way that they can, like, destroy the farm completely unless they are risking something, because this is a super short-range composition for Omega, right? All of this is short-range, and all of it can actually be damaged very easily by the Popolin Koopa, by the Farsa, by Yisun Shin on range.
Yeah.
Very well, very easily. So there's a good counterplay here for Onic PH, but I would say Omega, they want to dominate early on with this lineup. Early to mid-game, they will be on point for the team fights. And they even have good scaling.
They have wonderful scaling, honestly.
Yeah.
So, is this gonna be the classic early game based lineup versus the late game lineup? Oh, maybe we'll see. I just wish that Onic PH will be able to last the aggressiveness that Omega can have, so that we will see that mid-game clashes very strongly for both teams.
We're talking about early game aggression. You know what? Popolin Koopa is a great hero to do it. Just throw out that unit, additional tanky unit in front, then soak up damage. You know, you got that early game locked in. As long as Jay can pilot it properly, it should be fine.
Wonderful laning stage presence as well from Onic PH. Perhaps the weak lane that they have is this Khalid versus the Yuzong, but it's not even weak. It's an even matchup. Thams versus Ruby top lane. I would 100% bet it on the Thams. Not unless Dilar makes a big mistake, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think the reason why they first picked the Ruby as well is because Dilar just plays such a good Ruby. But the thing is, if you play it well, it should be no problem dealing with it as well.
So nice control.
Yeah, and good controlling, good zoning as well by Oh My Venus, making sure that there is no lack of damage in that mid lane. And as I was saying, you know, if you're Dilar, you know how to play the Ruby well. You should be able to know how to play against it.
No, look at the rotation of the Onic PH squad. They're already being aggressive into the top lane, while the Yisun Shin is left for defend for his own. And yeah, the fact that you are bullying the gold laner for the opposite team means that you're gonna be able to push here. Look at this.
Oh, wow,
Ruby cannot defend, and they can get so much gold. 93, dialing it all in, and the Onic PH take a little bit of a lead when it comes to the early stages. Dilar.
Oh boy.
Be careful, Dilar. Oh
yep,
my.
no kick available, but definitely Jeet Kundo is on the way with Haze as well.
Zigzagging.
No ultimates available. I think that might have been too much of a distance from Wise. Wise might have been playing too safe.
Yeah.
He was full HP, he had the buff, but he was not willing to go in case there was someone hiding in the bush, right? They don't have vision, so they don't know that was a 2v2. Only a 2v2. I don't blame Onic for that.
Yeah. they did force out Sam. Because here's the thing, yeah, surely your carry, your side laner died, but your carry is having a swell time here into the top lane while the Thams is gonna transfer into the mid lane. I can see Wise is gonna be taking advantage of this gold lane in the top lane, right?
Absolutely. I think the only thing they're missing is their Omega's last hitting better.
Yeah.
Sorry, small
perhaps,
things I'm noticing.
perhaps.
The small things matter here in this matchup though. Jay, wrong place at the wrong time. There's not even enough damage output for Oh My Venus to help. Khaled's diving in on the back foot though.
Okay.
So I think everyone's just backing off.
Wow, okay. So they were fended off by that Khaled movement. 1 versus 4.
All right, surprisingly enough, I mean, that's just power of the Khaled in the early game as well. Collar and Furlough used by Dilar already. I think they're thinking, you know what, we already popped it. Let's go ahead and get a Turtle for our efforts.
Let's see what they can do about it. Cortese is prepping up the ultimate, but they are far too late. I guess the fact that this Yisuchi is so farm is already.
So much farm. Here's a Raging Sandstorm under the tower here. Being kicked off by Hayes. That Calgren's going down. Dilar with the double kill here on the Famas. And where is the backup here?
Oh, that's weird. Yakno kind of had a little bit of overextension in there, but he still went in to get the kill.
Yep. To be honest, it's not out of character for me anymore. It's like, yeah, Yakno does that sometimes.
Do you know that the best hero for Wise is the YSS?
Wise SS?
The YSS. No, if you pronounce YSS, it's like wise because it's Y plural.
Wise.
Wise.
Yeah,
right?
good one, good one.
Right.
I never really thought about that. It sounds great. So I hope Wise picks that up.
Those are the things that I think about when we have our long road trips, man.
Yeah, that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
We'll have that later as well. So right now it's gonna be a Gillette instant replay on that pick off in the mid lane. Once more, beautifully done by Onic using the routing from that Farsa to get into the fight.
I understand why Onic PH made that play, and I think that they were rewarded for it. Because again, still get the turret pushes, and now they're leading against Omega with the kills that being even when being down to 1 kill. This is because of the turrets that they were able to take. The turret shields that they were able to take, as well as the turtle.
Yeah, massive amounts of gold out of nowhere, basically out of thin air.
Yes.
Right? So beautifully done here for Onic PH, getting to the objectives first, knowing that Omega probably is not going to be able to contest, and that they have massive range.
Yeah.
Like, you know what's beautiful about Onyx lineup? You have 2 routes from a massive distance, from a very, very long distance. Popoling Koopa and the Farsa. And if Omega keeps going in 1 by 1, 2 by 2, there's no way they can counter that.
Yes.
Distance is a thing.
They need to really commit to whatever it is that they're thinking about.
Like right now, they try to go for Wise. But again, the roots, the roots are real.
YSS. But look at this. The Kagura is going to be able to take the turtle.
Going in deep here, and Onic are so confident with the play. And they got everything they wanted, but of course there's still some resistance coming in from Omega's side. Toshi in a very bad spot. Force a flicker out near Venus, and the ultimate not going to be hitting anything. This buff is going to be their next consolation prize.
I'd say that Omega really got a nice trade in there.
Yep, here's another one for Onic PH though. Cortese cannot sustain against 3 heroes and a dog here for Onic PH.
Oh my god.
And
I wonder if Omega's thinking, why did we trade the Ruby for the Khaled? Why did we give the Khaled? The Khaled's just so strong.
Yep. And speaking of strong, that strong wave clear coming from Onic here. That's just, I think the draft just went all over in favor of Onic PH in the early game. I was thinking Omega would have it, but man, apparently range is a big deal when you're trying to stay in the lane for a long time.
Oh my god. I kind of makes me think that Omega is really confident with their skill level, but unfortunately the trades that they're doing are that good.
And Onic is so excited to go for those big fights right away, maximizing that Khaled Raging Sandstorm, and of course the range being afforded to them by their lineup. There's just no outplay coming from Omega right now. They're waiting for their tanky members to get tankier, and even the Toshi playing on that Ruby, it's a lot different the way Dilar plays it.
So this is the problem I see from Omega. Sometimes they are too much of specialists, right? Because 100% sure you're gonna say, no, it's okay. Toshi, you take the Ruby. You can outplay him, no matter what happens. But then again, you're playing against Onic, and Onic knows how to use these OP heroes to their advantage. And now they're gonna commit on the Dilar. They're just frantically walks away from there. And all of a sudden, your big ultimate's is down. Right?
Big ultimate's being used for nothing, and that was during a time where the turtle is up. So that's the second turtle going over to Onic PH. I think Omega got the second one, right? So this is the third turtle of the game. I would like to see more of this. I want to see more drafts like this, like not the all-in super greedy drafts.
Yeah.
Just go for a balanced draft with a lot of hard crowd control.
Yeah.
It works well, especially for a lineup that is basically all melee.
Dilar being a thorn in the chest of Omega. Unfortunately for himself, he will not be able to stop that movement. Is this... Wait. Am I seeing a cursed helmet animation or something for Dilar?
It does, it is. I think it is like a Molten Core or Cursed Helmet at this point. Very tanky, very good amount of damage output, especially with Cotter Inferno in that lineup. So, Omega is now being pushed back into their jungle. A lot of their turrets are starting to fall.
Absolutely. Now they're trying to go for the top lane defense, but very good heads-up ultimate coming out from the Yi Sun-shin, by the way.
Yep, just to get that info, right? Yeah, get a lot of that info and then get straight into that tower without any fights.
Yeah.
Which is usually the way the Omega plays, but now Onic is kind of going into that mindset. Let's go for towers. We don't need to fight right away, especially right now, where we have a pretty good lead. Just make sure no one dies, and make sure you can get pickups like this. Zoning Raging Sandstorm from Iaknu right there.
Yep.
Beautifully done, and I think they can keep going here.
Definitely can now.
Dragon form.
Oh.
Here we go again. Enter the fights. The dragon is still not going down in the middle of everything. Corteezy, you beast, you on the Yi Sun-shin, procking the ultimates like there's no tomorrow. And his HP just keeps going up and up and up into the Onic PH lineup. Whoa, look at that.
Never sleep on the Yuzong, I guess.
Never sleep on the Yuzong.
Oh, well, here's the thing. Omega had the best scenario for themselves. It wouldn't have been a good fight for Omega if not for the fact that Onic PH are already clumped up, right? Because they're in that spot. And not only were they clumped up, they were against the wall. So there's no going back for them. They were pinned against the wall. There's the ultimate from the Yuzhong. There's the Yin-Yang overturn. And it all made sense in the end. And honestly, for Onic PH, their lineup is squishy. If they're not able to outplay their opponents, they are going to lose the fights. And that's exactly what happened in there. I think that Onic PH didn't lose much, however. But that it's a ray of hope for Omega. I hope that Omega learns from that. I hope that they keep on doing those kinds of engagements against Onic PH because that is where they flourish.
Yeah, that's exactly the amount of spacing, right? The timing where you go in with the Yuzhong, where the Yuzhong is not going to be your target. It's not the primary focus of the fight. It is basically just going to be a second thought for Onic. And that's exactly what happened. That's why there was an opening. And despite the amount of gold lead that Onic had, the amount of items, and they were happy with just taking towers and pushing, Omega was like, you can't keep doing that. You have to suffer some consequences. And that is, I think, exactly what happened there. They took their eyes off the Yuzhong for a few moments,
Yeah.
And he was given a pretty good entrance. Yeah. A great entrance.
I wonder if the Deadly Blade can control that against the Yuzhong. Do you? I'm sure that it kind of affects it a little bit, but there's something in me that says that regeneration from the Sha essence, or
I don't think it's I don't think it's like counted as lifesteal. That's what you're thinking.
Is it? I don't think it's because that's what I feel. It might not be counted as a lifesteal. So. What is the solution now if you're against the Yuzhong? Is it that's a Durance or
basically just hold him?
Well, that's also true.
That's just the only thing.
That is actually true, man.
Just keep him on the ground, which is very difficult at this point.
Yeah, that's
especially when you need to use these skills to control the Roger. You're already spending so much crowd control in keeping the Roger down. I think it's just difficult. Here we go on the Gillette instant replay,
so
where
the timing, man.
Yeah, the timing when the Yuzhong goes in, there was just like everyone was in the wrong position. Dilar can't really join the fights. He even used the flicker to go in.
I like that they were able to peel the lineup of Onic PH. Now the question is, how much did they get out of that? Onic PH is still on the lead. That's one. So, if you are Onic PH, you definitely learned your lesson. Do not fight like that. That's basically the only chance that Omega can win against you when it comes to those team fights. So, I guess for the side of Onic PH, it's one thing that they should now think about.
Yeah, looking at the lineup here, it feels like the goal lead didn't decrease that much. I think Omega kind of did not capitalize too well into that
I
win.
can't blame them for that, honestly.
You still have to play safe, even if you get like a very big kill like that, or a very big take like that. So I don't know.
Man, only one turret down from Omega. I am really liking the fact that Onic PH were able to secure the far side, because it just means that they're able to facilitate for Wise to be successful in these engagements. Oh, Yaknu, there it is.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, that's a great way to get that game going. Toshi's already out, and this Lord is very much vulnerable to the attack power of Wise, as well as Dilar.
What's weird about the Ruby, it's great in 1v3 or 1v2s, but in 1v1s, Khalid is king.
Yeah, for sure. There's just no way that you can outscale a Khalid at this point in terms of damage output with that Desert Tornado.
There it is. Oh, Heath isolated, man.
Oh boy, they want to go for the fights. Yaknu this time around, he's very much willing and confident. There's no one to cancel that except for that knockup. But here's a bigger one. A Raging Sandstorm once more into the...
Oh my god.
Into the Zhong. And now it's going on the hunt for that marksman. Under the... Making use of that... Can you analyze that, man?
Man, that wall play from Wise, that's really Wise, right? However, I think Onic PH still lost that badly. I don't think that they should be chasing the Yuzhong, let alone just minding the Yuzhong at this point as Kagura guns down.
Yep, Omega, they just don't care that they're low. They will keep going. I mean, losing the Lord is one thing, but again, riding off the advantage is another. And that's something that Onic PH failed to follow up on.
Yeah, they get carried away so easily, Onic PH. There it is, the Molten Core, just for the Thams, and a full Cursed Helmet for this Poplin Koopa. Deadly Blade casually picked up by Dilar as well. So here's the thing, if Dilar isn't present in the fights with this Deadly Blade, and Durance obviously is not yet available for Venus, that's when they know that they cannot fight against the Yuzhong.
Exactly. So definitely you just need that Necklace of Durance first for Farce. I'm not even sure why Venus didn't pick it up first. He wanted this damage spike, I think. But you really should. You really should just get the Durance right away as soon as possible at this lineup.
Yeah. One thing that I can say though, Onic PH is not even a timer at this point. They can actually prolong this game. They have the luxury. They have the Farsa to clear the waves. If they do get the Durance of the Farsa, that's amazing. You can go see Halberd on the Thams and you're already great. And then, there it is, the Durance. I think you pick up the Kiras on all of your heroes, or at least 2 of your heroes, then get the dominant size. That way, the presence of this Yuzhong as well as this Roger isn't that felt anymore. So honestly, we're talking about scaling, right? Naturally scaling heroes from Onic PH. Not only that, the lineup, the heroes are just good when it comes to the itemizations, right?
Yeah, the thing is, it's also true for the side of Omega.
Oh,
like get the Kiras from 2 heroes and the Dominance Ice. That the damage from Yaknu and the damage from Yisan Shin for Wise is just, it's not going to be as pronounced.
Yep.
So I think both teams have a pretty good late game fight.
Yeah.
I think it's even better for Omega because the scaling is just so much better for their lineup. But because of that, Onic, they're going to speed it up a little bit more.
Yep.
Speed it up into the invades, get the buffs as much as you can, although they're having a hard time denying the buffs from Hajizi. Rest of Dilar though, he doesn't mind. He's going to try to go for it anyway. They hunt down Heath, Raging Sandstorm into this guy, and he's able to get out just in time. Ruby is still in the middle of everything. They're able to defend. They're able to stop all the momentum that's coming into their faces. Onic PH though, that was a nice try for them.
Nice try indeed, but even better was that There's that pullback from the Ruby.
Like right now, he does it one more time, but the follow-up damage is nowhere to be found.
The dragon.
It's flying here into Wise, straight into his face, and all of the skills gonna be hitting onto Wise. Damage is now greatly reduced for Onic PH.
Curtisi popping that vengeance as well. Now he's being chased down. Still surviving. Finally goes down. But this is a 3 versus 2 situation. Toshi low.
Very, very low.
Okay.
Still very close here. Man, this game is on a seesaw, my friend.
Okay, so it seems like the Ruby is gonna flourish when it comes to the scaling potential, just because of the impact of that pullback.
Yeah,
right?
and the spell vamp on all the skills just
that's
makes
also
him
true.
so much more sustainable after a big skill.
Definitely a Lord take now for Omega. Not the fastest, but the fact that they have man advantage really prompts them to do it.
Yeah,
Dilar in trouble!
Be good. Dilar's very low. Conrad and Inferno cannot save him that time. And now there's not really anyone to be found here. A random pick off by Wise out of nowhere gives Onic a chance to stop the advance.
They didn't have the right to defend that Lord anymore, but with that ultimate from Wise, all of a sudden, it's an even playing field.
Literally one Mountain Shocker made that defense for Onic on that Lord area. That is just funny. He got a kill.
Yeah, Dilar. I think the idea for Dilar is just to prolong it, and I respect that. I think for now, Onic PH, they're feeling not much confident. And I also love that they have double hoverboards, by the way.
Yep, they just keep flying everywhere. You know, that's just.
Oh man,
that's just the future.
Curtisi, if Omega brings this back, I honestly would vote for Curtisi as the MVP of the match.
That is just something that you cannot really, you don't usually see that anymore. Before you saw a lot of Yuzhong counters, you saw a lot of Yuzhong comebacks, but it's very rare these days. So if he can pull it off, he's going to be an absolute MVP for sure.
Man, Hajiz is 3-0-6. That's also amazing to look at, man. You see the control of this guy. Now they want to go for heat.
Yep, another big one here. Great Raging Sandstorm on the right target. But the follow-up is nowhere to be found. And Iaknu suffers for it. Where were other Onic PH members there when they needed it the most? That was a miscom.
Miscom, definitely. They already. That's also weird that they went for the Cho. A Cho tank is really hard to get.
Yeah, that's like the easiest one to dodge
Oh,
out.
hey!
Oh my god!
What?
What a rare misplay by Hayes there. You don't see that a lot, and now they are going to suffer for it.
Oh no! That's terrible, but in comes the Yuzhong. Can Curtisi do this?
Curtisi, he's going to try to make up for that lacking. They are a man down. People from Omega are actually low. Only Kurt is full. Only one ready to go for the fight, and they made a pretty grave error. Although the Onic PH is taking their time on this Lord.
The next error there was they used the ultimate of the Yuzhong, and now Onic PH are feeling confident with this. However, nice defense from Omega. They're also were able to shove the waves, and now the reset on the Lord. Toshi in trouble. Another. What is the problem with this brush?
What is they don't want to check it.
What?
They don't want to check that brush.
What is in there, Omega? Are you looking for the trophy in there? Because it's not there. Only death is there.
Yeah, they just keep going one guy at a time. It's just
they get lured to that bush, and I can't believe it. What is happening there? And maybe they're looking for Coach Dale in there, but Coach Dale isn't there, man.
He's not there, man. He's not there. I don't know.
What's that?
They're trying to see if they can catch Wise. That's all, right? They're hoping for a random Yi Sanshin in the bush.
Man.
But at this point, man, Onic PH is just positioning themselves a lot better this time around. And now, Omega, they are on the back foot still, but they look like they're going to have a harder time to win in this next team fight.
Oh, God.
Anti-Cuirass as well, locked in for Wise.
I don't understand what is happening, but... No, I think that having the Anti-Cuirass on
your primary...
normalize getting tanky items on your course.
Right, especially when you're ahead.
Yeah.
Right, so here we go again, once more into the fights here. For Omega, they're looking for that defense. They can't do it in the mid. Let's say they go for top. But even the top lane is going to be very difficult to stop. Dilar with Immortality makes him a very unlikely target. Hajizi clearing up that Lord is going to be enough for them to defend, but at least at least for their base, but the inhibitor towers, they're already gone.
No, Toshi made a miss while Raging Sandstorm in there onto the backside, not hitting everybody, but it's okay. I think Onic PH is still bullying Omega at this
They did
point.
that for the zone right there, and it worked very, very well. Dilar gets up a kill, another one for Hajizi. He's low, he's forced back. It's an opening. They could go for it. They have the minions, and Onic PH, they can take this. It's half HP, and they will finish against Omega. The game streak for Omega is over.
It took a lot of being relentless. In the intro, Onic PH are taken as the relentless Avengers.
Okay.
And
Oh my
man,
gosh.
Onic PH that was amazing.
That was amazing.
Then again, I want to say Omega made a lot of misplays, but Onic PH, they also played well. Start of the game until the end. They minimized their mistakes as well, and that's one thing that we have to recognize for Onic PH. I also love that even after that very close victory, they're still discussing and everything because they know that they also made some mistakes. Then again, it started with the draft. I don't think that it's an outdraft whatsoever, but it made it look like an Onic PH draft, and that's what we want to happen as much as possible.
Not an outdraft at all.
Not an outdraft at
I have
all.
to say, I said before, like, they had a very powerful draft. Right?
Yes.
Omega had a very powerful draft, but I didn't take into consideration how much that hold, the snares, are gonna affect the gameplay of Omega here. They're having a hard time checking bushes, like as you saw. I mean, they can't check bushes. They cannot hold down members.
Yeah.
And they cannot go near the necessary members because every time they try to go near, Popo and Kuba's right there.
Yeah.
So anyway, before we get into that, we're excited for the next game. Let's throw it to our solo analyst spotters.
And to be honest, I cannot ask for a better game than this para sa Onic versus Omega. There are a lot of intricacies. Pag-usapan natin mamaya yung mga certain requirements nila, but now let's check the items first. Okay, so if you think about this, si Kurt dito in a way didn't really focus on getting yung damage items kasi may damage output naman siya and he knows that he can be a bully dun sa mga members to the side ng Onic PH, and what he needs to do is to get into the backline. So yun nga yung sinasabi natin dito, Kurt really did a great job into controlling anything na nangyari dito para sa game na to. This is probably para sa akin his best game on the Yuzhong. He knew what to do. And surprisingly, Heath dito, yung pagiging Mr. Consistent niya didn't really show. He was put in a spot na napakahirap talaga. Pero bago natin pag-usapan yan, punta tayo doon sa may kabila. Ano nga ba yung nagpahirap dito para kay Heath? There are a lot of things na nangyari para sa kanya. There are the Deadly Blades, and there is the positioning na nakuha pa ni Oh My Venus into scaling fast. So there are a lot of things na hindi talaga pumanig kay Heath, and that really costed him yung mga, alam mo yung mga little pick-offs na nangyari sa kanya. And think about it. Oh My Venus, kapag tinamaan niya ng skills dito si Heath, that could mean na matatamaan siya ng stun, and that could mean na matatanggal na siya. Especially Jay as well, isang kagat lang or one knock-up lang doon sa kay Popol and Kupa could mean Heath going down. And tatandaan natin, Heath only has one Shunpo. So there are a lot of things na kailangan i-consider dito ng isang OMG Heath kapag gumagamit siya ng show sa mga ganitong lineup. Okay, let's head on to the post-match stats. Pag-usapan natin dito kung ano nga ba talaga ang nangyari at ano nga ba talaga ang checklist netong dalawang team na to. For the side of Omega, na-realize nila na yung lineup dito na ginawa ng Onic PH, sabihin natin, ito si YSS, etong tatlo at this point, they are going to separate the lanes. And papansinin natin dito kung paano nila binabackupan etong dalawang to, yung Dilar Iyakno connection. Once na papansin dito ni Venus o ni Jay na may nangyayari dito sa dalawang to, they would go there and they will equalize the lane. Okay, so once they do that, medyo nagkakaroon ng emphasis dito into Wise getting free farm kasi nga yung dalawa or yung mga tao sa Omega, they actually react a bit dun sa ginagawa nila, not letting Onic push din kasi tatandaan natin, these two are very good at zoning, especially Oh My Venus at level 4. So, kung papansinin nyo the poke composition na ginawa dito ng Onic PH, if you look at on the other side dito, they have a couple of hard engage, pero may isang requirement na kailangan dito yung Omega para manalo sila sa game na to. kailangan ilagay nila yung tao nila mismo dun sa may loob ng backline ng Onic. So what happens is kapag hindi buo ang loob ng Omega in terms of going to the backline, that means napapunish lang dito si Yuzhong, napapunish lang si Ruby, si Heath napapunish lang din, and there are a lot of things na ma-offset dito yung engage capability ng side ng Omega. So what they did, they become very patient, and actually may mga onting clips ako dun sa highlights na gusto ipakita sa inyo that really showed na this is a very high-level game. Both of the teams knew what they wanted to do, kung ano yung mga requirements nila para manalo. So let's head on dito sa ating smart highlights of the game. And as you can see, they get first blood dito, and that was a really good answer for the side of Omega na pinuntahan nila yung pagiging aggressive dito ng ni Dilar. But then again, look at this. Kapag hindi talaga naaabot yung backline ng side ng Onic, there is most certainly going to be 2 kills or 3 kills onto the side of Omega just because of the sheer range na meron dito yung side ng Onic PH. And kung titignan mo dito, yung pacing neto, and this is one of the fights na nanalo yung side ng Omega. It's because nakaabot si Kurt dun sa may likod, dun sa may backline. At nagalit si Kaido kasi, si Kaido, yung Dragon, umabot dun hanggang dulo. And it really costed them that fight. And look at this, look at the punish. Nung sinusubukan nila i-take down tong si Kurt Z, nung nakita niya na yung vengeance na region siya, ang ginawa nila, nag-turn sila, and they went for the chase. They got wise, and tatandaan natin, si YSS only has one dash. So it's really hard to get away from the Yuzhong ng basta-basta. So you really have to look at this. Magdadash siya, but meron pang isang talon dito. Etong si Kaido, si Yuzhong. So there are a lot of things na pwede talagang mangyari dito onto the side of Onic PH. Pero then again, sila pa rin ang nanalo. They found ways to catch Omega off guard, and yun yung ginalawan ng Onic PH dito. And I would really like to commend Onic PH. That was a very hard spot to go na alam mo yun, para makakomeback. Kasi talagang nahanap na ng Omega yung butas nila kung saan sila papasok eh. And still, you cannot count out etong ating runner-ups nung Season 4 and Season 5. They're still a really strong team right now. And in terms of execution, this is where Onic PH shined. Kumbaga, in terms of decision making, tinapos dito ng Onic PH. In terms of team fight capability, tinapos doon ng side ng Onic PH. And I think Onic PH still has it on their side, yung superior decision making nila pagdating sa mga team fights. Your smart MVP of the game, it's going to be Wise with the Yi Sun Shin. 91k damage dealt. Ang daming nasundot ni Kuya Wise dito sa larong ito. And if you would look at it, man, 428. Grabe yung Mountain Shocker procs niya dito. Medyo tumagal yung laro, and ibig sabihin nun, all that counted. And look at this. He has a defensive item over there, the Antikiras. So, he didn't really want yung mga damage output dito ng kalaban na ma-burst out siya, especially the Queen's Wing. So, there are a lot of damage reduction dito for Wise, and you have to look at this in a way. Kung itong tatlong item na to, yung 4 na item na to, wala na nga siyang boots at this point eh. Kung itong 4 na item na to, nandyan ka, nasa iyo lahat ng damage output, but you don't have this, at ibig sabihin nun, tumutumba ka lang, then that means, itong 4 na to, hindi na rin nagmamatter. So that is it for our smart MVP of the game. High level game. I love it when I see games like those. And because sobrang high level ng game na yon, pakita mo na natin yung QR code ng Onic. Yung sa baba. Yan, support nyo yung Onic PH. Show them your support. Kung hindi ka pa naka-follow sa mga social media pages nila, please do so by scanning that code right there. Pakita rin natin dito yung Omega dahil maganda rin yung performance nila into this series. And you really have to look at that Omega. I think this is going to be a long night for us kasi dun sa game na yon napakita ng dalawang team na alam nila yung gusto nilang gawin sa isa't isa. So let's see who will just make the most out of those requirements. But before that, isang requirement din para sa atin ang magpakita netong giveaway code. Para sa inyo yan. Kasi sumusuporta kayo sa teams, sumusuporta kayo sa MPL, and mahal namin kayo dahil doon. Dahil mahal ko pa kayo, meron pang isa. Yan. May bonus giveaway code pa tayo dito. Hindi ko sasabihin yan, kaya mahaba. Ayan. Screenshot. Okay. At meron pa tayong mythical raffle draw. And pinadali ko na yung buhay nyo. Nilagyan ko na din ng QR code. So, just scan that, join the mythical raffle draw. Remember, ang kakaiba dito sa season na to, sa season 6, is kahit regular season, magpapamigay na rin tayo ng skins sa mythical raffle draw. So, you really have to look at that. Sumali kayo, 5 skins yung nakuha ng 5 magkakaibang tao kahapon. Dahil lang dyan sa draw na yan. So, with that in mind, ang dami ko na nasabi dito. I think it's time to throw it back to our casters para makaabot tayo sa game number 2. I am Butters and binabalik ko na sa mga casters.
Thank you so much, Butters. And of course, that is the breakdown for Onic PH versus Omega Game 1. And you know what? Well deserved for Wise on that MVP. I mean, there were so many times that I feel like Wise should have went down, but it didn't. I mean, he didn't. He was holding steady. Curtese was very adamant by going near him and always just spamming the skills next to him. But he's able to manage to sustain. And again, anti-Kiras on your carries.
Normalize.
You just have to. Just don't go for the full offensive capabilities. And obviously, the most common one that they add is immortality. But sometimes, even if you resurrect right away, you just die instantly anyway because your immortality is not that. It doesn't make you as tanky as other items do, like Dominance Ice. Or at this point, the recently buffed anti-Kiras.
I think it's more about the buffs, honestly. Like, even the Athena Shield is very strong. Also, what I learned from the updates of the Athena Shield as well as the anti-Kiras, it just forces teams to not overload or not double down on either just physical or just magical damage. So normally, like if you imagine in the previous meta that we have, you can have all physical lineup. Like your only magic damage is gonna come from the supports, and then you have 2 fighters and then your carry, right? So that is not rewarded anymore because your enemies can just pick up the anti-Kiras, and all of a sudden, all of your sources of damage will be cut down by 30%, and 30% is actually so much.
Yeah, actually, that is a big deal. Like 30%, it's almost close to half it. It's like so near to half. Not to mention your actual armor. Like you still have that armor on you, the base armor. Then you have additional reduced 30% damage for your enemy. That's like more close to half, cutting it to half.
And then you double it down with the dominant size, and all of a sudden your physical damage reduction is just way up there. I want to say that teams should not really double down on just the magic damage or just the physical damage because they need to respect the fact that that could happen. Now, look at Omega. Respect is real as they banned out that Yi Sun-shin.
Yep, I like it. I like the reaction on that Yi Sun-shin. It's not something that's an overreaction because really, seriously,
it is.
When Omega gets that, they get so much vision.
When Onic,
when Onic gets that, they get so much vision, and not to mention that, you know, Onic just plays well with it, with the damage output. So great ban on that Yi Sun-shin. Still going down hard on the side laners, as usual, in the draw ahead, of course. We still don't want any of those big jungle invades that we usually see.
Okay, this is weird.
Yeah, they're looking at each other in a weird way.
And they were caught by the camera. Right?
Yeah, and it froze there. That was a funny take. Now, next bans most likely can still revolve around some of the heroes. I would still not want to give Pharsa over to Onic because some teams, they kind of just mess around with the Pharsa for wave clear, but Onic really does play into that high damage output hero very, very well.
Oh my. There it is, Uranus as the respect ban. Thumbs is also available, but they go Hilda. So this is a J special.
Obviously, right? That is a very classic hero for J. Not going to be surprised by a lot of invades in the early stages of the game because of this. That's just the way J plays it.
So look at this. Onic PH, they're opening up Cho, Pharsa, Khalid.
Way too many opens.
And Ruby. And they're letting Omega pick. I want Omega to be smart about this. Do not overload on the meta heroes. It will be bad for them.
Yeah, especially that Yu Zhong, which did well. It did well, but man, that was so difficult.
Do not be tempted into taking that Yu Zhong plus Khalid, for example. Do not do that. Or Ruby plus Khalid. So they go Thams Roger.
Okay, that's not bad.
I love it.
Not
It's
bad.
so good.
I mean, that's exactly what a lot of teams are starting to go into, right? I mean, they get a very healthy win rate hero for themselves, which is the FAMs, and they also go for the special, Haji special as well, the Roger.
And the problem I have with this Hilda first pick for Onic PH is that it just makes it so that if they pick the Khalid, it's not an open pick anymore. It's like absolutely a tank Hilda and a side lane Khalid. It's
For
okay.
sure.
It's okay.
It's gonna be a fair fight, I would say, right? It's not like one team got ahead over the other. It's still a fair fight for me, especially this Hilda. That means that Onic is not gonna be playing like they were playing earlier.
But so Khalid
now,
Farsa, I like it.
Speaking of earlier, these are heroes that were picked earlier as well, and they'll be having fun with it. And as I said, they should have banned out the Farsa. I feel like I still stand by that. I feel like Omega might have let that go way too much.
Yep, I agree. I think that them getting the Thams and the Roger is good. I think they closed this early picks with a Cho. So
yeah, go ahead.
Up.
That is not bad. I don't want the Cho to be banned though, right?
But I feel that this Farsa is just too much of a comfort for Onic PH right now. And not only that, it's also one of those OP heroes, right? So it's really good to get it. They go China.
Okay, this is good. They're actually pretty good. Although they could have reserved their support role for later, but running the risk of it getting banned is not something that they want to deal with. And finally, Omega has something with range to add to their table, so it's not going to be as bad as earlier. They're not going to get stuck in a ditch with melee heroes. Finally.
Well, now I like the Lancelot ban, by the way. Cute. It just Lancelot is probably the only threat now for the lineup of Omega when it comes to the carry position. And I wonder what Onic PH will do with this, because they already have the Farsa. Are they gonna pick up the Yuzhong as their last pick? That makes me wonder. Or something like Alice, actually.
The Yuzhong is going to go through for sure. I think at this one, it doesn't make sense to ban the Yuzhong in the later stages of the game when you have so much more to ban.
I think you ban Cho for Onic PH.
Yeah.
And they ban Alice themselves.
Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Again, you don't want to you don't want to have too much of you don't want to deal too much on the magic damage side. And that's that Alice, you can just leave it on the lane for a long time. That's usually one way that Omega won a few of their games.
So they ban out all of the heroes of a wonderful Wise.
A pure Wise ban, almost. Half of the bans, more than half of the bans are focused on the carry role. Not to mention they pick a carry first. That means it's gonna be up to Wise to go back to
nice Ruby ban, I like it. So you forced Omega to pick the Cho.
Yeah, that's a Cho pick, right?
Yeah.
That's all automatically a Cho pick.
Yeah. Won't make sense if it isn't.
Looking for a Wise hero here.
Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking about. How if Omega does pick up the Cho now, I think Harith is not gonna be the choice for Onic PH.
Yeah,
so
not Harith. Please, not Harith.
So as expected,
Let's go for carry, I guess. Yeah, expected on the Cho.
Yeah.
Good call on the Cho.
No,
there's just no choice for them. They have to.
You mentioned the carry. I think I like it here. The lineup of Omega. Helkert.
There you go. We back, boy.
Helkert. Helkert side lanes against the Chang'e makes a lot of sense. It's also good against the Roger.
Yep. Coach would be proud with me if he sees us right now.
Yeah, I know.
Coach would be so proud of us. That's right. The predictions are too easy to make on this game.
So what do you do now if you're Omega? Do you get the...
Oh boy.
I think you get something like Akai, honestly. You're forced to pick up the Akai for Omega.
Yeah, that's going to be an Akai pick. Possibly. Or if not, Hylos or... I'm still looking for... it's either Baksha, Akai, Baksha, or the last pick, one more pick. Let me think about that very well.
I think Baksha is bad.
Yeah, but we just got word that this got
Popol and Koopa
got picked up. So okay, all right, that's fine for me.
Okay, so the thing with Popol and Koopa is that it's a valid answer to the carry because it has got a lot of control, single target control. That's easy to pin down the carry. Also, if you do the Phantom Step, you don't really have the choice, that much choice. I mean, if you're so good, if by the way, who's gonna pick it up? Is it Iakno or is it Wise? Right?
Let's see, because I'm super curious. We're gonna have to resort to our.
Yeah, but anyway, using the Phantom Step, whoever controls it, be it Iakno, be it Wise, he needs to be perfect on targeting because again, the Popol and Koopa can easily just eat up all those light wheels, and all of a sudden your Phantom Step will be up for naught. And I think that this is an interesting answer from Omega. Nevertheless, a scary lineup from Onic PH. Like in the previous game, they had a late game carry. This time, carry himself or herself. And then perhaps the problem is that Farsa for Omega. Having this Farsa available for Onic PH means that Omega will have a lot of problems snowballing against their opponents.
Yeah, and the snowball is something that you just have to deal with at this point. It's going to be very easy to deal with here. No reports as of yet. We are going to have to wait for that to go in. So, Popol and Koopa means that their lineup is a little bit squishy as well, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I don't like it. But what I don't like is the Hellcurt as well. I feel like the Hellcurt might have been an overestimation of their.
It's either just Hellcurt or just carry, right?
Yeah, just one. Pick one. I was thinking, it's bad if they went for Hellcurt because oh my god, Hellcurt carry again. We've seen this like yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday. It was, whew, it was not good. It was not fun to watch. But carry would have been the most logical pick, if not Claude.
Oh.
But I haven't seen Onic Claude that much, so I opted for that carry. So.
It makes a lot of sense against Thams, against Ruby. And in a way, if you get the wind of wind chant, wind of nature against the Roger, you're absolutely going to win against the Roger. So itemization-wise, it's good. Now, the problem I have with having the Hellcurt and... the Hellcurt is your early game presence, I guess.
Yeah, that's
honestly,
their early game.
If you think about it in a way that your Hellcurt is more on the early game and the fact that he can pop the Dark Knight Falls when the clash does happen against the Chang'e, against the massive control of Omega, maybe that's where you find it good. But what really makes me afraid of this is that this is such a difficult draft for Onic PH. They need to be good, right? I mean, Onic PH is good. But they need to be like at the top of their game.
They need to be 100% Onic.
Yeah.
They need to be on it.
They need to be Onic PH today, right?
Yeah, because this lineup is so difficult to just play on your own. Like, I'll just do random stuff with this hero. There are very specific things that they need to do. First, they need to reach level 4 right away for this Hellcurt to work. Because the moment you don't get early assassinations with the Hellcurt, with the Poison Stingers, it falls off very quickly.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Hellcurt carry should not be a thing. Please stop doing that.
Yeah.
And overall, you just want that early game pressure with Farsa and Hellcurt.
Yeah.
Blind them whenever they try to. This is a good combo, right? Feathered Airstrike into the Dark Knight Falls. It's great to secure your Farsa. It makes it hard for the enemy team to react. It makes them hard for the enemy team to go for the Farsa. So, it makes sense.
I agree. No, the Hellcurt being picked up makes a lot of sense in this game.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's still not. There's still a specific execution for it.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Is Omega PH actually much better off with the Popol and Koopa instead of the Akai? Because I feel that the Akai is great against Hellcurt. Then again, you think about the carry. Carry is best against the Akai, and he doesn't care about the Akai. So this probably is the understanding here from Omega. Just go for the PNK. Let's answer the carry instead of the Hellcurt because the carry is the real threat, not the Hellcurt.
We can't really answer the Hellcurt right away. If we try to do that, if we try to, for example, if we want to go straight for the Hellcurt, you're going to get silenced by the passive right away. So even the Cho has a hard time dealing with Hellcurt sometimes because of the passive of the Hellcurt, which silences people who attack it.
Yeah.
The other way to deal with that is to just throw everything with the carry. Just throw the Koopa hold on the carry, throw the Way of the Dragon on the carry. That's your ticket. The carry has a flicker. It doesn't have a purify.
Wait, so who went for the retribution?
Iakno is the one with the retribution. Jungler Hellcurt. Guys, Jungler Hellcurt. This is interesting.
No, man, he's gonna do what Zen Esports did. Remember what we did when we put the carry in the gold lane first?
Yeah,
and then after the first wave, we go to the jungle. No, you put it on the EXP lane so that he gets level 2. You pick up the Hunter Knife, go to the jungle
there you go.
on your own.
go. That's the one that sounds familiar.
Zen Esports rotation, man.
Zen Esports rotation, bro. And obviously, Iaknu's gonna...
Oh, I love it.
Okay, here we
We're
go.
gonna
Let's
see
go
it.
into the game.
Oh, no, they're not going to do it. Iaknu's going to start
It's a
in the jungle.
It's a normal jungling
Come
Helker.
on.
What is this? Come
Come
on.
on.
It's not efficient. I have to say, it's not efficient. We've seen it before in Season 1. Well, jungle wasn't as tanky before.
Look at this. A double? The 2 supports are in the middle.
Yeah, they're basically just... They're just stopping Onic PH from advancing.
1-2-1 with 1 jungle. How do you say this? 1-2-1-1? Is that the rotation now?
1-2-1-1. Yeah.
But the problem is, look at this. Wise is in a very unfamiliar plane at the top lane.
It is.
Getting bullied up there. Against a Chango. Chango is a big lane bully, obviously.
Yep. And it's contrary to our prediction where it might go mid lane. No, they want to funnel everything into Roger. All the gold in the middle, all the gold in the jungle goes to Roger, while the rest of the side lanes get cleaned up by the FAMs and this Chango.
Dilar so aggressive into the bottom lane. How do you feel about Iaknu back in a core spot? I love it.
Yeah, it's very weird. At the same time, it's not out of character. But because of that, First Blood will go over to the early game squad, which is Onic PH. Now they will...
Venus the queen, while Jay is just being that pain in the backside of Omega.
Yep.
Look at the goldie of Onic PH all of a sudden. It's
4.9k versus 4.1k.
Amazing.
It's a pretty solid place to be in.
I can't believe that they're doing it to a team like Omega.
Yeah, who's usually so good at the macro game. So you gotta wonder, where are these things coming from here for Omega, for Onic PH rather. And not to mention, they are running a carry, which is not supposed to scale well. It's not supposed to have a great early game.
So the trade-off between Chango as well as this carry is that the carry can take the jungle easier than the Chango by her alone. Maybe if the Chango gets a level 4, that's an easy jungle taker. But Onic PH are actually just getting so much gold in these early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think that's from a lot of pressure here on the bottom side. We'll see that Heap cannot really deal with it without their ultimate yet. Dark Knight falls. They don't know where Venus is coming from, and they don't know how to react.
God. That was one of the best executions in the early stages of the game. Every single skill makes a lot of sense when it was used.
Yep, it's synced up, right? They sync up well. Dark Knight falls, and then the Feathered Airstrike. They don't know how to dodge it, and it got maximum efficiency.
Oh my God, I can't believe that Onic PH can pull that off. This is probably why they used it in game number 2 instead of game number 1. Imagine them up against Omega. They showed that they will be just funneling this 1-3-1 old style meta.
Yeah, watch
Iaknu,
this.
the deadly poison, Stinger, and the silence, the raging sandstorm, the Dark Knight falls. And
look at that.
Wonderful display of Mobile Legends action coming out from Onic PH.
Omega looked confused.
They are.
In that one. They didn't know how to go in. They didn't know who to attack. Prioritize at that point. Not to mention, they were blinded by Dark Knight Falls, which is something you don't see on our video. But it is. It's so confusing if you're Omega right now.
Yeah, definitely. The big victory for Onic PH. Nevertheless, Omega is still at it. The second round of buffs we go. And I think the push from the top lane is there, but Heath might have mispositioned himself up top.
He's going to be able to at least dodge on out of there with the G-Tune, though, able to get out of harm's way. But again, the follow-up is still here for Onic. Going in for the chase. Oh my, Venus is so aggressive. Flicker in with the Wings by Wings. Following up with Wise as well. This squad is playing like a madman. Wow.
They're playing like how they play in the MPL Season 4, where they in the words of Bane, they fight like a younger man. Nothing held back.
Yeah, exactly. Back on their prime, back in their youth, when they used to be the unstoppable force of MPL.
Wait, did I see Oh My Venus pick up the Clock of Destiny this early?
4 minutes, 4.5 minutes.
Wow.
That's not
Okay.
bad. That's actually that's
is
beautifully done.
It's amazing.
That's because of the assist and the kills,
Yeah,
right?
it's
That's
amazing.
202.
And look at this. Oh My Venus doesn't even have the mystery shop, and that's how far Onic PH is.
Yeah, impure rage, bro.
Oh my god.
It's like, whoa.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Is this the new trend? Is this the new rotation? Iyaknu, the jungler, and Weiss, the marksman. 2 supports in the middle, while Jay is just doing his thing.
Well, that seems to be the case. I mean, it is working. This is what 1-2-2, 1-2-1-1.
Yeah.
The 1-2-1-1.
1-2-1-1. There
That
it
is just unheard of, actually, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about this before the game started. We
Yeah.
were talking about like
Something
dedicated
new, right?
junglers. Can they pull off something new? Can the junglers actually be a jungler? And Onic PH is showing that even though it's not as fast as the usual funnel,
Yeah.
they can make it work. They can get ahead in gold, and they're doing it very well. That's a kick back onto the targets by Heath, and it's not gonna happen, not at all at this point. And there's no follow-up from Omega here. They're all busy trying to get some gold back. And the Rage Sansol for D-Lar. That's a lot of ultras being used up here. Omega gonna be able to dodge on out of there, but Heath evaporated.
Oh my god.
In sand. Oh my god. Back ashes
What?
to ashes for that show. Very rarely happens.
Very rarely happens.
Who sees Cho getting
Raptor
evaporated?
Machete jungling Hellkurt. Welcome back to the meta, you
Oh my
creepy
gosh. Creepy
crawler,
crawly.
you.
Yeah, creepy crawler.
This
something.
creepy crawler. Man, back in the days,
Man.
man. Remember, MPL Season 1. I had to grind from the depths of being warrior until
Warrior,
the epic, and my best friend was Hellkurt.
Yeah, so easy to dominate games as
Yeah.
long as you know what you're doing. As long as you
Yeah.
know how to get the objectives, get the buffs early,
Yeah.
and just absorb the XP. Even if
And-
you're like warrior elite, you can use that hero.
You know, and if all else fails, you can just split push. And I'm telling you, a lot of stars went to my favor just because of that split pushing technique. And also the deadly poison stinger back then. There was a different jungling item for that, and
yes.
And Raptor Machete isn't as strong back then, but now we know that this is a much stronger Raptor Machete, technically speaking, right? From the previous season, from the previous patch.
It's improved.
It has improved, although it can only be used by certain, literally just junglers, right? So, wow.
So they're maximizing the use of the physical penetration
Yes.
of this item to enable even stronger poison stingers, which is good for what they're trying to do. But it's still not as fast as the usual.
That's right.
Because usually you want the trio to take the buffs, and he's doing it all on his own.
Yeah.
That's something that's so off for me, that to see a single guy going for the jungle, it feels like RG, but it's not. It
Oh
really
my.
is fast paced.
I'm really dumbfounded of what Onic PH did now. They tried to do it last time, and they weren't successful, probably because they haven't been prepared for it, right? As much as now.
Maybe
but
they just needed time. They just needed time.
The idea just needed to grow, and
They're making it work against a team like Omega. Hello, right? That's not easy.
talk about preparation for
That's,
squad. I'm actually looking up the items now, and we know for sure that it's really hard to do the jungler. But probably this is like the most beautiful, most fluid, most well executed jungler take that we saw.
I think so. It's the fastest one that can clear. I mean, usually they take a lot of time.
That's all. Yeah, that's right. And it's a natural.
It feels natural, and they're getting kills at the same time.
Dark Knight falls out when they clash in, and Omega can't do anything.
Yeah, there's
And
very
go
little.
Onic.
There's very little things that they can do, actually, that Omega can do to counter this, especially at this point in the game. The best thing that Omega can do at this point is to just turtle up.
Yeah.
They have to just turtle up and just hope that Onic PH makes a mistake, there's no way they can do this proactively. Like, even right now, they're going for J. Everyone feels like they're getting wrapped around. The follow-up is way too slow, though, for Onic, which is a bit surprising.
Yep.
They were near, and they were busy for going for the minions instead.
No? I guess the decision there for Onic PH was, okay, give them what they have. I mean, the Dark Knight Falls is not available. That's probably why they didn't feel as confident as the previous clashes. I want to say, though, the minus physical defense of the Raptor Machete is activated as well, triggered by the Deadly Poison Stingers.
Right, exactly.
Because that was the classic combo before, right? That was the idea when you go for the jungling item from seasons back, and you take down your enemies with this Hellcurt.
And there you go, another kick into the Heath. This is a very proactive move from Omega here, trying to go for hard engages right off the bat. But Oh My Venus is the one who gets the kills in the end. Heath basically kicked himself into death against Omega there, and it's gonna be a kill. Doshi almost insta-kill there by Iakno. That was almost one Deadly Poison Stinger kill. Even with the shield from the Chang'e passive, from the Chang'e second.
And you think about it, this is not even the best place for Onic PH. They still have good late game with this Wise,
with Wise,
Electro
right?
Flash carry, right?
Yes.
Man.
Manjin's so proud, man. It's just,
this is Manjin's
the way to
meta.
go. Yeah, this is Manjin's meta right now. And a lot of people are very happy to see Carry back, for sure. Like, Carry, welcome back into MPL, right? It's been a while.
I can't imagine the pubs right now.
For sure. Last time Carry was used in the MPL was, of course, with NXP.
Yeah.
I think they used it as well against, if not Execration, I think they used it against Omega as well, I think. I don't know, I'm not sure, I'll have to double check. But Raging Sandstorm into everyone actually hits a lot of targets, but there's no follow-up. And Iaknu has to run and gun and going for the... It's been a while.
What is this?
It's been a while since I've seen that. It's so satisfying. That is what you actually call an assassination. It's been a while.
Here's the thing, Rockhart. You know what? The past Hellcurt performances that we saw, they aren't perfect when it comes to landing those Deadly Poison Stingers, right?
Yes.
I haven't seen Iaknu miss the Deadly Poison Stinger.
Good point. Even if he's about to die, he always hits someone.
Yeah.
He gets him low, even Heath. So, wow.
Oh my god.
We talk about assassins.
I just want to see.
Wow.
Look at Heath.
Heath
Can't even man up.
gosh.
Can't even man up.
He can't really sustain against the damage of a carry while you're trying to execute a kick. That's not going to happen.
The Hellcurt isn't even there yet.
Yep, he's not there, and he is doing a little bit of work on the bottom side. That's a big minion going down. And the big minions are still streaming in for a second wave here. They could do something with this push. Even the Cauldron Inferno activated on that FAM's not going to be enough. Dark Knight Falls to go for the push. They don't want to go for the kills. They want to go for the push instead. And that was a big psyche here for Onic PH against Omega. It was like signaling we're going to go for a kill, but no, we just want to go for a tower.
I like that Jay went for the heads-up lane, just tank up that meteor shower, just guarding his teammates, and was a take onto that turret. And this is the classic Onic that we know. Maybe this is the time where they can come back. This kind of jungling meta.
This is
really paying dividends for Onic PH.
Yeah, it's working very well for these guys, I have to say. I mean, it's doing... I love that they're so aware of the camera.
Man, Wise, if you're hearing me, Wise, do not get an assist, do not get a kill, do not get a death.
Yeah.
End this game with a 0-0-0, please.
0-0-0 on your hyper carry. Fake carry, man. Fake carry. Oh my gosh. Seriously. He's been farming all game long. Literally just farming.
Oh my god.
It's so rare to see that.
Is that a new recall?
I think that's a Zodiac recall.
Oh,
Zodiac
so
exclusive recall. I forgot to activate that on my account.
I like it.
I'll be sure to check that later. And for now, it's going to be another hard-fought jungle to take here for Omega.
Like it a lot. That's what they're doing. Get the aggressive maneuver coming out from Onic PH. And there's the threat of the next Lord for sure. And look at Wise. It's just staying in the bottom lane, just literally just farming his way out of this.
Minions.
I really don't mind him finishing it like this. I mean, you've already committed, Wise. Finish it through and through.
Yeah, just go ahead. Finish it. Go ahead.
One turret down only. Freezing the lanes as well.
Yep, freezing and waiting for that moment where they can go for the Lord. That's basically setting up for a Lord take and making sure that the minions are deep enough to get some vision.
They get the purple buff. They give it to the Farsa. I love their decision because Venus, for what it's worth, it's actually very well done in the whole game.
Funny that they're going for wave control here. Onic PH just doesn't want to push right away.
Yeah.
Because they know that if they push too hard, the minions are going to die faster. And then that's going to do a counter push the moment that they're going to go for Lord. So they're freezing for a solid amount. When normally most laners, most teams would go for the hard push on the top lane while the Lord's happening. They're doing it
forcing the
differently.
mistake. And they're letting Omega get out of their base. This is a very smart option for Onic PH against Omega.
This feels like a bait.
It is
Feels like a bait
definitely is a bait. Wise already has got the double buff actually. And this time he is the carry, but
oops.
Okay, oops.
Oops. But they are busy going for another big team fight. Jay's on the pretty bad spot, but he has immortality and he has that passive. Gonna be able to make a run for it at
patience.
And yeah, the regen is just gonna start kicking in over and over and over again. There's no counterplay for Omega. They cannot steal the Lord.
Wise, don't hit anyone, please. Do not be tempted.
Don't hit anyone. Make that a perfect
No,
record.
don't!
And he goes for it. It's gonna be gone. It's the 0-0-1 for our carry at this point. And now they're gonna have the Lord with the assist here for the push on the bottom side of the map. That is gonna be a big thing for Onic PH to be able to take the top and the mid.
And that's where you fast push, right? You try to turbo against your opponents, and they're trying to be going there in the middle. Thams is a non-factor against this carry.
They can't stand there. You can't absorb any carry hits at this point.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to keep spamming your way, spamming the clear the minion waves.
And the early game lineup of Omega cannot match up against the even better early game setup for Onic PH with a jungling Hellcurt and Heath. Gonna go for the
Oh my gosh, the counter pick.
My God.
No way of the dragon for you, my friend. It's going to be a big fight, and the Lord is going to be there. They're sustaining a lot of damage from this carry, and that will be it. That's a 2-0 victory for Onic PH against Omega.
And there it is. The dance moves. They're feeling it.
They're feeling it, and Omega, I gotta say, what a...
This is a sight to see.
Sight to see here. Love for Onic. They're really milking every inch of this fight for
I like it when we're seeing the Hellcurt jump in on the opponents and all of a sudden he destroys whatever it is that he's facing and they just evaporate.
This is just... I have to say, this is just a beautiful performance for Onic, showing us new stuff and making it work.
Yeah.
Once more against a top caliber team like Omega here. It is just unheard of.
A big stop in there coming out from Onic PH, and I'm excited to see more. I love that they reserved it for Game 2, however.
Yeah,
remember,
I know.
like they went for Game 1 with a standard setup,
an
like
easy read.
with a draft.
Yeah. Should have been an easy read.
Wonderful performance coming out from Onic PH. I think that this is extremely different from their previous performance against Execution and against Bren Esports.
This is a team that looked like they improved week after week. Right?
There's something that happened in this week that they kind of woke up, right?
Yeah, I was expecting a very strong win from Omega, at least on Game 2, or Game 1 rather, but then they countered straight off the bat. They rode off momentum and they got straight into the victory.
Wonderful.
Final thoughts for this game?
Great drafting, great read coming out from Onic PH against a worthy adversary. Right? Omega, they drafted well too.
Drafted well. That was a great draft.
But I think Onic PH had a straight up plan in game number 2.
Yeah.
And Omega fell for it.
It's like it's absolutely something new, so I guess you wouldn't know how to react to it as well.
Yep.
Do you hunt down the Hellcurt? Do you hunt down the jungler? So many questions, and we'll have to throw it to our analyst to break that down for us. Go ahead, Butters.
Aura PH yung next. This is going to be Onic PH win 2-0. Mukhang dinosaur yung dinrowing ko, pero okay lang yan. Hedgehog talaga yan. And that is going to be Onic Pride running wild because that is a huge statement and a huge victory para dito sa side nila. And to be honest, I really like the identity na pinapakita dito ng mga teams. Tanggalin na natin yan. Yan, malinis na. And as we head in to the item build, may mga, going back to what I was saying, may nagkakaroon na ng identity yung mga teams natin ngayon. Kung sino bang mas malakas dito sa ganitong team, may kontrapelo ba? Meron ba talagang innate weakness si ganito sa ganyan? So we are seeing a clear landscape kung ano nga ba talaga yung mga gusto nating makita pagdating sa playoffs natin. If you're an Onic fan, you are 100% happy right now. And to be honest, that was a phenomenal performance coming out from them. And this is what really surprised me. Look at this. That is a Hellcurt jungle. Clearly, Onic PH, ito yung gusto nilang playground. Yung madami silang pwedeng paglaruan na hero, madami silang pwedeng paglaruan na playstyles, and they will just try to go for those, sabihin na natin, unexpected twists para dito sa side nila, just to catch the team off guard. And look at Omega right now. They were not prepared for that. Heath is shut down for 2 games dito, and you don't see this often because tatandaan natin, Heath is Mr. Consistent. Yung sinasabi natin, consistent si Heath, and Mr. Fundamental siya. He knows what he's doing lagi, and yung mga maliliit na bagay, pasok na pasok yan para kay Heath. But the thing is, this time around, we did not see it in any way. That is a good job coming out from Onic PH. If you look at the items, yung pathing nila dito, maganda. And look at the items of Oh My Venus dito. It's clearly stretched out into the favor talaga sa side ng Onic. It's a 13-5. This is self-explanatory. At this point, let's head in to the post-match data. And as you can see, yung total game time natin dito is at 15 minutes and 33. Usually, ito yung kailangan na oras ng mga marksman to pop off. But it seems to me na hindi na kinailangan dito ni Wise na talagang mag full-blown effort para manalo sa game na to, as si Iyaknu pinlex ang kanyang muscles dito with the Hellcurt, just showing us na kaya ko pa rin magbuhat eh. Dati ako yung nag-granger nung season 4 eh. Ngayon, balik tayo dahil binigyan ako ng pagkakataon netong Project Next na ilabas ang galing ko, ilalabas ko na. Yun ang nangyari sa side ng Onyx. So, if Blacklist has this on their arsenal, nakapagpalit-palit din sila, Onic PH is showing us na kaya din nila yun. And Omega right here, they were caught off guard. Omega is a strong team. But for the side of Omega, they were not prepared for this setup. And to be honest, they tried their own style. They put Chang'o on Toshi, but it didn't really work to their favor. And that side lane Chang'o really did a lot of damage, 42k, but it wasn't really enough to take the game back into their favor. 9-1 in terms of towers, 3-0 in terms of turtles, and 2-0 in terms of getting the Lord. And that is what makes Onic PH a team to look out for papasok ng ating playoffs. Yan yung adjustments na kailangan natin makita from each team na nandito. Just evolving, adapting, and lahat ng pwedeng gawin mo just to get that victory and just to get that trophy. Let's head on sa ating smart highlights of the game. And as you can see here, ito yung sinasabi natin na sobrang aggressive ng ginagawa ni Iyaknu. And look at this, the counter initiation. And Iyaknu made it in time. Nakalabas siya in time para hindi siya tamaan ng disables, and those were the things na kailangan mong gawin if you really just want to be effective. Kailangan todo uptime ka, and look at the burst damage. Siya yung pinupunta, well, si Iyaknu, ang dami niyang pwedeng targetin dito. He can go for Haze, he can go for Heath, dahil si Heath dito is at a 0-5 at this point on, 10 minutes into the game. Even Toshi is going to be popped kapag kaganyan yung nangyayari. And grabe pong mess dito sa Iyaknu. For most Hellcurt players, kailangan nila yung Petrify para talaga ma-set in place yung kalaban nila for the Deadly Poison Stringers. Pero ibahin nyo si Iyaknu. Si Iyaknu, papasok yan at magde-Deadly Poison Stringers yan. Tamaan lahat ng tamaan. Pero may isa siyang mabuburst out. And clearly, those were the things na ginamit ng Onic PH para manalo sila. Major props to the other 4, pero breakout star para dito sa series na to or sa game na to. It's going to be Iyaknu for sure. 7-0-4, and look at the adjustment. Onic PH, where are you getting this stuff? Di ba? Clearly having that those items, Blade of Despair, Berserker Fury, Raptor Machete, and you even have the Endless Battle on your side at meron ka pang isang item na bubuuin pa sana pero you didn't really make it in time. And Hellkurt dito, could we see this as a trend? Could we see this as something na gagayahin ng ibang teams? Because as we all know, Onic PH, they've been known to shake up the meta ever since Season 4 and they could probably do it again and again and again. So, with that in mind, we have our MVP of the game in our interview, si Iyaknu. Iyaknu, kamusta?
Ayos lang.
Maayos lang. Kamusta yung feeling na nakakapag, Hellkurt carry? Ano yung pakiramdam? Yung nakakapag-carry ka ulit, yung mga ganun, mga Hellkurt, ano pakiramdam sa'yo?
Ano?
Kalma ka lang, hindi. Baguhin natin tanong. Ano yung feeling mo na nanalo kayo? Ano yung feeling mo na nanalo kayo against Omega?
Masaya.
Masaya. Ano ba yung mga pinag-practicean nyo bago kayo pumasok sa laban na to? Siyempre, tinalo nila yung Bren, di ba? So, ano yung mga pinaghandaan nyo laban sa Omega? Ano yung mga ginawa nyo para manalo sa Omega?
Tinanggalan namin ng hero si Heat.
Tinanggalan ng hero si Heat. So, si Heat
si Toshi.
Oh, tsaka si Toshi. So, na-practice sila sa mga uncomfortable na position or mga hero. So, ito ba talaga yung usually ginagawa nyo or ngayon lang nangyari to para sa side ng Onic PH na nag-focus kayo sa isang tao?
Dati pa namin ginagawa yun.
Dati pa nila ginagawa yun. And ibig sabihin nun, madami kayong alam pagdating sa mga pinipili ng mga kalaban nyo. So that means na talaga nag-research ang Onic PH. So, Iyaknu, shoutout na lang para doon sa mga fans mo, para sa mga sumusuporta sa Onic PH. Ano yung message mo para sa kanila? Ikaw na bahala. Alam ko madami ka gusto i-shoutout eh.
Shoutout.
Ayan, sige.
Shoutout nyo guys.
Shoutout si Buana. Shoutout si Buana Lilier.
Ayan, shoutout.
Sa thank you ito.
And yeah, I think that's it. Maraming salamat, Iyaknu and Onic, para doon sa interview na yon. And let's head back dito. Daming sponsor ng Onic eh, no? Sana all. But still, one of the things na you really have to look at here is we do have our QR codes na lalabas dito. Yes, that was a good series, especially game number 1. That was some high-level stuff that happened there. Pero grabe yung pinakita ng Onic ng game number 2. Onic PH, if you scan the QR code right there. For Omega, scan the QR code right there. And support the teams. Kailangan nila kayo, especially na lumalapit na ang ating playoffs dito. We are just ilang week? 3 linggo? 3 weeks away from the playoffs? Mga nasa ganon. So, a lot of things are still going to happen, and especially yung laban natin mamaya napakainit nun. It's going to be NXP versus Aura. Pero this is our giveaway code para dito sa session na to. Isa pa. Meron pang isa. Bonus giveaway code kasi 16,000 katao ang sumali doon sa may ating mythical raffle draw. And kung hindi nyo alam kung ano yung mythical raffle draw, then I think it's the perfect time to explain kung ano nga ba mangyari. We do have our QR code and link right here. We do have our link right here. And to be honest, if you look at it, it's bit.ly/MRD-W8. That is bit.ly/MRD-W8 para makasali kayo dun sa week 8 ng mythical raffle draw. And that was a fun series, ladies and gentlemen. And to be honest, I can't say anything else kasi talagang napakaganda ng setup ng mga teams natin dito. And with that, we are going to head doon sa ating third series, which is Aura versus NXP. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors, our official tournament telco partners, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 GB for Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Official sponsor natin is Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette Smack 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. We also have partner in Esports PayMaya. Get free 50 peso credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Partner in Esports TikTok. Search hashtag MLBB or Mobile Legends in TikTok to watch legendary videos. I repeat, hashtag MLBB or Mobile Legends in TikTok to watch legendary videos. We also have our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro, and none of this would have been possible if we are not powered by Monton. Maraming salamat sponsors for making the MPL happen and for the gift of yung mga pinapanood natin every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I am Butters at ako pa rin ang magiging solo analyst nyo para sa third series natin, which is going to be NXP versus Aura. Pero bago tayo pumunta doon, babato ko muna kayo sa ating top 5 plays brought to you by Realme.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Kaya, don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch to
Gillette Mac 3.
Yung team na nag-champion, yun yung pinaka nag-enjoy sa game eh. Hindi ibig sabihin nun ikaw na yung strongest. Kasama yung team mo, nag-enjoy, lumalakas kayo, nag-grow kayo sa team. Bonus part siya ng paglalaro na nag-enjoy ka talaga. Nung napasok kami nung MPL Season 3, actually student pa ako noon, na college student ng marketing management. Nakapasok kami noon, nasa kalagitnaan ako ng TC, so maraming ginagawa, maraming inaasikaso. Nung next sem, kinailangan kong magpaisa-isa na subject dahil nakapasok na talaga kami sa pro scene. Umabot nung Season 5 na pumapasok sa school pag tapos ng school training. So ganun yung naging cycle ko nun. Na-lead ko yung team ko sa hindi sa talent, sa skills, sa kung anong ginagawa nila. Pero na-lead ko sila sa attitude. Attitude matters the most eh. Yung kasi yung number 1 kong hinahanap sa player eh. Kasi may mga kilala akong toxic sa team na alam kong sobrang lakas nila pero dahil nga sa attitude, nawawala yung laro ng team, nawawala yung cooperation ng members. Nahatak ko yung attitude nila na maging kalmado, maging joyful lang sa laro, nandun yung excitement, sobrang relax nila sa game, walang tilt factor, walang problema. Yung wala ibang team nun yung adjustment and sacrifice. In transition sa Season 5, nagre-roster kami. Kinailangan namin bitawan yung dalawang player namin para magpalit ng dalawa na mas i-improve. So, andun yung adjustment and sacrifice. Maaga akong namulat sa buhay kasi talaga yung experiences ko sa family dahil nga broken family kami. Mami ko araw-araw siyang nag-hard work para sa amin. Inasikaso niya kami, hindi kami napabayaan. And natuturuan kami ng tama. Kumbaga nag-stay ako sa kung anong meron ako. May nakukuha, may pang-araw-araw, ganun. Kasi nakikita ko dun sa ibang tao yung may mga taong walang makain sa pang-araw-araw na nahihirapan. So kung paano ako nagsimula, palaging naka-mindset sa akin yun na, di ba, ikaw yung nangarap na pumasok dito, tapos nagawa mo, doon ka pa ba magbabago? Hindi nawawala sa isip ko yung keep your feet on the ground kasi totoo siya actually, pag nagkaroon ka ng, sabihin natin, angas sa sarili, naliligaw ka talaga eh. 6 kami magkakateam eh. Pag nag-away yung dalawa, nabawasan tayo ng dalawa, nadagdagan pa yung kalaban natin. So nandun yung pagiging kalmado, yung pagiging disiplinado. Walang captain, walang kasi nakikita ko sila as an equal individual person eh. So kumbaga nandun yung respeto. Natuto talaga ako sa kanila na hindi porket captain ako, hindi ko ginamit, hindi ko in-abuse. Nakikita ko sa kanila yung perseverance nila, yung pagiging disiplinado. Nandun yung passion talaga nila sa paglalaro.
Welcome back, esports fans. This is MPL Saturday here on Week 7, Day 2, and we are back in action. Right here on our third match for the day, it is Aura PH versus Nexplay Solid. I'm going to be your anchor, Rockhard, alongside my analyst, Wolf. We'll be giving you all the action coming in here, but before all of that, a big thank you to the sponsors who make this show possible. First, our tournament telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
I'd also like to thank our official sponsor, Realme. Buy a lot of Realme, people. Buy Realme,
Buy
guys.
Realme.
I'm telling you. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
And of course, our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack. It's select pure gold doors nationwide.
I'd also like to thank our partners in esports. Our first partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
And our other partner in esports, TikTok Live. Search the TikTok Live stream of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League on TikTok. Search MLBB or Mobile Legends. You'll see our pretty faces, your favorite shoutcasters, favorite streamers, and your favorite pro players battling it out on the dance floor in TikTok.
100%. And of course, we'd also like to thank our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. And of course, this is powered by Moonton.
So, it's the last match of the night. They served pound for pound versus the People's Champ right here. Feels like we're back right last. I think how many years ago was that actual matchup where this was referenced from? That was a long time ago.
That was a long time.
Yeah.
No, actually, it was 2009. We're in. Oh no, it was even before that. It was about 2007 when Manny Pacquiao for the Philippines is both the pound for pound champion and the people's
champ.
Right?
So there was a time. So
There was
one of these teams are going to be able to at least claim some of that glory here in this matchup today.
Yeah.
Aura PH obviously still on a roll.
Yep.
Still pretty much the guys that are to beat in this matchup. The defending champions versus the hot rookies of the season. Nexplay Solid. Now, we are that Facebook post probably still gonna get brought up after this matchup. So expect that.
Expect that.
Scheduled if ever NXP drops this one. It's gonna be hard to do that though against NXP, who just came fresh from a very big win against Execration yesterday.
If you recall, like a month ago, when they also won against Execration, when NXP lost against Execration, Execration then went against Aura.
Yep.
Now, Execration won, Aura is going to go up against NXP.
Yeah, look at Aura right here.
Inaabangan ko yung magka-qualify na bagong papasok. Sana pumasok na rin yung makakatalo sa amin.
Bali, ang magkakatet lang sa amin kung IQ nila, 99999.
Siguro yung gusto ko makalaban yung RRQ sa mga tournaments kasi sila ngayon yung dominating sa mga sa ibang bansa ngayon. And tas gusto ko talunin yung mga international teams na PH yung magcha-champion.
So muna mag-champion this season para mag-qualify kami sa M2 World Championship. Pagdating doon, gusto ko mabawian yung Japan tsaka Ibos Indonesia.
And as always, grudges for Aura PH are against other teams, but it is of the international caliber apparently. We have Aura PH JP, KLVJ, Kiluash, Greed, Ref, Lisha, and Renzio.
What I like about this squad is that they are probably one of the dominant champions ever. I mean, obviously they were back-to-back champions. Normally, man, after winning a championship, the championship team they tend to relax a little bit and they don't perform as much. And Aura PH, what I like about them is that during their championship run, they were dominant. After being champions in MPL Season 5, they were also very dominant. And even now, they are still dominant. I guess the first few weeks of MPL-PH Season 6, they lose games in times where it's weird. They lose against Execration, they lose against BSB, Blue Fire. Now, after losing against Bren in a 0-2 fashion, they all of a sudden woke up. It's like the aura of fire that we're talking about, the dragon inside them, all of a sudden woke up. And now they are even scarier, right?
Yeah, they're a lot scarier than they were. And massive KDAs for these guys, considering they've been playing 2-1s recently, actually. It's a bit odd to see them play 2-1s recently, but still getting the win nonetheless. And like you mentioned, it's been a trend. Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, only stay for a season, then afterwards fall hard. That has not happened to Aura PH. Now on their possible free-peat, if they keep going the way they are still on the run for that grand finals. However, of course, they will need to face off against the opposing team, NXP Solid, who are making a case to be one of the teams that are really gonna tear it up as well in the brackets and the playoffs.
So this is the pound for pound champs, Aura PH, represented the Philippines as well many times and proved to be one of the best in Southeast Asia. And they're gonna be going up against the People's Champion, NXP. And of course, can say what you will about NXP. Their victory yesterday, was so well earned. The thing is, it's not like in the previous series that they met, NXP Solid lost it badly. This time it was them dominating Execration in 3 games actually. That's H2O, Ready J, MB, Chester, Yawi, and Gymnast. H2O, for the longest time, one of the record holders for when it comes to the average KDA rate, highest here in the season, and he just keeps on dominating, and we love to see that from them.
Yes, as I keep mentioning, each and every cast, NXP Solid, they got H2O, who even in their losing moments, always seem to have something to say about the game. He never ever becomes irrelevant in the games for NXP Solid, which is saying something. Because not everyone, you can't say that for a lot of carries.
Yes.
Some carries in different teams, when they fall, you kind of forget that they're there.
Yeah.
H2O never fails to remind you that he is the guy to watch out for in NXP Solid. And of course, surrounded by his squad, just makes him such a lethal opponent.
So the trend for the top carries of our season, like H2O, had GZ and Carl TZ, even in games that they lost, they are still very dominant. H2O, that's really wonderful about NXP Solid is that they, even after losing a lot in the regular season, when they do lose, H2O still is on top. Perhaps the problem relies on the silence of NXP Solid, their indecision during the fights, and sometimes the fact that they haven't been activating their supports. That's where they have problems. But you'd never ever see H2O really on a slump, right?
Yeah, that's very rarely happens. Even when you're like 10,000 gold behind, somehow he just gets kills. It's funny to watch as well.
And I think that's important,
Yeah, I think it's so important. Now I want to talk about what's been happening recently with NXP, because if we watch yesterday, if you guys were watching yesterday, you'll notice that they have been shifting around in their roles.
Oh yeah,
right? Remember Yawi going on Natalia? That's a little off. That's a little weird for me. And Chester is the one who is being, I don't know what's going on with their roles, to be honest, but I'm really liking that they are winning despite that.
Well, I guess what you can say about NXP Solid is that they have skilled players. So maybe if you think about it, this is their rookie season, but they're performing well, and I think that merits a lot of good words for whatever it is that NXP Solid is doing. Also, I will say that even if they do change their roles, the fact that they played kind of the same way, that's probably when I can say that it's okay to change roles. But if their playstyle is going to be shifting after them changing roles, that's where you put the question marks, right? You don't want them to play like that. You want them to be consistently with their identity. And that's what you can notice for Hayes, for example.
Yes.
Right? When he changed into that mage role, his aggressiveness and his swag did not deplete. It still is like that, right?
Yeah, it's still there. Again,
still there.
we'll probably see a lot of stats like that in this coming matchup here on the head-to-head. First of all, Aura PH definitely not the team that beats you in terms of the killing potential, but they will always be ahead in terms of macro. They never. It's very rare for Aura PH to just look for fights straight away, especially in the drafts that they do. They tend to go for the more macro-oriented drafts rather than early team fight draft, which is I think is going to be the case for NXP Solid. They will probably go for those early fights as soon as they can, and that's how they win.
Yeah, I wonder if the side of NXP is going to just overthink this against Aura PH, because I honestly feel that if NXP plays their brand of Mobile Legends, they really have a straight up chance against Aura. But thing with Aura is they are so good when it comes to destroying the system or the symphony of their opponents. Like they have their way of shaking the foundation of their opponents, and I think for NXP they have to be careful of what they see in the drafts, because Aura PH knows how to punish and force NXP into those weird picks.
And on the star matchup head-to-head, as you can see, that record is something that fans will definitely look at, that 2-0 against NXP, which is something that NXP will definitely want to reverse at least. We've seen that happen, I think, yesterday as well. So that FB support rate, I still really need to find out where this comes from. I'm gonna do an in-depth analysis on that. Aura PH fans are going nuts recently.
Kind of makes me think that even when there's a People's Champion, the MPL-PH scene knows who the real champions are. Like 80% support rate for Aura PH against the team that have the biggest fan base.
Literally
in the
millions,
like millions of followers, and you still have Aura PH winning this FB support rate battle. That's amazing. That's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, so the votations, I'm gonna need to see those polls soon. 90% season win rate for Aura PH is no joke, and they win that just in the weirdest ways possible. Like they come up with some new stuff. They were the pioneers of the Diggy feed strat, and they still make it work. They still get the wins that they want, and the player head-to-head, we will see KLVJ, one of the main reasons why, the main components of Aura PH, reasons why they are so ahead, even though his KDA is not that high. He does get a good amount of MVPs, even though he is on the fighter role.
Yeah. I want to see how KLVJ adjust. You know what? There was a time where I thought after Aura PH lost against Burn Esports, then they also find a little bit of a hardship when it comes to winning series. They always go 2-1. You kind of feel that KLVJ's hero pool was kind of hampered a little bit, because we know that KLVJ needs to play those very aggressive electric type of heroes, right? Then again, they subbed in Renzio, and you felt that Aura PH is still very strong even with Renzio in it.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, man, I totally believe that it could be that KLVJ might be benched and Renzio is going to be in, and Aura PH is going to be stronger. I think that's an interesting point, and with KLVJ adjusting now in the meta, maybe we can see him back in action as the top carry or side laner for Aura PH.
For sure. We'll look forward to that as well. Here on the Star Player Head-to-Head, though, talking about carries, these guys are definitely some to look at. JP, the most consistent, of course, for Aura PH. Sometimes there's very rare opportunities where you see JP just fall. And the moments that he did fall, the day after, like, you see him roaring.
Yeah.
You see him literally spitting out fire. And that's what I like to see in our champions. MVP count is a very close contention. He is the top MVP scorer, MVP taker of the league so far. And obviously, the number of championships, that just keeps popping up.
Yeah,
and that's something that's absolutely needs to be flexed. All right?
Yeah, that's the only word that I think of. It's just flex at this moment.
Yeah, you just got to do it.
2 championships. But yeah, I want to say, though, JP is one of the scariest carries, because he knows how to bully his opponents. I think that all throughout the season, MPL-PH Season 6, There was only 1 week wherein JP was off, but the rest is really good. And there was 1 week where he was so amazing. That was actually the week when they first met NXP Solid.
Yes, exactly.
And
that was.
they were so good that game.
That
My
was the
goodness.
time where he popped off with 2 games of Claudes,
That's
right?
right.
Yeah, so
That's right.
there are probably some aftershock or some post.
PTSD.
PTSD
right?
here for NXP. So I hope they still keep that in mind and.
How good would it be if they just like banned
out the Claude and
Claude,
remind
right?
everyone that remember that time when there was a Claude that was going in
Yeah.
before the tank.
That's right.
That was the time.
That mini sidestep that it was able to dodge the Raging
Mhm.
Sandstorm. That's
Yeah.
when I said, "Oh my God, JP is on a different level." Like the way he dodged it was so. The term is suave, right?
Yeah.
So cool.
So
because
casual.
it was
Yeah.
literally just a few pixels. It's amazing, and the timing for the BMI, right? So
Yeah, it's just right there. It was
my
right
God.
on the docket. So right now we see our players in the boot camps, and you can really tell they're really
they're really cold.
really cold. I don't blame them because a lot of places, a lot of the newer boot camps tend to be a lot colder because of new air conditioning. And, it just happens.
That just happened.
So,
Yeah.
JP, you never really think about him being such a fierce competitor. The way he when you look at him and when you see him talk, he's just such a chill person.
Yes, he is. And
He's one of the most chill person here. The guy that very rarely talks about anything on his social media. He just does a little bit of jab here and there.
Yeah.
He's so soft mannered. But when you see him play, it's just a completely different story, isn't it?
You know that a player is good if he's like that. Like if there's a different persona that activates when you
Yeah. And I
into
think
the game we go.
Let's go to the draft. I was about to say, when I see JP, every time there's something big happens in MPL, he just posts his YouTube videos. He just posts his YouTube links on the comment section. Like, all right, you guys are fighting. Here's my YouTube channel. He just keeps doing that all the time.
I think I can claim this. I think Raflesha was the first one to do that, and
Yeah,
everybody followed.
everyone just followed,
And
right.
everybody's just when there's a hot issue online, they're just follow my YouTube page.
Yeah, you know what? These guys are great, but follow my
Yeah.
YouTube page.
I tried to do that, man. I mean,
It's
I said one time, and I'm just gonna say this with respect. I said this game is this game, and ML is ML.
Yeah.
Follow my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Roses are red.
Right, yeah,
Something
exactly.
like that. Oh my God.
This is good stuff coming in from Aura PH. Another very positive, positive vibe and community that they have there on social media. We're on the draft, and the Khalid is going to get banned out, as well as the Kufra. Finally, respect that NXP Solid absolutely deserves on that hero.
Man, Selena is the most hated hero, so it seems. Of
Yeah.
MPL-PH Season 6. I kind of want to see the stat line for the bans. Perhaps I'm
Yeah.
gonna draw that up in preparation for tomorrow. Expect some juicy stats tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna have a lot of sleep so that I can research tonight. So I'm excited.
Straight
I'm
to
excited.
sleep, aren't you? You're going to
Oh,
be going
dude.
for that. So, this is the mistake that I think a lot of the teams are making. Like, a lot of the teams that don't ban Selena and let the enemy team pick it, they're the ones who suffer.
Yeah.
That's what I've noticed time and time again this week and last week. And I'm very happy to see that, they know it. That Aura PH knows that you got to respect the Selena if you're not really prepared to
Yeah.
go against it. Especially with the hero pool that JP has, it's very vulnerable to Selena pickoffs.
And another mistake that you do is to give Esmeralda to RPH. Looking at RPH, they respected the Kufra.
Mhm.
And now NXP Solid, let's see what they can do. They have Cho, they have Farsa available, they also have Hilda. Oh, sorry, they don't have Hilda anymore.
Yeah, no Hilda. Jawhead's still in pretty much in good shape for a lot of the games here. I think he's close to 100 in the pick and ban rate for a lot of the games this
I think
week.
so too.
I think there's only 2 instances where he wasn't pick or banned, so Jawhead's definitely gonna have to be included in the conversation.
Don't worry, man. I'm gonna draw the stats tomorrow for sure. But now we have to settle with the Cho Jawhead or the Roger.
Roger again.
Yeah, Roger's the
Man, NXP did this yesterday against Exa, and
That's
they went out of the gates blazing.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to be
They
surprised
love
if they do some pretty early invades here because of this lineup.
Yeah. They love everybody loves the Roger, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Uh-huh.
There you go with the Cho that we've been talking about. You cannot sleep on the Cho. You cannot let it
Here,
go.
so here's the thing. One thing that I noticed why Esmeralda isn't as strong as before. It still is automatically.
It still is, of course.
But yeah, it's not as strong as before because of the change in the Athena's shield. Now it's not a shield anymore that Athena shield generates.
It's like a resistance now.
It's resistance
right?
now. So before you need to pick up Oracle instead of Athena shield against Esmeralda. Now you can do that, right?
Yes.
So
and there's more
Yeah.
efficiency. Before it was just basically just almost magic defense, right?
Yeah.
And now you have magic defense plus an additional magic
Yes.
shield.
Yeah.
So that works very well against this hero. And I'm pretty sure NXP is already thinking about that right now with that Ruby lock-in.
Yep.
Very, I would say, not unsurprised. This is expected. This is a lineup that NXP really likes to play.
Pardon me for doing this, but I want to give a quick shout out to my friend Kevin Castillo who's watching right now.
Oh,
what's up, my guy?
Kevin?
He's been following us for a long time now.
That
and
is awesome to hear.
He's trying. He says that he's trying to apply whatever we are teaching to him to the viewers in his ranked game. So
I like it. That's what you got to do.
That's what you gotta
That's what you
do.
got to do. You know, a lot of times people would say, you know what, you're on a the language isn't as hype as it should be.
Yeah.
But you know what, it's fine.
It's
It's fine
fine.
because you learn a lot from the English stream. That's no matter who goes to the English stream, you're forced to use English.
Yes.
And you are going to teach. You're
Yeah.
gonna go into teaching mode for sure. So I like it. I like the bands as well, and
Atlas.
maximum respect for Atlas. This is
Can't believe
such
it.
a weird band. I don't think it was needed because I've almost never seen Aura PH play this hero.
I mean, they played it before.
They played it before,
But
but
now-
Rafflesia doesn't like that hero at all.
Oh.
I think the reason why is because it limits Rafflesia. Atlas's combo is just straightforward.
Yeah.
Anyone can do it. It's all about timing. And Rafflesia plays around. He likes to play around heroes that needs a bit more of a higher skill cap.
He wants a hero that is very aggressive.
Yes.
The Hellcourt ban, NXP Solid, I think that
Okay,
perhaps
yeah.
the top teams that have defeated NXP Solid almost always ban that Hellcourt in the last phase. And
I mean, why not? This is like the Renegade special at the same time.
That's right.
We're talking about specialists. Renegade is no stranger to using the Hellcourt, even in games that shouldn't use Hellcourt.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Oh god, exciting times definitely. The Xborg is a nice tool to have for NXP Solid. It's one of their most played as well. And I think Aura, they're looking for a solid tank now and a carry for sure.
Yep.
I think they can still go Ling. Actually.
You can
Yisun
still
Shin.
probably go for the Ling, but Yisun Shin is open, and I don't know. People are still hesitant to pick up the carry.
Yeah, that's right.
So hesitant to pick up that carry still.
Okay. So you go Yisun Shin. What else do you have for Aura? Baksha? Oh, Akai, of course, against the Roger.
Yeah, the thing about Ling is there's a Ruby that can pull him off a wall,
Yeah.
and the Jawhead that can
Oh,
throw
that's
him
right,
off
yeah.
a wall. So
That's
they're
also right.
they're very hesitant to
No,
go for
you're
that.
correct. I never thought that I'd missed that, but yeah, that was.
Can Roger hit a Ling that's on a wall?
I think anybody can hit the Ling
No,
on
with
the
the
wall.
Lycan Pounce. Like, will he
Lycan
get thrown
Pounce,
down?
if in range, I guess.
I think so. Yeah, I've never actually seen that interaction.
Yeah, maybe we could try that out. But it's
Someday
weird.
we'll try that out. Anyway, it's going to be the Yisun Shin, regardless, and a very classic Akai pick.
Yeah. I remember there was one time where I saw the Akai as a counter to the Ling. Because you kind of know where the Ling is. You go Blender, 1000 Pounder, and if he's stunned, a stunned Ling will just go down,
Go
right?
down, yes.
And then, since you go down, automatically you get pinned down with the Hurricane Dance. So, that's how you do the Akai versus Ling combo. Nevertheless, I love the Baksha pick from NXP Solid. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see how they execute with this, though, because Aura PH, they have a very comfortable draft in them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a comfort draft for Aura. Nothing too special, nothing too weird. It is just right.
Yep.
I have to say that I'm gonna have to look into this. Want to see this? Wait, this is the wrong. What is this? Yeah, this is the wrong car. We've seen a car wash picture, so that's
Well,
not
want to
it.
see because here's the thing, guys. We always want to look at the at the what you call it, the emblems and the
Emblems.
spells.
There
It's
you
very
go.
important
Yeah,
for us.
that's what we're looking for.
What is this? Oh, there it is. Just in time, man. Just in time. And we're just waiting for this. So it is gonna be execute Natalia for sure. And you have a Retribution in JP. And Flicker on the Akai. Wow.
Flicker Akai? Almost everyone.
Go
is
for sprint,
on,
right? Or
yeah.
so what I want to say is that he wants to be that problem for the Roger. So he wants to be on the Roger, and also at the same time you want to take the backshot away from the Esmeralda because you want your Esmeralda to be freely hitting in the side lanes as well.
Interestingly enough, I mean the Flicker Akai means that they want to go fast. That's all. That's all. A sprint Akai can be seen very easily unless it's coming from a bush. You can see it coming. There's a chance that you can dodge it. If you go Flicker, it's an instant lock, and instant locking onto H2O is the target.
Yeah,
that's what they want to do. They want to lock onto H2O right away, and they want to stop that Roger because I think Aura PH kind of knows that the brunt of the threat coming in from Nexplay is going to be H2O.
Yeah.
So they want to double down on hunting him down and instantly locking, not giving him a chance to like and pounce out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if... But the way you said it, it looks easy, but it's actually hard? Difficult to do?
It's difficult to do. I mean, well, it's...
Okay, because you just said it so casually.
Flicker into...
Yeah, but it's actually hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried that before. I just remembered playing Lakai for the first time. I mean, and let's just say
it's a great idea, right?
Yeah, it's a great idea, but you feel that if you miss it, you have a cooldown that's at the 2-minute cooldown for the flicker, and you have limited time afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So it's weird, but then again, if you execute it well, it looks so good.
Yes.
it's amazing.
It's also one thing to do. It's also an insurance policy. The Flicker Akai is also an insurance policy.
Oh.
Because if you miss the 1,000-pounder blender, there's
also
something that can position you behind the hero to pin against the wall. So it's very rare to use. That's why I think no one does it, because it's difficult and it's a long cooldown.
Yeah.
But it's if in this situation it does apply because you have such a high priority target, right?
That's right.
So I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll have to wait and see because we are under technical pause a little bit because of our players. I'm not sure which side called it, but we are gonna see if we can hold off and make sure we have an even playing field here for these teams.
Oh man, I am really excited though to see how the Roger will play out for NXP. However, because even when there's a Nakai, I love that NXP Solid first picked that Roger because of how much confidence they have in it. And H2O, we hyped him earlier. He's actually so good with this hero. So what I would want to see now for NXP Solid is a lot better. I want them to improve when it comes to decision making. That's probably one thing that I want to say.
Yeah.
So that has a big potential, obviously, for NXP Solid. I'm just wondering how they will be able to do it in this specific scenario.
You think? Yeah, it's gonna be a bit.
Because, all right, so H2O is good, for example. H2O is good, mechanically speaking. But what if Aura PH does something like what Execution did against Onic, wherein they baited H2O to jump in, and I'm sure that they will. Imagine this, like a weird jump from the Yisun Chin and a weird jump from the Esmeralda, and then H2O chases them with this this Roger, and then upside their player Fesha. So that's what I'm looking at. H2O, you're already so good, but I want you to not be baited by Aura PH.
Yeah, it's gonna be so tempting. It's gonna be very tempting
It
to go
is,
off
it is.
plan because again you are up against champions, but also have to think about whether or not we're gonna see the backup.
Yeah.
You have to think about the team, the rest of the team here for NXP. I think for NXP, I think what we want to see from NXP is to just stay calm and not do some weird stuff that we saw them do. I think in the first matchup. In the first matchup, they were trying to overcompensate because I know they're probably nervous because they're facing against a champion, against a 2-time champion. But I think they should just play their game.
Yeah.
They might not need to react too much. Cause again, we throughout the season we have seen that Aura PH, as strong as they are, they're not invincible.
That's true.
Right?
That's actually true. I wanna pick up from what you just said. Yes, there are teams that have shown that they can defeat Aura PH because they played their brand of Mobile Legends and they force Aura PH to also do their bidding for them, right? So that is actually a point that we can see now as Nexplay Solid goes up against Aura PH. Because if you think about it, the draft of NXP isn't that bad against Aura PH. They have their own chances, and honestly, they can force this Raflesha Akai to make a lot of mistakes, and maybe we can see that happening. But for now, I would assume that Aura PH might be on a different level because the last time that they played against NXP, Aura PH were angry after their loss, right?
Yeah, exactly. They were like literally boiling.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's gonna be a big factor though in this coming matchup because NXP is just pretty cool from a win. You know?
Yeah.
If they play the NXP way, they're probably gonna do better. Now, I'm not sure if that's gonna be enough because we haven't seen them play in their element yet.
Yeah.
So I think in this matchup, compared to what we saw before in their first matchup, both teams seem to be in their element, right? NXP just came off of a good trash talk trail. I mean, they were posting hints. You know, we've seen Yaoi sweeping the floor.
Yep.
And and all that. And
love that.
I don't know.
I love that video. That picture.
Yeah.
2 pictures, right?
Right. It literally just Yaoi sweeping the floor with guard.
He said something like in English.
Yeah.
It's actually okay to.
It's not difficult.
It's actually not difficult to sweep five
trash from the floor.
5 pieces of trash
from the floor. So it's like, and he was doing it. It was funny. I'm pretty
come
sure
on.
people were having
Come
a good
on.
laugh with that one. It wasn't even directed. I mean, a lot of times when Execration like posts trash talk, they like name drop and stuff. So that was not directed, but everyone knew.
Yeah,
Everyone knew.
everybody knows what's gonna happen.
So we are going to head into the game shortly later. So just chill out, guys. Don't worry. We're just restarting and everything. I think they're trying to restart their connections.
Yeah, they're trying to
have like a good environment to play in.
Okay, so I think that we have not seen any Project Next though heroes. So we're talking about.
So I don't know.
You don't understand, right?
I don't understand.
I too don't understand. How likely is it in this game? Because I think it is of high likelihood to have that because this is Aura. And Aura loves to play those out of meta heroes. Right?
Yeah, and they are a team that's not afraid to experiment with something new. But again, these experiments that we're talking about, these are heroes that they've probably tested out off screen.
Yeah.
For like weeks or months.
Yeah.
So remember that Diggy pick? I'm pretty sure they practiced that for months before they actually made it appear. They would, as a championship team, you would not want to make something like that show up.
Yeah.
Right. You don't want to use it right away in that heat of the moment. So I don't think they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
I think for Aura, there's like a minimum time before you can use it in a pro play.
Yeah.
Like at least 1 month. So maybe I'll look forward to it in the playoffs, at least for me.
Yeah, I guess.
But
I guess.
I just think that they're so easy to play. If I played the Mia right now while I was casting, I would probably still win. That's how ridiculously easy it is to win with that hero right now.
Yeah.
And I'll probably do that challenge later.
Yeah, probably do the challenge,
someday.
right?
We'll do the casting while playing Mia challenge because it's just so easy.
Yeah, I want to say that I really want to see the Saber, right? It's there. It's one of the heroes that I played first and I played for Mobile Legends for the first few times, and it was very strong though in the MPL. Back in MPL Season 1, it's a great assassin
Great pick.
pickup.
Yeah.
Because of the triple sweep, the fact that you control your opponents for a very long time. I mean, in Mobile Legends time, the triple sweep is a long time, and you also deal damage at the same time. You can be just like a supporting role. I'm honestly looking at a support Saber.
Support Saber.
Probably the only problem is that he's not very strong when it comes to clearing waves, but imagine if you swap, if you kind of look for, instead of Natalia, it's a Saber. It could be good, but it is what it is.
It is what it is, my friends. So we are going to see a lot of stuff happen for sure here in this matchup. I'm gonna go and look back into our picks.
Yeah.
Just want to remind you guys, man, it's Nakai and it's Natalia on Greed, and that's something you cannot ignore. Greed literally winning championships single-handedly with that hero.
This is weird because when Grid entered, back then they were called Sunsparks. Right? So imagine this timeline. Sunsparks, they won the championship of MPL Season 4.
Yep.
And then afterwards, there was World Championship, and then in the interim between MPL Season 4 and Season 5, Sunsparks acquired Greed. And the first tournament actually that they were able to utilize Greed for Sunsparks was a tournament outside of MPL, but it still is very big in the Philippines. It's a franchise-based league in the Philippines. So they were under the banner of Bren. And imagine this. There's a back-to-back champion of the conference, and there's a season championship. So it was Omega back then who won the 2 conferences, but the season finale is like the biggest thing. And in that season finale, all of a sudden, Bren Esports won against Omega because of Greed playing that Natalia and Split pushing the base. And then afterwards,
Season
5, they won with the same thing.
It's just, I don't know. There's
That's
just something
crazy.
about Greed playing on this hero that just, it scares a lot of people, right? It puts fear in the hearts of the opponents.
It feels like he is made for that hero, right?
It's just so odd. And I have to say that this is going to be a threat, one of the biggest threats here for NXP. I know Aura has been a team that really likes to join the banter.
Yeah.
And finally, we'll be the ones who post. If ever JP wins, we'll be the ones to post on his page with the comments. You know, follow our YouTube and stuff like that. We can do that to him. That'll be fun.
That will be fun, actually.
Interesting to note here, by the way, it's not Yawi on the Baksha. It's gonna be Chester on the Baksha and Yawi on the Jawhead. I like the switch. They've been doing this. NXP has been doing this since
For the longest time, right?
I don't know. I think they've been doing that most this week.
Okay.
And beyond the Ruby, that's not surprising. A lot of these are just the lineup of NXP here is like a lot of offlaners that can sustain. They even made some offlaners into supports.
Yeah.
That's how much they like offlaners. And Roger is sometimes even used as an offlane, so you can say this is almost a pure offlane lineup.
Yeah.
So contradictory to what we usually see, right? So I'm really excited to see whether or not this lineup is gonna work, because it's the lineup that a lot of people like. It's very low. By the way, this is super short range. They have an almost melee
lineup. Yeah.
NXP has to be wary of that, and they're dealing again with Yi Sun Shin, right? So they're gonna have to deal with this. We saw this earlier.
It really suffered because of the heroes that they were up against as well. It's just like having 4 melee heroes against this lineup, it will not win. But if you're looking at Aura PH, it's Esmeralda and it's Akai. And really are.
You don't want to go near those heroes anyway.
Not at all.
And if you're a melee hero, you don't have a choice but to go near them.
Yeah,
if you want to kill them. So
fortunately, that won't be the case. Yeah. I really love the Yi Sun Shin decision for Aura. Imagine this: they picked it up in the last phase, and they still have a good Yi Sun Shin draft, and kind of makes me think: did NXP ever consider that Yi Sun Shin for Aura PH to ban it out or anything, or to answer it? And I hope that they did.
Lots of questions to be answered later on, but before that, we go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be game time. Aura PH versus NXP Solid. Don't go away.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer day, let irritation switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Xilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mono regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is game one still for Aura PH versus Nexplay. Solid pound for pound versus the People's Champ. And we are back here on the desk. Your analyst Wolf with your anchor Rockhart.
Okay.
We are here. And
okay.
before we get started, let's get straight into the sponsors for this tournament. We have our official telco partner, Smart. Squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14 gigabytes of data for Mobile Legends Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games.
We also like to thank our official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone here in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more.
Our official sponsor, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach Free Razor, Vector Free Razor, or Blue Free Simple Force Pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide.
Also, like to thank our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get free 50 pesos credits from PayMaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply.
Our partner in esports, TikTok Live. Just search Mobile Legends on TikTok for a chance to win some premium stuff when you watch the live stream on your TikTok app. Not to mention, search for your favorite players, your favorite streamers and shoutcasters right there on TikTok.
All right, and then also I'd like to thank our official gaming headset partner, Logic G, here, like a pro. And of course, MPL-PH Season 6 is powered by Moontime.
Now we are back into the game. We are actually doing a bit of a redraft. They needed to go back in the lobby. Same everything. Same picks, same bans, and same battle spells as well.
And will you be kind enough, good sir, to remind our viewers what the picks were? Because I believe that Nexplay Solid, they fielded this Roger, while it's Yisun Shin core for Aura PH with that Akai.
Yeah, but actually it is going to be just that.
Yeah.
As you can see, we do have the Akai, the Esmeralda, Cho, Natalia, and Yi Sun-shin for Aura PH, as well as the Baksha, Roger, Xborg, the Ruby, and Jawhead for NXP. So as you can see, as you can tell, almost all offlaners for NXP. And on the other side, it is basically a pretty well-rounded draft where they would like to have range, and they also like to have that solid front line. Now, their front line is a lot squishier. Even though it's an Akai and it's an Esmeralda, it's definitely a lot squishier. Relies a lot on shields, and that's something that you can counter. Something you can counter. Regeneration and shielding is what Baksha really likes to break down. And you also have to take note that there is an Xborg. So Xborg is very good against picks like some picks that have a bit of a shorter range. So the laning phase is definitely better for NXP. We're gonna have to see if that's gonna be the case right after that. And there you go. The picks are on your screens right now. Now, notable that Yaoi is not gonna be going for the Baksha this time around. Gonna go for that Xborg instead. That means that NXP just has a better trust on Yaoi when it comes to those early invades, which you expect the Jawhead to do.
I kind of want to say, though, that I feel it might be weak for the side of the People's Champs, right? For NXP Solid, because they don't have a mage source. Like, there's no magic damage source, which, again, in the meta that we have, I think you always have to have two sources of damage. Because, again, you cannot just... Imagine this. For Aura PH, all they need to do was pick up the Antikyras, and all of a sudden, anybody coming out from the side of NXP Solid, their damage output's already hampered. And the thing is, for Nexplay Solid, they need a little bit of a mix-up between the Antikyras as well as the Athena's shield. So that's one thing that I want to say about the lineup of Nexplay Solid. It's just way too focused on the physical damage arena, and might be not that enough against Aura PH.
Yeah, and they're probably gonna have a hard time here with once the moment that Aura PH gets the dominance ice. Like, oh my gosh, seriously, you just rush the dominance ice and people are gonna get slowed down. A lot of armor on their side as well. That's just very, very interesting for these guys.
Here we are waiting for the game to start for NXP Solid as well as Aura PH. And
apparently it's going to be another
Another round of pause.
Another round of pauses here. So just hang tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I
Let's
wonder.
do our podcast.
Welcome again.
Welcome to the podcast.
To the MPL-PH podcast.
Yes.
What can we talk about now?
I'm actually looking for a way. Yeah, let's talk about what they can actually. What's going to be the results here? Let's talk about that first before we head into the actual podcast. So, by the way, watch out for your screens. There are going to be codes popping up. So that's at least something for you guys to look forward to. Aside from the game itself, it's just so difficult to wait. We know. We're very excited as well. You just want to get straight into the fights.
For sure.
But yeah,
it's
what
getting
are the
hot
implications
in here.
Obviously, they're in the same bracket. So NXP is on third. Fourth. They're on fourth, right?
They're fourth in their group, especially because
there's no way that they're getting dropped. But
yeah, they are 13 points. Oh, sorry, they are at
14.
13 because they
14.
won.
Yeah, there was a
13
2-1.
points. Yeah. Execution is at 18, and Blacklist is at 20.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
in the points, that's not really the big difference. But the thing is, they are going to be on the lower bracket. I think.
No. There's no lower
there's no
bracket.
lower bracket. I keep forgetting that.
Wow, that's one thing that we want to talk about.
Yeah.
Good topic for the
about
podcast.
That, right?
All right.
So
sorry.
Yeah, there's the code right there on your screens, by the way. Go ahead and claim that up as much as you can. Check it out.
Here's the thing, man. Let's talk about this. The new format for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. History says that previously what we have when it comes to the playoff picture is there's an upper bracket and then there's a lower bracket. So the top teams of the season, particularly the top 4, will go to the upper bracket. They are. There's the lower bracket for the bottom 4. So no, it's not bottom 4. It's rank 5 to 8.
5 to 8. There you go. That's what you're fighting for.
And double elimination, single eliminations, right? And best of 3 everything. So
yeah.
Now we throw that away. Now for the MPL-PH season 6, it's the top. Imagine this. This is the top 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 of Group A versus the 4, 3, 2, 1 of Group B. They like my hands.
Yeah,
right?
they're like going.
It's called a fold, right? Imagine this. They fold it like that. All right.
Yeah.
So now, if NXP Solid stays in the fourth spot, this is the fourth spot, right? This one, my pinky, and another pinky. This is Bren. So they will be facing up against. Oh, sorry. This is Bren. This
Bren.
is and this is NXP. This is Bren. All right. So my index finger and my pinky, they're joining together. All right. So imagine that NXP Solid in the playoffs. They will be meeting Bren Esports
right away.
Right away.
Man,
if
that's just
they stay here in the bottom group, a part of the group. So
you don't want that.
You don't want that to happen.
Either Bren or Omega, by the way, because Omega is very close by.
Yeah, but
So
after that loss, the 2-0 loss against Onic, I think Bren Esports are.
Yeah.
So going back. So this, do you see that meet up, right?
That's not where you want to be.
Right. We mentioned earlier that it was a low double elimination bracket for the previous format, but for now it's a single elimination bracket.
Yeah. So once you lose, you're gone.
Yeah.
You're gone.
And
And you want that to happen against Bren? You want to be overanalyzed by Ducky?
Yeah.
Man, you don't want that.
No, never ever want that.
You don't want that. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing that they're trying to avoid here. They want to get as much points as they can to get out of that and maybe go into a bit of for themselves an easier matchup. So that's preference. I guess it's preference. Some people would say that NXP can probably still beat Bren. I don't know. But we have seen from history that they got pretty much 2-0'd.
Yeah.
So you don't want that's something that you, as NXP, you don't want.
Yep.
So you still want to fight hard on this one.
That means that it's a best of 5 as well, and I think that's important to take note. That before it's a best of 3, and some teams they get away with a best of 3, but I think that the best of 5 series is a totally different playing field. Honestly, I can see more comebacks from best of 5 series compared to a best of 3 series.
Yeah, because best of 5 series is where Aura actually shines as well.
Something like that.
A lot of the championships they won are comebacks from best of 5.
That's right. That's right. It's important. It's important to take note because there is how to say this? There is a play that you can do wherein you just let the opponent just show all of their strategies in the first 3 games and defeat them. Like even the first 2 games and then come back stronger that you checkmate your opponent. So
Yeah, we've seen Aura do that consistently.
that's right.
Yeah, and they're a team that is not afraid to give rounds to the enemy.
Yes, that's right.
If it means that you can get an advantage in the later parts of that best of 5. Now, wow, so comfy. There you go. Look at these guys.
Yep. I like it.
I get it.
I like the chairs though.
Yeah.
It's
Wish you could get custom chairs like that as well.
Oh man.
Yeah, but lazy boys are the way there.
Oh,
for,
of course.
For
recliners, right?
Recliners. There you go.
Why would you
Recliners
go
are the-
sit in a gaming chair when you can also play your games here, right?
Super soft, and you can lie down. you know.
Literally, you can.
Literally lie down.
Yeah.
That's just the dream.
The
there.
dream. The dream.
That's the dream. But those are expensive. I'm not sure. Are they more expensive than gaming chairs? There are
Yes,
some gaming
absolutely.
chairs that
Recliners
more
are
expensive.
right.
Yeah.
They cost an arm. So
Literally.
yeah.
And
The
then you can
agent says-
rest your other arm on the chair.
Yeah.
Once you buy it. So overall, I think these are just small factors. Like I know the Aura boot camp feels like this is an example that we have. Remember the boardroom kind of deal,
Ah,
the
yeah,
meeting room
the
kind of
meeting
deal.
room.
It's the homey vibe versus the meeting room kind of deal here. I like it. I like the contrast between these
Yeah.
two. Personally, where would you go for these?
I love the boardroom type.
You like the
honestly.
boardroom type,
Yeah.
right?
Because think about it, it's
Business
it
is business.
invites it invites you when you're on a game on your work mode, for example, when it's time for training, time for playing, you kind of set the mood. Because if you go for something that's casual, right, you tend to relax.
Yeah,
and
they do look relaxed, right?
Even if you think even if you say no, it's game time, your mind, your subconscious will force you to be more
Just
relaxed.
chill in your
Yes,
chair,
chill.
just like literally sink into the chair and
Yeah.
chill. When you're when you're a boardroom type, like you're on a like a straight table, you kind of force your posture to go straight as well, and then you go into a mode where you're ready for anything. You're ready to work.
Yes.
You're ready to get into the fight.
That's
So I
right.
think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But you know what? I like that they prioritize comfort as well. I mean, they do win in this regard. They win with the comfort. So I don't know.
Yep. Whew. I wanna see them in action though. That's what I wanna see, because this has been dragging for so long, and I wonder what Aura PH has brought to the table, because last time it was a standard rotation for them last week, but I just wish that they bring us something new this week, because they are the team that really likes to experiment.
Yeah, something new, please.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm clear, right? The Project Next heroes are allowed, right?
It is.
There's no more. There's only one. There was
Oh,
only a
man.
1 week restriction after the what do you call that? The patch. Man, that patch feels like such a long time ago, but it also
It's
feels
only
like yesterday.
Yeah, it's literally just 2 weeks. It's literally just like 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
But it has been feeling so long, right?
Yeah, it feels so long ago, but the new heroes are still, the newly revamped heroes are still not being
Yeah.
picked by our teams. It's
right.
it's so weird. But you know what? That's a lot of respect for the game itself.
Yep.
Like, you don't use heroes that you don't have a massive amount of experience with. A lot of the times, the heroes that you see picked here in the MPL, before they consider it for the draft, your coach has to know that, you know what, my player knows how to play this in ranked games. He's like top Philippines this, top Philippines that. He has 1,000 games on that hero. So it's safe for me to pick that, right? And that's probably why. They probably don't have that many games on either Layla or Mia or Saber. That's why they don't want to go.
I think they might have. They might have.
Probably some of them.
Yeah.
Right?
I remember there was one. I was playing with you when we saw that Fanny with 14,000 games.
14,000 games. Yes.
Oh my God! I
Sometimes
can't imagine.
you can just.
All right.
You can just. I don't know, man.
Okay, I'm just gonna calculate. If there is like 14,000 times about, let's just say, on average, the 8 minutes, that's even short. Like, you have 112,000 minutes. Right? If you divide it
Divided
to
by-
an hour, that's 1,800 hours.
Whoa.
And divided that to days. That's 7. Imagine this.
What?
Playing 77 days worth of just fanning.
Non-stop.
Non-stop fanning.
Every minute. Oh my gosh. That's like
2 months. More than 2 months.
2 months
Almost
of-
3 months.
Of just literally seeing that hero.
Of the fan. I don't understand. I can't. I just can't.
I don't know.
And that's
I
just
don't know.
funny. That's just and that's also just the average 8 minutes. There are obviously a lot of times that it's more than 8 minutes. I don't get it. I can't.
Yeah, I don't, there's no way for you to fathom 14,000 games of Fanny. That's
You can't. You can't. Oh my god.
It's just so fun. Anyway, we will see, of course, a lot of different stuff going in here. That's what I want to see. I want to see some of these heroes get picked up. A lot of them, they were picking Zilong, right? Am I wrong? Have we seen Zilong this season? Or am I seeing that? Do I remember that on ranked games? No. Zilong is there. I remember there was a time that Zilong is used to pick up the Ling.
Yeah.
It's a great counter to the Ling. Was it last season? Probably was last season. They keep picking the Zilong against a Ling. I don't know. It's a great Ling counter, by the way, and it's funny to think about it, but that was when Zilong was a little weak. It was literally just a throw.
That's a reliable stun, perhaps, and the reliable displacement is probably why they picked it. But apart from that, there's nothing that the Zilong can offer. Anyway,
Yeah,
so.
literally just ult and go for the base and hit the base over and over and over again. That's all you got.
Yeah.
So after that, I think Zilong is in a pretty good spot now. Not only is the Zilong actually pretty much what do you call this? Not only is the Zilong looks good right now.
Yeah.
But also it's pretty good. It's also pretty good. So I don't know. There's so much. What do you call this? There is just so much potential coming in from these heroes, and I'm surprised they're not getting picked up.
I like the Saber, honestly. So looking at Zilong now, it also has some good skins, by the way.
It does.
The
It
Zilong.
has some pretty, like, really crazy skins.
Yeah.
They're really big and foofy, and they're scary. It's scary when it flies at you.
Yeah.
Imagine the flying Zilong straight at you, you know? So those are things you don't want to work with as much as possible, but man.
Oh.
Big oof. Anyway, those are the things I want to see. And hopefully we
There
see
was
them.
I was thinking of non-meta heroes that I use that can be used in the meta, because remember, you noticed last year I was the one spamming Uranus and nobody approved of the Uranus.
But you were getting games. That's the important thing about it.
And I also ran Execute back then, which is really what's amazing about it.
Execute on the tank,
Yeah,
right? It's
and
just on almost a tank.
I was ahead of my time, I guess.
Well, people did pick it up, and then it got absorbed into pro play. So
Now it's one of the most banned ones.
one of the most picked and banned
Oh.
heroes. So I'm seeing that we will be on a. They're still restarting apparently. By the way, if you guys are wondering what we're doing, we're waiting for.
Oh my!
We're waiting.
I
for
remember
the-
last night we also stalled for about an hour, literally an hour.
Literally an hour.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. So they're not.
this
they're
is not something new.
Not new at all. Definitely, we definitely need a podcast. Hopefully, we can bring in some guests next time or something, right? That would be cool.
That will be really cool. That will be really cool.
Oh my gosh! Seriously. What are we gonna do now? So
I don't know, man.
let's
Maybe
play some ranked games. I think can we rank game while we're
You know what?
waiting? We'll cast our ranked games. That sounds like fun. Oh, sorry about that.
I want to say, Nexplay solid. Here's what you need to do.
What?
Squad up, rank
Rank
up,
up, and keep up.
keep up with your team.
Yeah. That's what you gotta
14 gigabyte, guys, of
I don't know how to
Mobile
fix
Legends
this.
and Facebook gaming, man.
And you got it.
You got
There-
it.
There you go.
It's very cheap.
Very, very cheap.
Nexplay solid. Come on.
Actually, you know what? That thing with Smart, that's actually free. You know
Yeah.
that?
What do you mean?
I think that's free. The 14 gigabytes.
The
for a week.
the first yeah.
The first first 7 days, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot.
And
You're in.
afterwards, you can just register to other of the smart promos,
and
it's really fast.
Yeah, get that Giga Life. You know, Giga
Yeah,
Life.
exactly. And you won't deplete 14 gigabyte
No, I can't.
for just a series. Guys, come on. If
Yeah.
you're hearing this, Baby Ignacio, if you're hearing this, register.
Register, man.
Smart.
Register is smart. That's.
Why haven't you figured that out? I don't
I
understand.
guess they want to stick with what they have, but I don't understand as well. You know
Come
what?
on, come on.
With your smart SIM, just put it on a Realme phone. Look, right now I'm super surprised by how good this Realme phone is that Realme just sent us.
Yep.
This
Realme 7.
Realme 7, man. The 90 hertz thing on this is so good, and it literally. You remember, the charging revolution that they have?
Yes.
This is only 30 watts. I plug it in, I take a shower, and it's fully charged.
That's what I don't understand too. Like
It's
they
like-
were saying that this is a fast charging one, and then when you experience it, it actually is.
It really
fast
is, like,
charging.
literally fast. So I'm able to play. I'm back on 98%. I'm surprised that it's asking me to unplug my charger. I charge it at 30%. Then
Yeah.
man, this is just
You gotta
amazing.
try it out. You gotta try it out.
Plus, with a smartphone, with a smart SIM, you can play. You can jump straight into your game.
Yeah.
I just gotta big props. Big
I'm
props.
actually sure, because here's the thing, right? There are times wherein brands will tell you this stuff and these stuff, and you don't actually believe it. When you actually experience it, later you're gonna be amazed.
Yeah. I used up the 14 gigabytes, by the way,
Oh, yeah, you did.
because Facebook, because there was a lot of banter,
Yeah,
you had to scroll.
that's right. Yeah.
That's more than
And all the
14
videos-
gigabytes, man.
a lot of the TikTok videos.
A lot of
important.
TikTok videos for
Oh
14
God,
gigabytes.
Oh god.
For Facebook, you just keep watching stuff on Facebook and you just burn through it. But
right.
that's for hardcore use. That's like for us.
Yeah.
For normal use, man, you won't use 14 gigabytes. Trust
Absolutely.
me. So
Okay.
we're just waiting for a little bit more. Just
Mm-hmm.
chill out, and we are waiting for the games to start. For now, I think I'm gonna jump into a quick brawl. Like, I hope you guys can also join us.
Yep.
I wish we could do that, right? While we're
Wish.
waiting, we'll just connect our phone to and then just go on. Anyway, yeah. Basically, what we want to do here is we want to have a fair environment, a fair match environment. We don't want one team to be playing on like 100 ping or something.
Yeah, we
because
don't
of
wanna-
their
we don't want that to
own
happen.
issues, because of own issues and
whatever issues they have, right?
yeah. So don't worry, we are not intentionally stalling the game
That's
from you guys. But you want something to do with your time? What about a chance to win a skin, win 5 skins by joining
That's
the
what
mythical
you like,
raffle
right?
draw right there for week 8? Just use your QR code scanners and scan the code right there on your screens, or type in bit.ly/mrd-w8.
That's right. That's right.
And you'll be able to at least get a chance.
Mhm.
Get a chance to win 5 skins. I wish we could get like skins. Usually they give away the skins that are like from the MVPs. of the
Yeah.
week,
Yes.
right?
Yes, they do. So
do?
what happens is if this team or if there's the MVP player,
Mhm.
most picked heroes, right? And then they
Yep.
For
example, let's give an example. Like
I remember when it was Edward, there was a lot of Farsa, Natalia skins outside
Yeah.
out there. So yeah.
So for example, if Yaknu got like the MVP like earlier, maybe he can maybe the following week they're gonna be giving away like a Hellcurt special skin, right? Yeah,
So
you
far,
want that,
so
you
far,
want
who's
that.
your MVP? 'Cause, yeah, I think either Iakno or Venus.
I think-
to an MVP right now. Right?
Yaknu just really outperformed himself.
Yeah.
Compared to his performance last week, Yaknu's performance this week is just spot on. Spot on.
Man. That I can't believe I'm seeing the Hellcurt played like that. It looks really simple when you look at it, but when you have tried Hellcurt, man, I'm telling you, it's not it's not easy to do what Iakno did.
Absolutely.
And this is coming from two Hellcurts spammers from back in the day, right?
Yeah, you gotta go for that. It's doing it against a team like Omega.
That's also true. That's also true.
How do you even do that? That is just impossible.
There's a Cho in there. Like there's a.
There were a lot of crowd control
Crowd
heroes.
control.
There was a Ruby. There was a Cho, and to be honest, a Ruby's a bad matchup.
Yeah.
He has so much sustain. When you spam the stingers, even if the stingers fall on the Ruby, usually the Ruby will be able to just ignore it and regen and lifesteal off of it. But that didn't happen. So big props, big props to the game earlier by Onyx. So again, get a chance to win those skins by joining that the mythical raffle draw. And we're gonna have that. That's gonna be week 8. So that's probably the last.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we're gonna go to our super duper ultra mega mythical raffle draw where you'll get the chance to win some awesome prizes. And not just skins, by the way.
Yeah.
So there might be even more.
Yeah, there will be merch. If
I think there
mean,
might
the
be.
last time
It was a merch and I think there was a prize money. I can't remember anymore.
Diamonds.
Phones?
There were diamonds.
Was there a phone? Was there a
I
Realme
think there was
phone?
a phone. There was a phone.
Realme.
in there.
You know, you can probably throw in a Realme 7 there if they're really enthusiastic.
That's
about
right.
it.
That's right. Oh my.
So just join at least 5 mythical raffle draws, and you'll be able to get a chance to get those awesome prizes. Again, those are, we can't confirm the prizes yet because we don't know.
Yeah.
It hasn't been said to us. I think they'll announce it before playoff starts.
Yeah, perhaps.
Because we are gonna draw it during the playoffs, I believe.
Yeah, and the playoffs now will compose of 4 days. It's just bad that we don't get to see the LAN events actually happen.
Yeah, I kind of miss the LAN events
we miss
already.
Because
Yeah.
imagine if there's a crowd like behind us. There's a lot of energy for sure, and people love it.
And I just want to see the chat right now.
Big shout outs to all
Big
the
shout out
people.
to all the people who are still staying here. Hundreds, literally. So
Just waiting.
thousands of people who are just waiting. I like it. So thank you for
Thank you,
waiting
thank
with
you.
us.
Thank
That's
you for
how
waiting.
excited we are about the NXP matchup as well. Like, we will wait all day if we have to. Well, maybe not all day, but maybe half the day if we have to. I'd wait 12 hours.
Yeah.
For NXP
Why
and
not?
Aura.
Why not?
You know what? I'm not saying it's gonna happen. You know, if
Man.
you're, yeah.
Oh my
Not
God.
saying that's what's gonna happen. All right, but you know, just
It might happen.
be prepared.
I remember watching this Cowboy Bebop. You know that?
Yeah, it's an anime.
They played chess for about a week for one match because that's how they like one match is a week because it's also online chess. Right?
Oh, okay.
Because it was so intense, so a team.
So marathons happen. This is gonna be one of those. And I'm sure the players are also excited. It's just maybe external factors that are affecting these games, right? So
is this
this
no.
it? This is it? Are we going in?
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. So don't worry, we're just as excited as you guys.
Yeah, we're sorry, guys. The casters do not have control with the game, so.
Yeah, and if you have any shout outs, do it on the post it on the
Post it
chat.
there. We love it.
We love watching you guys talk, even
Yeah.
though sometimes
It's a how do you say this? It's a unrequited love from us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seriously. You don't like it, but we like. We like watching.
You don't like us, but we love you.
Yeah. You know what? That's just how the things work here.
Yeah. It is what it is.
I mean, I like it when people. I really don't like it when people go into this mode where they throw insults and bad words on comment
To
sections.
anyone,
To
right?
anyone, right? But sometimes you do. I kind of understand where they're coming from. They want to see the game right away. So sometimes you can't control yourself.
Yeah.
And you
The
just
frustrations
type.
just
the
build up.
frustration just builds up, and you have to type it. You have to throw it somewhere.
Yeah.
And the comment section is the easiest way to throw that
That's
out.
right. That's right.
So we understand that, but of course, you also have to understand that as much as we want the games to start right away, external factors really affect the
It's something that's out of our control, and I'm sure that even NXP they didn't think that it will happen to them tonight.
They're itching.
They also want to play. I'm sure that as much as we want to see them play, they also want to play.
If you're curious, check Doggy's.
Oh yeah, actually,
Doggy's page
why
for
don't
sure. I want to check Doggy's page.
Why don't we look at that?
Because absolutely, you know what? He's gonna have some opinion about that. He's usually the guy that we look at for stuff like this.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not a post yet. It's not a post yet. I think I saw one post before, but might have been just deleted.
Probably. Let's look
delete
at this.
All right,
let's
delete it.
Let's delete it. All right.
Oh my God. Did you see it?
No, this is just funny. Mr. Valdez posted something as well. We're just.
Oh my God.
We're just out of our minds here right now. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so apparently we're gonna have to do that.
Okay.
That's
all right.
fine.
Okay. So here's the thing, guys. Gonna be heading into a break, that we don't know if it's gonna be quick or not, but. Here's what I'm sure of. We're gonna be back. We're gonna be back for sure
later on. Don't go away. We are gonna be back with NXP versus Aura PH Station. You're going? There you go.
Inside Mobile Legends, we have prepared a comprehensive update, aka Project Next, for the new season to come. Don't forget to check it out on September 22nd when the update goes live. Now, without further ado, let's dive in. Starting with the updated battlefield. First off, we have added special siege minions to the side lane minion waves. The siege minions on the side that is close to the first turtle spawn, aka the turtle lane, will provide 50% extra EXP, whereas the siege minions on the other side lane grant the player 50% extra gold. However, all the special siege minions will return to regular ones starting from the 8th minion wave. Moving on to the defense towers, we have added a shield to every outer tower. In the first 3 minutes of the game, if the player or the friendly minions attack the enemy outer tower, the player will in return get gold. The amount of gold to be obtained is determined by the damage dealt to the enemy tower and the number of allies around. Moreover, we have made drastic changes to the jungler position. In the new update, only the player who's equipped with the battle spell Retribution can purchase jungle items. Once the player has purchased a jungle item, the EXP obtained from minions will be reduced in the first 3 minutes of the game. We've also made some major changes to the jungle buffs and some of the equipment items. We will leave those for you to find out later. In the previous Project Next episodes, we have introduced you to the skill adjustments for 6 heroes: Mia, Eudora, Layla, Saber, Zilong, and Alucard. Apart from them, Alice has received a revamp as well. Firstly, we have redesigned her ultimate skill. In the new patch, players are free to choose when to deactivate her ultimate. What's more, the cooldown of the ultimate is greatly reduced. And to make it easier for players to utilize Alice's mechanics, we have adjusted her first skill. If the player keeps pressing on the button after Alice's first skill is cast, the camera will follow the bloodstream so that the player can decide when to cast this skill again. Lastly, we have adjusted Alice's passive and granted it a mana regen effect. Apart from them, Aurora, Mortis, Vale, and even more heroes have been revamped. Feel free to check the patch notes for the details when the update arrives. Aside from the hero skill changes, we've also made some great improvements in terms of hero modeling. Now, with the updated animation and visual effects, it is safe to say that MLBB has taken a giant leap. Concerned about the increased system consumption? Worry no more. All the changes and optimization won't cost you extra system consumption. We have included elements of the MLBB universe in the hero display screen. Now, different heroes will have different backgrounds depending on their places of origin in the Land of Dawn. To make it easier for you to execute team strategies and to avoid overlapping visuals, we have conducted an overhaul of battlefield visual elements. What's more, in terms of equipment items, we have not only optimized their visuals, but also their icons. From the login screen to the post screen, you shall notice many refreshing changes to the UI. And when it comes to the controls and the field of view, we have also made great improvements, with which we hope our players can fully enjoy the fun of a mobile MOBA. Well, that wraps up today's episode of Inside Mobile Legends. Don't forget to log in onto MLBB on September 22nd. If you have any suggestions for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, feel free to leave a comment below. Don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed the video. Follow our YouTube channel for more news and updates. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple eh? Smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash.
Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Dahil buhay na si Grid, yung pinaka-problema na natanggal nila bumalik na naman. And grabe yung
Nagsimula yung career ko nasa Obs Gaming. Kakampi ko sila, Sire, Chak Nu, tapos si Cap1. Unang qualifier ko nun, hindi kami nakapasok. Nalaglag kami sa qualifier ng Season 4, nung BSP pa ako. Piniam ako ni Siko na huwag daw ako mag-alala, makapasok daw ako ng MPL. Tinupad niya naman yung pangako niya na kukunin na ako. Tapos yun, siyempre, grinab ko yung opportunity na makapasok sa MPL. Onic PH ako, madami ako natutunan nun, lalo na sa mga pagkatalo namin. Last champion, sobrang heartbreaking kasi lamang namin ng 2-0. Tapos naudlot yung pagkapanalo namin. Hindi nga ako masyado napagsalita nung after na yun, hindi din agad ako nakalis ng stage. Ang historical sana yung pagkapanalo namin dun kasi straight from quali kami tsaka rookie sa MPL lahat. Tapos yun, sayang. Kailangan na naming maghiwalay kasi hindi na ganun nag-work yung communication namin. May mga players na hindi na din katulad nung sama namin dati. Siguro kasi party din yun ng paghihiwalay. Siyempre, nung nagkaroon ako ng opportunity nung kinuha ako ng Sunsparks, grinab ko yun kasi kailangan ko magkaroon ng new journey. Sobrang laki ng pinagbago nung nag-champion na ako sa MPL kasi finally na-prove ko yung sarili ko na kaya ako mag-champion sa PH kasi yun talaga yung pangarap ko. Haters ko na na-prove ko sa kanila na hindi ganun kababa yung laro.
And we're back! Guys, we are back! And we're gonna go fight off Aura PH versus
This is it!
NXP Solid. So, this is it. This is finally it. We got confirmation. Teams are getting ready to get into the game.
Let's go!
Probably one of it's
the
really
most
funny. The most
most awaited game.
Literally.
The most awaited game in the history of MPL.
Yes.
NXP versus Aura. And we are indeed gonna go at it.
Going straight at it.
Let's
I
go.
hope the games are going to be worth it. Yeah, I hope they're gonna be worth it. And
Yeah.
I know that we just got word that we're just waiting for the teams to literally just sit
just
down.
sit down.
And
right?
they are actually connected. So NXP NXP are
It is what it
still
is.
busy doing TikTok. I'm just kidding. They just love TikTok. So both teams are probably doing that for now. And Refletia's probably. I gotta follow these guys. On
Oh, you
TikTok
gotta
for
follow
sure.
them. We have the giveaway codes.
Giveaway
Right?
codes. Check out those giveaway
Check
codes.
them out.
by the
Check them
way.
out, everyone.
And
Come on.
yeah, So just go ahead and claim them while we're waiting for the teams,
Yep.
and probably another bonus giveaway code. There you go! Bonus giveaway code for you guys for waiting with us. So go ahead, drop on to web.mobilelegends.com and claim
Wow.
those.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually right.
Yeah, that's where you
You
get the
remembered
redeem.
it, right? This guy knows how to claim.
It's been a while.
It's been
I've been doing that, and now my
Yeah.
BP is at 100k plus. So
yeah. So if there's a new hero, you're gonna
you
be
gotta
sure.
insta buy. And
Insta buy.
of course, speaking of heroes and skins, mythical raffle draw, bro.
Yep. If
Mythical
you
raffle
want to
draw.
have a chance, if you want to have a chance to get a lot of rewards for sure, come next week, do check out this link and join us in the discussions we'll have, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're gonna have a lot of fun, especially now that we have the mythical raffle draw.
Yep.
I think that we can talk about that soon.
Mhm.
When we get details about the prizes, we'll definitely let you guys know. Because I'm
Absolutely.
very excited to see what our friends are gonna have here.
Yeah. So what we're seeing now coming out from from NXP as well as Aura
Mhm.
is just to remind everyone, we're gonna be playing with the previous bans and picks.
Previous picks and bans,
Alright.
and maybe we can bring that up on screen. Can
Yep.
we do that? I'm not sure.
Perhaps later.
Perhaps we'll open it up. I'll
What-
open it up on my phone for the meantime.
It's a
On my-
classic Yisun Shin versus the Roger that we know. Roger
Yisun
is
Shin, man. Yisun
Yeah.
Shin.
This
There
is
you
an
go.
Aura Yisun Shin, so it's gonna be scary.
gonna
One of
be
the
really,
teams
really
that can
scary.
really do that.
So I think the Yisun Shin. There you go. There you go. There's the picks.
Yeah.
Now I have to say that I'm still convinced that this time around there's no download games or anything that's
Yeah,
gonna happen
yeah.
here for Aura PH. Look
That's
at that.
true. That's true.
They're just gonna have a fun time for sure. And this is Natalia. This is
Yeah.
Natalia. This is their game face, as they say. So
It's very scary to see what, well, at least what RPH can use with, because if you look at their lineup, it's very Aura, but
very Aura.
very Aura style, but at the same time, it's very balanced. So you have a marksman that can go into the late game. You have early game presence with the Esmeralda on the side lanes, and you have a solid Cho. So it's a mixture of physical and magical, as well as a mixture of a passive and an aggressive type of lineup. So you can see that from RPH, they had a holistic approach going up against the Nexplay in game number 1.
yeah, and of course you have to respect as well the amount of aggression that can come
Yeah.
from this lineup from NXP. This is just like an early game. We're tough. We're gonna roll
Yeah.
you over kind of lineup.
That's right.
So, and again, Tank Chester. This is I don't know what they're trying to do. They're trying to
Yeah.
switch up support to tank.
Yeah.
And to me, I don't mind. I don't mind seeing a support Yaoi, but Chester, I still feel like they're more comfortable where they are.
Yeah,
right.
I want to say Yaoi on a Joy could be very explosive. So this time it's a double tank per se setup coming out from both Jester and Yaoi, when we are used to the one tank and one mage, right? So hopefully that this brings a lot to the table, because I think that majority of the games that NXP win is off of the tanks being so successful with whatever role that they have, right?
Yeah, I mean, these tanks are obviously the bread and butter as well.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way that you will see a no-tank lineup
Yeah.
almost in NXP.
That's
Even
right.
when they're denied the Kufra, even if you deny the Atlas,
Yep.
if you ban those picks, you're gonna see Yaoi on Carmilla a lot of times. So they almost never go with no tanks. NXP. While on the other hand, I think Rafflesia is more flexible in that regard, where Rafflesia can go a little bit more offensive. He's not usually he is the championship Kufra.
Yeah.
But he is also comfortable in going off roll a lot, and a lot of times when you go off roll, that's the thing about it. That's what I don't like about NXP. They're trying to go off roll a lot against a team that is so comfortable in the current roles that they have.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, you off-roll, meaning to say it's off of, because mastery is important in a league. That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to say here. That's what I composed in my mind. We know that you can play whatever it is, hero that you have. Professional players can play that, but when in a situation wherein wins matter so much for NXP as well, this is a league. That just means that won't be enough if you just can play the hero for 100 games or so. If you haven't mastered that hero, you're not gonna make it in the professional scene for sure. Yep.
So these guys are obviously mastery is something that should be already built in. That's like already a given for any player.
That's right.
In the MPL, I'm just wondering how much they mastered it.
That's also true because it's not only about the heroes themselves, but also the actual approach to that hero. For example, looking at Greed, he already mastered that split pushing Natalia, right?
Yeah.
And he might have also mastered just the Natalia, but the other playstyle of Natalia, that's also what he mastered. So that's an entirely different thing for sure.
So we are going to see the game very, very soon, I'm sure.
Or are we?
I hope. Or are we?
I don't trust them anymore.
Yeah, I don't trust the calls anymore.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, they're probably getting ready. They're probably putting the powder on.
Just imagine Cho has been jumping for quite a while now. So
yeah, imagine if your guys are tired. Imagine
Cho right now.
Probably just
jumping up and down for the longest time.
Yeah.
I wonder when we can see him in action.
He's very excited for sure. Yeah. And Kiluash on the show, by the way, it's a treat to watch. So I hope you get ready for that.
That's right.
Expect a lot of strong split push, and also expect a lot of aggression coming in from that side lanes. The side lanes are very much controlled, I think, for Aura PH here. Although there's a lot of the thing about the side lanes of NXP is that they're bullies. They can cut through the waves, right? They can cut to the back of the waves, and you can do a lot of denial if you do the cut properly.
Yeah.
Like the Ruby can cut very well, the X-Board can cut pretty well, and the problem is that's also an avenue for counter for Aura PH.
Whew, it's getting hot in here as the minutes go by. We want to see them in action. Give us the game.
Give us the game,
and Aura PH.
Yeah.
This is starting to be like a record-breaking most awaited game.
Literally most awaited. I'm thinking about the longest time that I actually held down a cast. This is on a different game, obviously, right? So we just got some good news.
Miracles happened!
Miracles happened!
Let's go!
My God!
Let's go!
Oh! Okay, we're back.
All right, we're back.
Okay, so we're back here in Aura PH versus NXP Solid Game 1. And I would say that, they look stable. They don't seem like they have any latency issues. And First Blood, like miracles do happen, First Blood on to a Yisan Shan. That is catching JP off position.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Perhaps what they did was the ejector into the Baksha, perhaps? Or maybe could be different, but what is important is that they were able to do it.
Yep, there you go. Hey, that's a very nice try from Yaoi there, trying to see if he can catch off either Reflecia or Greed, but apparently it's not going to be the case. And MB is, again, as I said, these are lane bullies. They can sustain for a long time here. So the top lane and bottom lane are going to be big problems, the off lanes for Aura PH.
So bottom lane can see some movements from the Export as well. I think that they at least attempted to take the orange buff of Aura PH. Not entirely sure if they were successful in doing so, but maybe we can see later. Yeah, it was a stolen orange buff from the Export, so that's interesting. That's important to take note that Aura PH lost that one.
Yeah, and they are going to keep losing a lot of these if they don't do something about this rampaging Baksha here, who has been really making sure that all of the buffs are in check for NXP Solid. So 600 gold lead is something, it's not big, but you're doing it against Aura PH. That means you're doing something right. And
and another pause.
Another pause. I cannot. I'm gonna run out of I'm gonna run out of things to say about the pauses anymore, so I'm not even gonna notice it. But at this point, yes, if you're up by 600 gold against the back-to-back champs, you're definitely doing something right if you're NXP.
Then again, that this is Aura PH. These are champions. I don't know how easy they can recover from this, and they know how to deal with this. I wonder if the aggression from NXP Solid though is gonna continue, because I think that they have the right to do so. They have the heroes to be aggressive in the early game, and it's really advisable for them to capitalize on that fact.
Yep, for sure. They can capitalize and they can do wonders.
Yeah,
of course, with that. Now, the things that we were talking about before were actually really coming true. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to actually lane against the Ruby, against, of course, especially with a Baksha. You know, that's the factor that we forgot to mention. This Baksha is just gonna make sure that the lane bullying will proceed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the anti-police. There's like a police that stops bullying, and then there's this guy who makes sure that you can bully that lane.
Yeah.
Consistently. And
oh, there it is.
There it is. There you go. Look at it. And H2O level 4, like very close to level 5 here. He is on the warpath.
Yeah. Here we are. I just actually went onto Facebook and I'm gonna just post something.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
It's called the most awaited game.
The most awaited game of the series.
Of the season.
Of the season, rather. That's like taking away from the NXP, what do you call that? The NXP execration match, which is touted as the most awaited game, but apparently this is more of it.
This is literally the most awaited game of the season. And top lane, there we go.
There you go. Look at that. There you go. They want to take some of that gold away from the shields.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where you want to get. That's where you want to be at. If you want to get some gold from Aura, free gold is on those shields. And NXP Solid's gold lead is definitely going on the rise here. H2O taking one jungle camp after one jungle camp in a very quick succession means that the plan is going as predicted by NXP.
And as you can see, there's 1,000 gold lead for NXP Solid, even more. And you want to really see that from NXP Solid, and it's what we like, because they want to, if you want to win against the champions, if you want to take a game away from the champions, you better have a different plan in mind.
Yep, and the plan is, of course, going to be a very out-of-the-box approach, I think.
Yeah.
They want disruption. They want to disrupt Aura PH instead of letting them go into this mode, into this phase where JP is a strong threat. They're trying to stop that right away. They're trying to stop it early on, so that they don't have to deal with it.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like that's going to be happening as well. H2O. Oh, the deny for Greed. He denies the buff from H2O, and H2O is very, very low. I think he didn't even die.
Oh, yeah.
And the Mount Shocker can be very close to killing him, but Yaoi's going to be the one to take down Kiluash instead.
Be careful about Greed.
Oh, Greed, he's not done. He has that buff, and he was almost close to range to use it.
My God.
What a big denial from Greed.
I wonder how they did it, though, because that means that the retribution from the Roger wasn't...
I think Greed literally just hit it with a normal attack. How?
Did H2O miss the shot? That's the question.
Yeah, can we get like a replay, a super slow replay of that? That would be so fun to analyze. Now it's going to be Greed fighting under the smoke here with H2O. The double dash going to be used up. He is trapped. And with Chester very close by, that's going to be it for the turtle buff for Greed.
Oh, and of course the Roger is going to be able to take it. What a nice jump coming out from the Baksha. I wonder if Reflesha didn't use that Hurricane Dance on just one member of NXP Solid, or a PH might have gotten away with the Greed being alive. Nevertheless, NXP Solid will capitalize on the fact that they are really strong in this part of the game.
Yep, and in this part of the game is where you have the Jawhead. You have Yaoi rolling each and everywhere you can go. And you also have Chester on the Baksha literally rolling. So everyone is having a hard time from Aura PH except for maybe Greed, who is just trying to control the bleeding. He's trying to stop the bleeding here. But again, it's very difficult since he has so many fronts to deal with.
Yeah. You can see now the Esmeralda against the Export. It seems like Export, Renjay is winning. I guess that's the nature of the Zeros.
Yeah. Instant immortality at this point, by the way, for the X-Word. Almost 6 minutes.
What I'm really surprised is that the teams are still, quote-unquote, laning, right?
They're still there. They're not
still
even
there.
Especially Aura PH, they're playing so defensively right now.
That's right. Well, they feel that they're not in a rush, honestly, because they have a Yi Sun Shin. It scales better.
Yep.
Right, so
there you go.
It's good.
It's gonna be a dive in by Chester. Kiluash, He's trying to estimate if he can kick Chester back, but there's no one to do the DPS. Even Greed is very low. Turtle goes over to H2O just like that. Immortality will be popping. KLVJ, he can't dive in right away. That's a lot of NXP members. They are grouped up. There's no single target they can take down. And Aura PH, they are forced to back off.
Oh, what a wonderful decision there from NXP Solid. Putting this export with the Immortality. I think that the timing of the Immortality is really good as KLVJ wants to fight against H2O. He's actually winning the fight even against a turtle buffed Roger. Well, obviously the turtle buff is a shield, so maybe that's why.
A 2-0 and free, Roger.
Can't believe it.
Against a 0-0-0 Esmeralda. KLVJ just makes magic happen with his hero. And
KLVJ's understanding of his heroes is just immaculate. And honestly, Esmeralda is one of the heroes that Aura PH can really utilize.
Yep, that's going to be the pushback there for the Hurricane Dance. Flicker being used by Yaoi, but he's not going to be able to get away from that. Silence as well. Going to stop the ejector for a moment, but he will go down anyway. That's going to be H2O on the back foot. Trying to see if he can get some damage in. Lycan Pounce very close for the JP. He's going to have to make a run for it. And he does fall in the end. Kiluash as well. Going to be collateral damage there with Kilua, with Rafflesia. He already used the Hurricane Dance. He can't really do that much after that.
Wow, the aggressiveness of NXP Solid, it's relentless. That's what we need from NXP Solid if they do want to win against Aura. Now Greed will have to run away from Chester now, as the initial plan of Aura PH to be a problem for the Roger isn't falling in place.
Oh,
Yaoi smells blood.
Yaoi looking for that bush, looking for that Natalia, but of course invisibility is still there. You need the AoE. You need actual AoE damage to go in and reveal it.
That's right.
So no reveal is going to be happening for that Natalia.
There we are. Guard looking for a target, but it seems like Aura PH will pop the Mountain Shocker. And where is the stun? Where is the control? It's not going to hapen.
Yep, JP is 0-3-1 right now. There's no way they can contest this right with the items that they have. But they're going to try anyway. Rafflesia with a Hurricane Dance pushes. Man, he pushed him so far away.
No way. No way.
Oh my gosh.
Really
no way.
Oh.
Literally, here's KLVJ though in the middle of everyone's trying to dance. Trying to do that Stardust dance across Moon Shield and activation. It's going to be so difficult for KLVJ to do. Rafflesia as well. No Hurricane Dance means he's not going to be able to go in. Dish in on out there with Last Insanity. Renegade going for the chase in H2O. He's going to be able to clean up that guy.
KLVJ is still alive. The jump onto the control, and they took down the Natalia. Chasing Renegade. KLVJ going to be the better one, but he's going to be taken down. It's a wipeout from NXP Solid.
That's a 3-for-5 there for NXP. In favor of course, guys on the red. And H2O,
People's
guy.
champ.
I don't know how you're going to deal with this Roger at this point. He's just so massive.
8-0 in force. We see the Gillette instant replay. And
smart move, by the way.
Amazingly smart move from Rafflesia. And he knows that Greed is there to take that turtle. Without the retribution, NXP Solid cannot secure that turtle. But it didn't matter in the end because Aura PH still lost the succeeding fight. The moment that JP was tagged by NXP Solid, that's when you know that Aura PH will not be able to win and get the cigar at least.
I mean, it would be a different situation if it was JP who was getting the turtle, but it's not. It's Greed who's always getting the turtle.
That's right.
It's a nice denial. It's a nice steal. Because imagine if the Roger had the turtle buff, that would be literally unstoppable at this point.
Oh, scary, scary stuff. But okay.
Okay, that's a revenge for all the turtles that Greed stole from this guy. He's mad and he paid for it with his life. You cannot, no one can outduel this Roger at this point.
No one can outduel this Roger. Absolutely sure about that.
Lord resurrecting soon.
As Aura versus NXP Solid is proving to be good for NXP Solid now. The Lord is going to come, and the amount of lead that NXP Solid has right now means that they can be bullies against Aura PH, and they can start this Lord take. Aura PH looking very shaky. Even after having a good draft for Aura PH, it seems like NXP Solid are outlasting them. And wow,
whoa, the Lord, that was a quick Lord take there for NXP. They're going non-stop here. going straight at it, and that's going to be KLBJ diving in on the back foot. H2O very, very low, but he's going to be able to lifesteal back right away. That's a big difference between the Roger and other people. The lifesteal is going to be real. Renegade hunting down Greed is big. Going to be Immortality Pop for Renegade, and the rest. Oh, there you go. That's the hook in. MB chasing off on the JP, and there's nothing Aura can do about it.
There is the Lord marching up top, and 2 down on the side of Aura PH. NXP Solid, they still have their complete 5. Big minions going to be pushing into the middle. Oh, H2O dodges a majority of the initiations from Aura PH, and that is wonderful to watch.
Yep, very wonderful to watch. Seeing NXP just look on form. This is the fire that we keep talking about when we talk about NXP, right?
Yeah.
There's so much damage output and just so much.
Yowie with the ejector play.
Yep, ejector play. Raflesia trying to Hurricane Dance as many people as he can, but he cannot find the target, which is H2O. He's fighting under the tower. H2O decides to take down that turret alongside the other members here, and they are going to go focus on what is important, which is the inhibitor.
And the Export going for the last Insanity play for the Bully play now. As NXP Solid wants to push into that bottom lane. It seems like they have felt their confidence. They're popping the Aura Fire stickers, and all of a sudden, Aura PH doesn't have any more base turrets.
Yeah, that's an empty base there for Aura PH, and knowing Aura PH, it's going to take a lot for them to get back into this game.
Oh, my goodness. And I guess the fans will be rejoining now, and that's what we like about this.
Yep.
NXP Solid, we know that they need to be... Yeah, they need to be aggressive with this Roger, and they are doing what their lineup should be doing, and we like that about them. Finally waking up after their win against Execration, they are feeling it against Aura PH.
Yep, so massive, man, and Aura PH are... Knowing them, they're going to be so, what do you call this? They're going to be very mad after this game if they lose this. Like, they kind of, if you think about Arcadia, he kind of thinks he won the draft, right? But somehow the execution is just not working out. I mean, the players are playing out of their minds, but Aura PH, they're just being beaten down to the earth by H2O's Roger.
Here we are. Oh, there it is.
Pushing him all the way back into the fountain, but not going to be happening soon. There's
Ejector
going to be
play.
the ejector into the unstoppable force. They're beating up Kiluash right now. Can't do anything. And now they're going to be flowing and swimming in lava in the Tortoise Pisans there. And again, the damage output, everyone from NXP just going on turbo mode.
But Aura PH, they are surviving this. There's the ejector play once more. They
There
found
you
the
go.
Cho. The Cho is down onto the back lines. Finding more. That's the tie down for the count.
That's Renegade as well with Last Insanity to clear up that minion wave. And Aura PH for the last time going for the fight. JP's damage output is nowhere to be found. MB's going to deal with him just single-handedly.
Oh, JP.
And
The base.
The base is going to be taken down there. 1-0 NXP. Who'd have thought?
Who would have thought indeed that NXP Solid after that much-awaited game, the MPL-PH Season 6, they win game number 1 against the back-to-back defending champions of the MPL. And confidence is really the key for NXP Solid.
That is, they rode off of just pure confidence there.
Yeah.
Right? That was just pure confidence all throughout that game. Even though he was, even though the Roger was being targeted over and over again by Greed, by Raflesia,
yeah,
he's still able to pull off some stuff like this.
I can't believe it. Started really with the early game. I think that without that lead that NXP Solid was able to build up, this win will not be possible. And I love that Yowie on this joint was also phenomenal, the way he used the ejector to find the good targets. And I think that eventually in game number 2, Aura PH will begin to respect this Jawhead.
Yep, start to respect the Jawhead and start to just get into the groove here.
That's right.
Whenever you're trying to draft yourself. Now, we're going to have to wait and see if Butters is going to have something else to say about this. Go ahead.
Nice. Napakatagal nun, but still, it was a shocker. NXP Solid got the first win against Aura PH, and that won't really be the case this time around. Kasi yun nga sinasabi natin kanina, will history repeat itself? Nung week 3, that wouldn't happen kasi nung unang-unang laban nila ng week number 3, it was execution getting the win. Nabaliktad na nila yon. And right now, they have one win against Aura PH. And I do feel na ikaw, na nanonood na NXP fan, you are really proud of your boys. But let's look at what they did na tama dito in terms of items, post-match stats, and everything else. So, as you can see here, JP dito, this isn't really his characteristic na ma-shutdown siya ng ganito katodo. And especially this, Kilowash on the show. Hindi ito yung mga bagay na nakikita mo usually because you see JP not having more than 4 deaths. Kilowash, hindi yan nakakaroon ng 0 kills basta-basta. And NXP did really something great here. As you can see, Chester with the cursed helmet and the dominance eyes. Kung napapansin nyo, talagang nakatutok lang siya dito into dealing more damage because he knows na na-offset niya na dito yung capability of tanking ni Raflesia and ni Kiel VJ. On the side of Greed, he did a great job securing a lot of these items. Sabihin natin, meron siyang Blade of Heptasis, meron siyang Deadly Blade. But still, it wasn't really enough at that point kasi sobrang taas ng lamang dito ng NXP. On the side dito, nila Renny J, nila Yawi, nila MB, they went straight for those picks. Sabihin na lang natin, the Brute Force Breastplate really worked wonders dito for Yawi and MB kasi ang dami ng physical damage dito onto the side of Aura PH. And for H2O, he just went for that very casual brute force breastplate para kahit papano ay hindi na siya magulat or hindi na siya maburst ng mga members dito ng side ng Aura PH. Let's look at the post-match data to show you kung ano nga ba ang mga nangyari dito in terms of turret damage, hero damage, and everything else. Hindi nakakuha ng ni isang turret ang side ng Aura PH dito. And goodness gracious, napakahirap gawin no, napakahirap i-shutdown basta-basta netong Aura, but NXP nagawa nila dito. And this is something new. Ito yung evolution na pinagdaan nila. Sa totoo lang, it wasn't only H2O. Sinabi nila dito, H2, kasi dati nagpakilala sa'yo si JP. Medyo nagulo ka, medyo pinapahirapan ka talaga. Pero this time around, huwag ka magpakilala mag-isa. Magpakilala tayo as a whole team. And tatandaan natin, may sinasabi tayo, teamwork makes the dream work. At ito yung pinagana nilang 5. They went straight for JP. Shinut down na nila kasi alam nila kapag ka nakawala dito si JP, he is going to be a very big threat para doon sa mga chance nila manalo dito sa may game. Although, I'm actually quite surprised na in terms of the side lanes, humambalos dito si MB at saka si Renny J. They did a great job, especially that one play, that Cyclone Eye play from Renny J, having the presence of mind para gamitin pa yon for the last insanity. That is Renny J's, sabihin na lang natin, pagiging magulang or using everything on his environment para magkaroon ng certain advantage. And NXP solid, kahit dalawa yung turtle na nakuha dito ng Aura because of the steals, they still made it work. Proper itemization and proper damage output. 72k para kay H2O in terms of hero damage. Let's head straight to our instant replay brought to you by our official tournament telco partner Smart. These are the highlights of the game. And if you can see the placement nila dito, kung paano nila ginagawa, look at that speed up. Nasalba nun si H2O. H2O, that could have been the time na medyo nakabawi sana dito si JP, pero that Mountain Shocker, hindi talaga siya mahuhuli. And look at the placement dito ng Aura PH. It seems that narattle talaga sila in the pressure na binibigay sa kanila ng NXP Solid. Hindi sila tinantanan ng NXP Solid dito and they went straight for that certain spot. Even MB dito catching out JP once again. So lahat talaga sila hinahabol nila. Kilowash dito, not really his best. I've seen better plays from Cho coming out from him. I don't really know what happened, pero merong nahanap dito yung NXP Solid na ibang bagay or ibang trait or ibang factor kaya nila natalo yung Aura PH ng ganito. Well, I'm not really gonna say madali, but they made it look so easy on their part. na habang kinokontrol nila yung buong mapa, they're actually taking down Aura PH one by one. KLVJ was there as well. As you can see, ginagawa talaga ni KLVJ lahat ng damage output na pwede niyang gawin. But as long as andyan si Chester, that wouldn't really matter, as madami talagang ways dito ang XP Solid para palambutin at pahinain yung mga tanky cores, yung mga off-tanks nila in terms of damage output and in terms of sustain. So, it really was a drafting setup na ginawa dito ng NXP Solid that really made it work on their side. Lahat dito sa side ng Aura PH accounted for. Maganda ang draft dito ng Aura PH, pero nataasan dahil doon sa isang backshot pick and the others para dito sa side. And we talked about this earlier, 11:07. Talaga bang nagdududa pa ba kayo dito? Lagi namang MVP to eh. H2O, tambay na siya dito. Hindi na ako nagtataka, ladies and gentlemen. 71k hero damage dealt and 60k damage received. These are probably damage coming out from the Mountain Shocker and all that stuff. Pero Brute Force Breastplate is the way to go. Ayaw niya ma-burst down from anything dito na ibabato ng side ng Aura PH. So he just went for that casually and that worked wonders for his side. And that is it for our smart MVP of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And papakita natin dito yung QR code na NXP Solid. If you haven't followed NXP Solid yet, o nagulat kayo o naging fan kayo bigla nila dahil dun sa game na yon, then make sure you scan that QR code. And we also have the QR code for Aura PH. Nandyan din yan sa may baba. Just scan that. If you really want to rally Aura PH na, Lods, bawi! Gawin natin lahat ng kakayanin na makakaya nyo. Sige. Scan nyo yan and ipaalam nyo sa kanila yan kasi kailangan nila yan because the pressure is on for game number 2. We also have our giveaway codes dahil kayo ay nagpa-participate. Yan, bigay ko sa inyo yan, para sa inyo yan. Balato yan. Lods. Meron pa? Isa pa? O sige, may isa pa. Bonus giveaway code. At eto ang para sa inyo dahil maraming sumasali sa ating Mythical Raffle Draw. At ano nga ba yung Mythical Raffle Draw? Basta may draw, alam ko mahilig ka dyan. Mythical Raffle Draw, we have the QR code right there. Yan! It's bit.ly/MRD-W8. If ayaw mo nang i-type yan, just scan the QR code. It will lead you directly papunta doon sa side na yon. And that is all for you dahil nanonood ka ng MPL. So that is it for our solo analyst segment. I'm actually surprised kung ano pa nga ba ang mga dinala ng NXP Solid dito. Or will Aura PH adjust? Kasi yun talaga yung isa sa mga kayang gawin ng team nila. So casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Butters. Welcome back here on the desk. And I have to say, he's great. I mean, are you even surprised of H2O being on that MVP slot? He just does things for NXP that no other player does for their own team.
Yeah, I want to see them. I want to see them win this 2-0 for sure. Not because we want to end this quickly, but we want them to feel it against Aura PH. Because here's the thing: if they give Aura PH game number 2. The momentum will just rise, and the Aura PH might reverse sweep them in here. So, if you're a fan of NXP Solid, honestly, you're gonna pray for a 2-0 right now.
Yeah, especially in you want Aura to go into the playoffs blazing hot, because you know that's what's gonna happen.
Right.
You just know that's what's gonna happen after if they suffer a defeat. Not to mention the social media stuff. If I was NXP, you know what? I would just taunt Aura.
Yeah.
I like taunting Aura fans, right?
That's right.
Because they just feel so comfortable and they know in themselves. I think Aura fans know them in themselves that, you know, Aura's gonna win this already. What are the other teams doing? Aura's gonna go repeat. You know what? These teams are definitely one of those teams that really like to ride off hypes. You know, if I was NXT, you know, I'd ride on that hype train myself.
We want to see that happen, and we want to see if we did say earlier that these champions, they can bleed, and even Team NXP Solid showed us that they can be the ones to make these teams bleed, right?
Yeah, and NXPs, they're just becoming just the Titan Slayers of this season. Obviously they're not done. They're a long way from actually completing their claim of defeating every team, but I think that's not gonna happen now.
Yeah.
There are some matchups that they're not gonna have anymore. So
There it
excited
is.
for this draft, and let's see if it's going to be as fast as the first one.
Yep.
The draft here is no more Esmeralix. NXP had a hard time dealing with KillVJ, even though he was actually losing on the laning phase. And yeah, I'm not surprised with Hildebrand as well.
Yeah, Hilda is a hero that you ever want to give to your opponents. I think Khalid is gonna be banned out. Honestly, knowing Aura PH, they are gonna ban a Jawhead because that's how they just how they.
They know how to respect picks like this.
Respect
And
picks indeed.
I can feel that Aura PH had a hard time dealing with the Jawhead earlier, even though they had the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Usually when you have an Esmeralda, ejector is not a problem for you because you can go through that shield, no problem.
100%. All right. We're gonna see NXP Solid pick up the ban of the Thams, RPH, the Jawhead ban, I'm sure. Oh man.
There you go. Look at that. I mean, go ahead for the Jawhead. And I know you're gonna do it. So Selena's still gonna be the one to be the focus. Chester's starting to become tank here. Am I gonna be surprised if Chester starts going for the tanks this pick? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Maybe that's only gonna happen if Kufra gets banned.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe
yeah.
that's their plan.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is the approach that we can see. Nevertheless, RPH with the ban on the Selena. Wow, okay, a very early Uranus pick here for ban here for NXP Solid. I think that they are indeed gonna prioritize the Kufra.
They mean business. That's
They
good.
mean business.
They mean business here.
Or do you ban Jawhead now? Or
Oh my god, now it's a choice.
Well, it's a choice, yeah.
Yeah, it's a choice.
Oh, okay. So RPH can ban something else and let NXP Solid pick either Kufra or Cho. Oh, or Jawhead. I mean.
Kufra, Cho, and Jawhead, definitely some of the picks that you want to look at. Not to mention Khalid is also in the mix. Oh my gosh. So what an open first.
Jawhead. All right.
There you go. I mean,
respect.
Kufra first pick? Yes? Yeah, why are you even making us guess? Go ahead,
Yeah.
lock it in. you know Aura PH can steal that.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Oh, wow. They don't. Wow. More priority on H2O.
The emphasis, man. The emphasis on
H2O, man. That's how much NXP just loves this hero.
Yeah.
First pick material. Earlier, it was first rotation. They were 2 picks, and they still first picked the Roger.
So there it is. Kufra,
There you
Khalid.
go. Why am I getting some spider senses that this is gonna be the end of Roger? That Kufra is gonna be the end of Roger.
Perhaps. Because this is Raflesha Kufra.
This is Raflesia's Kufra.
This is the
Exactly.
championship Kufra we're talking about.
Exactly. The guy who made this hero who he is right now.
Oh
my
God.
gosh. Seriously.
Oh,
Great pick on the show, though. I mean, Yuzhong, yeah, that can work. That can definitely work. And NXT Solid's draft here is pretty good. This is a draft that can sustain. They have secured their side laners, and they've also secured their carry.
Yeah. I want to know how RPH's response is to the Roger. Because Yisenshin failed. Are they going to go for something like Lancelot or a different carry that we can see? So they pick up Valir this time.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, they just want to stop the snowball. I'd say.
Literally just want to CC that Roger all day
Yeah.
long, right? Their only big damage output hero right now is the Khalid, which is a great pick.
Yeah.
We've seen Khalid succeed almost 100% today.
Yep.
And I would not be surprised if that trend keeps going.
It's going upwards. And it's Natalia, the ban for Aura PH and NXP Solid. What will be their response? We'll see.
So the response is apparently going to be bans on Natalia, which is weird because I don't expect NXP to pick Natalia at all.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Why are
It's
people
weird.
putting a lot of emphasis on the
Natalia.
on Natalia?
It's a very
put
hit
up
or
a lot
miss
of value.
hero.
Yeah.
Right? It's very hit or miss.
Imagine it was Onic PH from last week and also at a certain point Omega, and then Omega banned the Natalia against Onic PH today. Now a ban against that NXP Solid Natalia, and I think that it's getting out of hand. But I understand why. I've had a chance to talk to some of the players, and they said that the Natalia is probably the strongest hero right now in the meta, but it feels like it's not.
Alright, so the Natalia is definitely something that we can look forward to in Game 3 if ever, I think. Apparently both teams value that. We have seen NXP Solid pick that for Yaoi, and it kind of worked a little bit. It was very disruptive, but it's not the Yaoi special.
Yeah, it's
obviously.
not.
It's not the Yaoi special. So Popol and Koopa this time around is going to be the ban, and the Ruby finally. I think we've been letting go of the Ruby all day long. Finally gets banned. Actually, second ban here.
Oh. Okay. Huh. I'm looking for something like Lancelot.
Lancelot. Lanceling. Lanceling.
Or
are you sure, Claude?
About Harith. So you go Alice first for sure.
Okay, they're saving
so
their carry for last. Yeah, that it's impossible. At this point, I'm surprised that JP has so much freedom in terms of his carry picks this time. He can choose almost any carry.
Yeah.
And it's open.
Okay. So the tank setup. I think you'll still go Baksha for NXP Solid. I think it's how good it was in the previous game. And then you can also go Atlas, honestly, it's one of their comfort picks. If they go Hylos as well as Baksha, I think Aura PH will consider getting the carry.
That's a lot of tanky heroes, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of tanky heroes that you need kind of deal with. Atlas.
Okay.
Were you expecting an Atlas? That's not what I want. Okay, okay. There you go.
Okay, so
that's classic Aura PH.
Yep.
Pretty much classic Aura PH.
Okay. There it is. This Atlas is also a classic NXP Solid. At least it's a Yaoi hero. I wonder if the Lancelot is actually a comfort pick for Aura PH, because it feels like NXP Solid just allowed it to happen. And the thing is, teams, when they allow their opponents to pick up this Lancelot out of nowhere, it just means that they are prepared for it. So
they're confident.
I think that NXP Solid are confident with the Lancelot. Knowing that they do have this Atlas, maybe they can utilize Yaoi and Chester Chang'e to be able to be a problem for Aura PH.
And the Roger versus Lancelot lineup is 50-50. Like anyone can win in that matchup, depending on who can land the skills better, right? So it's gonna be anyone's game here. I can't make a prediction on this one, to be honest. And
the Flesha Kufra versus Yaoi Atlas. This is it's a field day for all of those tank heroes, tank mains.
Yeah.
This is tag everybody that you know is a tank main and
look at this match.
Look at this match.
Wow.
It's wonderful.
It's like a gentleman's agreement. Like no one's banning tanks. All right, we're gonna both play tanks.
All right.
Let's go. Let's do it. Who's gonna do it better? Who wore it better?
That's right.
We're gonna go over that.
Oh my!
I want to see this. I see. It's been a while. How long has it been since Rafleisha has been allowed to that Kufra? It has been a long time. Let's go into the game, ladies and gents, for Game 2 of Aura PH versus NXP Solid. Man, if you know this, NXP Solid's been brewing a lot of rivalries between so many different teams.
Yeah, that's right. It's a rivalry of players and also of heroes and roles and everything. So
man,
I like it a lot. I like it. Flavor is what we want, and flavor is what we're getting.
Each and every time. NXP Solid, they're not very high on the win rate, but their games never disappoint.
Ooh.
Like, that's funny. Even if they get a positive or a negative result, it's like social media is always so fun to read.
That's right. It's always like that.
Now, everyone on NXP Solid is actually suffering quite a bit from the early aggression from Aura PH, and that's just what happens when you have a Khalid and when you have a Valier in your lineup. Valier just can spam skills very early on and can really disrupt a lot of your movements on the map.
Seeing as Renegade is gonna be fielding the Cho that he's known to be good at. I wonder if he is going to be able to outlast the Kiluash factor for Aura PH.
Yep, just way too much, right? Now here we go. Yaoi does not have the ultimate, but he does not need it with the first blood going over to MB.
What, JP? In the face of danger. Well, the exchange is a kill on the Roger, so that's actually good. And JP feels like he's going to take the buff, and he did.
Yep, that's going to be a buff taken, and
Wow.
not to mention, they also got a kill, which means that, you know, there's going to be some damage done to NXP Solid, but at this point, Aura PH are only ahead by about 200 gold. That is not a lot. And it's proving that this Chang'e mid lane is a bit difficult to control with, difficult for the Chang'e to control by himself.
Okay, top lane. Kiluash is gonna be just doing the Kiluash things. I like the participation of MB on this Yuzhong into the team fights. I just felt that the trade-off wasn't that good for NXP Solid for sure. I mean, they got the first blood, but in exchange, they had to lose their orange buff and a kill for Lancelot. The steal for Lancelot. That's not the best of trades, but let's see.
Here you go, another big one here in the jungle. They got a kick on a JP! That is huge here! Oh my god, Aura PH, they are on the run, and kill after kill, NXP are looking better, and they are more prepared to go for this turtle.
I am impressed of the MB Yuzhong, very proactive in the map, and this allows for NXP Solid to be aggressive right now. Reflection Kufra finds Chang'e, and Championship Kufra.
Championship Kufra, single guy against 3 people,
Oh my
manages to get a kill, and he's a tank.
You just can't believe it. Now, the fact of the matter is, NXP Solid might have gotten the better off of RPH when it comes to that specific skirmish, but in the grand scheme of things, RPH are still in control of this game.
Yep, pretty much in control, and Aura PH going to be securing that turtle. Man, the exchanges are happening left, right, and center. It's going to be Kiluash very low on this Khalid. Not going to be able to make it out
God.
even with the flicker.
Oh, is that also a weird decision from Kiluash himself? Now, Bush is going to come in, and XP Solid are getting so much gold as well.
Yep, they're still ahead on the gold, but of course, it's going to be a more difficult Lancelot to deal with now that he has that turtle buff. That's a very big decision that NXP Solid let that go. It's so out of character.
It's definitely out of character because you know when you trust this, and you just don't want to take it.
Look at that. Oh man, the Purify is going to be used. Green is very low. He's going to have to walk out and out there. Meteor Shower pushing him back, but Yaoi, he's caught out in a very bad position. Like I told you, this Kufra really shows off and pays dividends.
Oh my god. Such a weird display from RPH, or are they actually baiting NXP Solid from committing to these skirmishes? Because generally what happens if this is going to continue to happen is that NXP Solid is not going to be able to take control of the lanes.
Exactly.
The lane minions will not be in favor of NXP Solid. That's why if you're seeing the gold now, RPH are still with the lead.
What a dive. 4 people going off and popping off in the red and J, and now they can be able to go ahead and take a tower for themselves. Like I said, this Lancelot with a turtle buff is just so difficult to deal with. He can dive under tower, and he can do some pretty massive damage as well.
Oh my god. Whew. Looking at the lineup of NXP Solid, they are now still dependent on the early stages of the game, of winning the early game, just like in the previous game. What we like to see from Aura PH is for them to kind of also match that with this Lancelot. So all I'm trying to say is that it's going to be really a brawl come the 5-minute until the 12-minute mark.
Yep, and that's going to be coming in very, very soon, sooner than you expect. KLVJ going to get kicked off here. Turtle goes over to Lancelot again. JP having a fun time here. And H2O picking up a kill out of nowhere. That's 2! Oh my god, H2O, he's really popping off on that. Roger going in hard onto Kiluash. Could be happening here. Kiluash can try to go for Desert Sandstorm. He has that Hurricane Eye, but H2O is just unstoppable right now.
5-1-1 for this Roger. I mean, he was the recipient of the first blood, but it's looking good, KLVJ. KLVJ!
KLVJ!
Oh, he gets away.
No, he doesn't!
He doesn't!
What is happening here?
The chaos actually favors NXP Solid, and the jump from RPH Can they do it with JP? It seems like the answer is no.
This is the sword fight I was talking about. Who can pull off the skills better against H2O and JP? These two guys are really respecting and giving each other a lot of distance at this point. We haven't seen them go actually 1v1 straight up. Yeah. So they're really relying a lot on the setup of their teammates for them to succeed in this one.
Looking good now. Looking scary for Aura PH, but we do know that they are the champions and they have come back from greater deficits for sure. Nevertheless, NXP Solid, they do have some sort of momentum when it comes to like the strength of their team fights. Aura PH are evening up when it comes to gold.
Yep.
And I think that's interesting to take note as well.
It's going to be so interesting, right?
Yep.
Gold is going to be very close here, and I would say that exactly the same. That's pretty cool to see. Tied up, but again, both teams have their carry in such a good position.
Yeah.
I like the Lancelot is still holding a solid lead on Turtles, and he's also getting, but he's not getting kills. That's the problem. 0, 1, and 2. He's doing a lot of the damage, but he's not getting the gold that he's supposed to get.
That's right. Greed. Oh, Flicker from Renegade wants to commit onto Greed and
1v2, and Renegade gets a kill. He can also go for the chase on Kilowash if he needs to. Jeet Kundo on out of there.
You gotta be careful. Even if you're a Cho, you have to be careful with that.
Massive respect for that Renegade play. And now KLVJ, very low. H2O gets one. He's godlike. And he's not going to be able to... Aura PH is not going to be able to at least answer what NXP is doing. Lancelot went full back, and Aura Felicia, he can't do this on his own. He needs that damage output. There's another pause.
So it's just a little bit of gold lead for NXP Solid. We can see that they are getting the kills, right? And that's important. Question is, are they going to convert this into something that's great? I want to say, however, that weirdly enough, Roger is an early game hero, but when it comes to the Roger versus Lancelot matchup, the scaling is much better on the Roger. Lancelot kind of pales in comparison in the late game, probably because of the attack speed, the lack of attack speed of Lancelot. Lancelot needs to be able to use his skills, the puncture, the Thorn Rose, and some of the normal attacks in good succession in a combo manner. But when it comes to a long-drawn team fight, obviously it's Roger that's going to win it because of the killing spree.
Yeah, and of course, this killing spree is just going to keep going and going for sure. Now that he is more difficult to kill with 7, 1, and 1. Itemization looks good. He even has the turtle. Oh my god, a Roger with a turtle. Renegade with a 1v1. Obviously, you can't do that against a Lancelot. Even though he doesn't have kills, he's pretty much still buffed on items, and he has the double buff.
Yeah, the double buff setup obviously is going to make this Roger really strong at this point. Not only that, the momentum is definitely inside of NXP Solid. You don't want to be that if you're RPH or any other team actually in this specific matchup. Whoever controls the tempo of the game might actually just win it all.
Yeah, at this point, that's looking like NXP, but they want to go for another one. A big one. Yowie's very, very low. No big setup going to be happening. And the split push is happening here. Oh, MB is in the back foot. Wants to go for the kill, but not going to be able to reach JP. Now he's very low. He's had to fall back. Yowie, he still has the ultimate. Will he use it? Will he pull the trigger? That is going to be a no. Everyone is backing off right now for NXP. I think they did what they needed to do. The goalie is not moving, though, despite all of these movements.
There we go. Movements for both teams. It seems like NXP Solid have taken over the lead, but not by much. And I guess the next timing that's important is the Lord take, and that's a given. I'm sure that whatever happens, it's almost important to take the Lord. But the thing is, can NXP Solid actually secure the Lord against a team like Aura PH?
Man,
Raflesha already showed us how it's done, so you can see that later. Perhaps.
We'll definitely see that later. Right now, though, Raflesha definitely looking a lot different. In a bit of a different form here. And another kick there by Renegade.
How about the
down?
Renegade? What?
Renegade. He's very low. He's going to be suffering.
Man.
What was that? That's
honestly, if before he kicked, he was able to take down the turret, he would have lived. If he just took down the turret before he kicked that the Kali, would have been better. Or if he kicks but doesn't follow through, kick the Kali, take the turret,
and
get
then run
out.
away. That's easy. But he wants to show off. I mean, you
man.
gotta give it to him. And now even MB doesn't have the flicker. Gonna have to force on out of there
And
with the ultimate. And Lord goes to Aura PH.
Just
all of a
one
sudden.
kill. Just one kill, and all of a sudden there's how much? Okay, who got it? It's the Roger to take it. They're chasing though, Rockheart.
This is gonna be a big chase. I don't think they're gonna be able to make it though. Roger, very, very quick after the wolf form, lichen form, and
He got it.
He got it.
The Crammer.
He
The Crammer.
did. I don't know how he keeps doing stuff like this, but damn. H2O, as always, gonna be ahead of the curve over everyone else.
Bottom lane, there's a little bit of a push from the Lord. Taking down Yawi, and Yawi was gonna be able to just get out of there.
Here we go. So now it's gonna be Aura on the offensive with the Lord in their sights. Not Luminous, it's not gonna dive in, but it will allow them to
Yawi!
Yawi catches him with that
Fatal
Fatal Links, and
Oh
that
my
goes
God.
JP! Goodbye to their carry!
Double
and
kill!
It's a double! Oh my God!
Yawi the flicker Fatal Links and was able to get the most important hero of Aura
Yeah.
PH, which is JP, and
Just one guy. He
And-
didn't need multiple people, he just needed one target. That was JP.
and that is equally good compared to a five-man Fatal Links or a four-man Fatal Links. And
Gillette
we can see
instant
the
replay.
Gillette instant replay using the
Flicker
Fatal
in.
Links and just right over that wall,
my gosh.
separating JP away from his team. And Yawi. We were talking about how important it is for this team, and it's looking like they are all gaining momentum off of that. H2O is legendary.
Oh my gosh, seriously.
Oh my,
Oh
is
my
this
gosh.
is this reality?
guy. What is happening here? What is happening
What is
here?
happening is that NXP Solid is winning. They are off of a big momentum play, and we know that in this tug of war between two early game heroes in the compositions,
Roger will
win it eventually, unless Raflesha and unless KillVJ gives us something, as H2O converts himself into a werewolf and takes down that turret in the middle.
There's no doubt that H2O is definitely one of the biggest threats again.
Yawi
NXP, they're
threatening.
trying to go for it, seeing if he can slow him down. But
Yawi.
H2O, Yawi as well. Fatal Links into the Alice. JP gonna be able to take out Yawi, at least a little bit of a revenge. Shut down on MB as well. Oh my God.
JP!
Look at JP here.
Oh, what a jump for Raflesha!
Oh boy, look at this. The counterplay here for Raflesha. H2O gonna be able to walk on out of there. Did you see that jump over the bouncing ball?
Renegade!
He's on the back foot. He wants those towers, and he is on a solo mission.
Is he gonna? He's gonna change his mind. Oh, the kill, Roger. Aura PH are losing this. Valeria is down, and H2O is alive. And this is problem. Can JP and Kiluwash defend against the members of NXP Solid? Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it, man. You gotta choose one, and there's just no way that they can defend both of these sides. Top lane will definitely be left over, and NXP, they decide to just chill off and back out.
Coming out. Oh, top lane. It's gonna be pushed by Roger, and they can feel it. A win, a 2-0 win.
2-0 win.
Against Aura PH is right at their doorstep. All they have to do is seize it. Can they finish this off? I mean, obviously, you can see the performance of Yawi on this Atlas. It was quite a little bit punished by Aura PH, but the overextensions of Aura PH, the fact that they are chasing NXP Solid one by one, that spelled the doom for Aura PH.
Yep, and very uncharacteristic for Aura PH to look
Absolutely
like they
not.
are.
Absolutely uncharacteristic.
Man, what's happening to Aura right now? I think they might have gotten shook there. Again, individual performance is still there. Obviously, Revolution's popping off. Obviously, yeah, JP can still do some stuff. But the rest of the squad is just having a hard time keeping up with the tempo here.
Tempo plays looking good now, and there's
Greed.
here.
Out of nowhere, just goes down right away.
Look at this. The Lord is going to be taken by NXP Solid. Renegade going to be caught, though. That is bad. Uses the flicker, but chased down by the Alice.
Yeah.
Or is it just a bait? Is it just a bait? KillVJ in a bad spot.
He's able to walk on out there. Even KillVJ is not going to be able to at least take the damage output from this Chang'e. And the Lord will be taken. Renegade lived. And again, it's going to be another big win in the fight for NXP. Now they need to
scary.
close this out.
Is this real life or is it just fantasy for NXP Solid fans against the defending back-to-back champions of MPL, leading 1-0? And in this specific game number 2, they are ahead by 5,000 gold, 2 inhibitor turrets down, as well as this Lord. All of the ultimates now available, man. Can they finish this off?
Yeah, that's a big question. Looking at it now, they are going to go for the big one. That's Yawi catching greed. That is a big problem. Your Felicia on the back foot there as well. MP is in a row.
The
and
base!
they finish it off.
My God!
2-0. NXP. They got the win against the defending champion.
2-0 for NXP Solid and a back-to-back win for the NXP Solid squad. I mean, we have waited for this more than 2 hours.
2 hours of waiting.
2 hours of waiting for this, for a 2-0 against the back-to-back champions, MPL-PH Season 6, man.
They're just,
oh
my
goodness.
God. They don't know what's up. They don't, man. Chester's already posting a status. That's how quick this guy is. Look at this guy. Man, oh man. The comment section are gonna be so hot.
I can't.
Oh my God.
I'm just excited to
later
be here
this, right?
to read all of these stuff, man.
And of course to give you guys all the action as it's happening. 2 hours of waiting.
2 hours of waiting.
Data destroyed. And of course,
I can't. The People's Champ won against the pound-for-pound champions.
They should have
2-0, man. 2-0.
That should have been the result a decade ago.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
oh my goodness.
2-0, my friend. And I would say that, you know what? We are in a new era. This is MPL. Like we said in the beginning of the broadcast, anything can happen. Now I have to, we gotta go. We gotta pick up our thoughts and refresh our news feeds. But for now, we are going to see if we can start to break that down. I have to say we had a long night, but it's absolutely worth it to see stuff like this happen on broadcast.
Oh my God.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Phenomenal,
here. And great work for NXP for securing that. H2O, he's the guy. He's the guy you can look at here for NXP. There's just no way. When they picked this guy up and they signed him, that was just
oh, man, I just can't wait to see the timeline now. But nevertheless, well played from NXP Solid. They know clearly that their idea is to win, and that is to be aggressive in the early stages, and they did not let go. Just love that they stuck to their plan.
That's gonna be it for us. I'm your anchor. I'm your anchor Rockhart alongside my analyst Wolf. That's gonna be it for us. Let's go to Butters.
Kasi nung week number 3, this isn't what happened. They lost to Exe, they lost to Aura, but now, sa week 7 natin, they turned the tides, they turned the story. They won against Exec and they won against Aura, returning the favor in similar fashion, 2-1 and 2-0 dead. Let's head into the item builds. Let's see what happened here for the side of H2O. And it's really the same thing as game number 1. I really like Chester's build dito. He really went straight for the glowing wand and the ice queen wand, genius wand for the extra magic penetration. It really put a huge dent, sabihin na natin, or sira sa armor dito na sinet up ng Aura PH. Aura, they really wanted to go for the late game because they had KLVJ scaling up, unti-unti siyang umaangat. He even got the Clock of Destiny para ma-bolster or madagdagan lang ng ma-reinforce, madagdagan lang ng tibay yung kanilang foundation para doon sa may late game na yon. Roughly siya played one hell of a Kufra match, Kufra game. Pero kasi ang kailangan natin bantayan dito is Yawi did his job when it mattered. Roughly siya, he really did a good job protecting JP, protecting KLVJ, but the damage for going to the side of Aura PH papunta dito sa NXP or yung NXP papunta dun sa Aura PH really just was over the top. So hindi na nila na-control yung setup na yon. But then again, if you would look at the items, these are the same items na kinuha nila nung game number 1. I think, in a way nga, si Rene J din dito, yung ginawa ding build kanina ni Kilowash, yung kukunin niya talaga because this was really the build na kinakailangan niya. Wind Talker dito, and you do have a bit of a no dominance ice para dito sa side ni Yawi because they didn't really need it at this point kasi nga in terms of physical damage, yung damage output kasi dito ng Aura is on burst. So yung sabihin, Lancelot, Kilowash on that Khalid, and it really was a thing na kailangan nilang i-address. So they went straight for the Immortality, they went straight for the Athenas, and that was a lot of things to adjust for their side, and they made it happen. Post-match data. This is where it gets interesting. Sa totoo lang, in terms of getting this turrets destroyed, nung una pantay lumalaban ng Aura, and Aura knew what it took to actually take down yung NXP dito. To the point na nakaabot na sila doon sa third turret doon sa may baba, and because of that certain play na ginawa ni Yawi doon, mamaya pakiramdam ko ipapakita sa highlights yun it turned the tides around. And it's all about the plays na sinet up nila. Look at this. Look at the aggression, ladies and gentlemen. Orange buff claimed is 7, 8 ang purple for the side of NXP. Aura PH didn't really have a say on those kasi nakuha lang nila yung 4 na iterations noon. So yung 7, 8 na yan, it's probably invade or an idea na talagang kinukuha na lang nila yung resources dito ng Aura PH. Lord's Lane, pantay sila 1:1, but when it mattered the most, NXP got it. Turtle's Lane, it went to Aura PH. I am not surprised na mas mataas yung nakuha ng Aura PH ito just because they have the Lancelot on their side. And katulad nga sinasabi natin, Lancelot is one of those heroes na napakahirap i-contest ng Thorned Rose and ng Retribution na combination. Look at the turret damage dito. 20k for Rene J, 14k for H2O, and that is a lot of stuff going on for their side. And lahat yan naging maliliit na bagay, lumaki na lumaki, and it snowballed papunta sa side ng Aura PH. Let's head dito sa ating Smart Highlights, the official tournament telco partner natin, Smart. And looking at it, parang ang setup kasi dito ng buong game is Aura PH really just trying to shut down H2O. Like they did the last time. Nire-return nila yung favor nung game number 1 nung na-shutdown ng sobra si JP. And they know at this point kasi they have the Lancelot din. So kaya nilang makipaglaban with NXP Solid sa pabilisan kasi it's a Roger and a Lancelot matchup. So you really have to think kung paano gagawin ng Aura PH yung setup nila in terms of invasion, and they did it right nung first time. Pero pagdating dito sa mga points ng laban na to, H2O just went ham. And look at the confidence from H2O. Pinasok niya na lang yung gitna ng Tier 1 at Tier 2 turret doon sa may middle lane. And look at this certain play. That Phantom Execution was cancelled. That was a really good play coming out here from MB. Na nung mahuhuli na talaga, ladies and gentlemen, dito si JP, he had a hope. He had this little hope na maka-Phantom Execution, but the knock-up was there. And that was well-placed and well-timed by MB. H2O, katulad ng sinabi ng mga casters natin kanina, nagpakilala sa kanya si JP first time around. Sinabi niya, welcome to the MPL. Sabi naman ni H2O this time around, oo nga maganda yung pagkaka-welcome mo sa akin. Ako naman magpapakilala sa'yo. H2O, 11, 1, 4, 42k damage dealt. Damage received is at 36k. And that is one hell of a Roger. The confidence, nakita nyo yun. Confident na confident sa sarili niyang hero dito sa H2O, even diving the turrets. And that is what you call a capable carry at this point. Hindi siya nakatel, hindi siya nagpatalo, and he trusted his team. And meron tayong interview ngayon. Na-interview ko na siya actually last time, pero meron kasamang special guest. So MB, kamusta? Sino yung kasama mo? Sino?
Kasama po natin ngayon, guys, ang ating boss na ula. Yari kayo dito. Yari kayo dito.
Dogs.
Ito na, magkasalita na yung master namin.
Dogs. Ano Ay, hindi. Sakto lang, pre. Pagka nakita mo, pre, hindi. Tatandaan mo, malaki lang ako sa sa TV. Sa TV lang. TV lang. Pero congratulations. Dave, magkita tayo ng personal. Yung TV kasi mahirap. Tatandaan mo yan. Pero congrats sa inyong dalawa. MB, ano yung feeling na nabawi nyo yung week number 3 nyo? Kasi week number 3 nyo, kabaligtaran na ito yung nangyari.
Kaya nga parang ano yun, no? Parang lahat ng tumalo sa amin, binawayaan namin. Yun yung maganda dun. Solid dun.
Dogs, pwede na ba sila mag-TikTok ngayon?
Di ko alam kasi yung ang malakas na nakalaban nila ngayon, okay, yung kahapon, AI pa sa gamit.
Sabi ko sa inyo, yari kayo pag ang boss na nagsalita eh.
Sabi, kailangan pa makatapat. Kailangan pa makatapat pa na isang malakas pa para makapag-TikTok. Okay, nakinig nyo kay Doggy yun.
Hindi, basically, kasi tol, sa totoo lang, walang tapon natin sa topic. Walang tapon natin, so hindi pwede maging kampante. Walang tapon natin, lahat malakas, lahat kaya mag-champion, lahat kaya I mean, nakakatakot, blacklist signal. Siyempre may high and lows bawat team. And pagdating sa drafting, siyempre, lalo sa new batch, nag-a-adapt yung mga sa jungle, rotation, kanyang labas ng pattern. Pero, yun nga, pagka after maybe playoff, magkakaroon na ng katulad last time na iisa lang yung pattern, yung pinakamalakas na meta. Tapos doon nalalabas totoo yung lakas ng bawat team. And lahat kaya mag-champion to, sa totoo lang. So, nakakatakot nga yung season na to.
So, sakripisyo muna para sa MPL. Pagkatapos sa MPL, pwede na TikTok.
No TikTok muna.
No TikTok pa din.
Basically, pwede na silang mag-TikTok. Yun nga lang, minimum ko lang 30 seconds a day.
Parang di abot.
Hindi pa ata sapat mag-practice yung Doggy.
Yung pagdalinisan na yung bootcamp pati yung swimming pool, doon na sila mag-TikTok.
Hindi, nag-TikTok sila, di ba, nung bago yung lumaban nung kahapon.
Ay, yung kahapon, sabi ko mag-TikTok kayo lang. Pwede yung kalaban yung kahapon.
Pero ito, MB Doggy, last question na para sa inyong dalawa, para makapag-celebrate na kayo. Ano nga ba yung aantayin pa natin sa NXP Solid? Seeing now na naging consistent kayo sa lahat ng performance nyo, ano pa yung dapat abangan sa NXP Solid?
Siyempre, marami pa tayong ibibitaw dyan sa playoffs. Wala pa to. Wala pa to. Sobrang wala pa to, guys. Kahit
sa playoff doon na magkakalabasan talaga.
Tama.
Sakap na rotation. So, doon yung makikita lahat ng nakasulat sa notes, sa papel ni Yolo, sa isip ni Chester. Basta wag lang digistrat si Chester.
Okay. So, shoutouts na lang galing sa inyong dalawa, MB Doggy. Shoutout nyo yung mga sumusuporta sa inyo, yung mga gusto nyo pa i-shoutout na tao. Kayo muna.
Okay, shoutout syempre sa mga solid supporters ng Nexplay Solid, yung mga Team Payabang, at syempre yung mga parents namin, sino pa ba? Syempre yung Nexplay, at sa mga sponsors namin, Sharp, Cherry Mobile, Cherry Prepaid. Yun, maraming salamat guys. Maraming salamat. Nice game pala sa Aura.
Ako mag-shoutout. Madami ako.
Ito.
Mga natin. Shoutout nga pala kay Sir Joy. Sa'yo tol, Butter, shoutout sa'yo, sa mga caster natin dyan. And shoutout nga pala sa mga nasa Pangasinan, family ko, sa ate ko, sa Belgium, yung mga friends ko doon na sumusuporta, nanonood kahit gabing-gabi na or late na nanonood pa rin na MPL tuloy yung suporta. And thank you so much sa suporta. Sana hindi kayo magsawang suportahan kami. And yeah, manood kayo. Supportan niyo yung competitive scene ng Mobile Legend. Nakaka-excite. Kung kaya pang i-hype, i-hype namin yan. Todo bigay. Future secured.
Future secured. Maraming salamat, MB Doggy. Hindi ko na kukunin
yung
oras nyo.
Boss Butters.
Congrats. Mag-celebrate na kayo dyan. And that is MB and Doggy from NXP Solid. And wow, what a day. Napatagal man ang dapat mapatagal. Pero alam nyo, okay lang yan. Nandito pa rin tayo. And before we close the show, kailangan muna natin daanan to. Support NXP Solid, yung QR code nila nandyan. And papakita din natin dito yung sa Aura PH. That is the QR code. I-scan nyo yan, dadalhin kayo niyan sa may social media page nila. And that is actually a really good series to look to look for kapag ka ikaw ay gusto mo mag-aral ng ML, and it's one of the stories na narratives na parang alam mo yun, bumubuo nitong MPL. MPL is all about the stories, pero before we head on to other agendas at bago natin pag-usapan yan, let's check the standings dito para sa series na ito. Well, not series na ito, but for the full regular season. Aura PH dito, wala na bago sa score nila. Well, yung win rate nila dito is nagkaroon ng lamat just because of that loss. And look at that. Ang Aura PH, 2 beses pa lang para natatalo. In terms of series, I think that's Bren and NXP Solid. But for the side of NXP Solid, they are actually climbing up doon sa ranks ng Execration, Blacklist International, and they can get more points than them, and they could secure a better spot pagdating dito sa ating playoffs. Doon naman sa may baba, let's check. Onic PH got that 2-0 win kanina against Omega, and that really propelled them in the 18-point mark. So Omega dito will stay at 22 just because they lost that certain series. And Blacklist International, they got 3 points. So bumantay sila ngayon. Halos pamantay na sila dito sa side ng Aura PH. So that is it for the standings. Pero bukas, ano nga ba ang mangyayari bukas dito sa MPL? We do have Blacklist versus Signal Ultra. Kailangan nyo abangan yan. Blue Fire versus Bren. And we have Execration versus BSB. Hindi kayo pwede mawala dito kasi one time lang magkikita etong mga teams na to. These are teams from different groups. So, you might wanna stay and look out for those games bukas at bumalik kayo dito sa may MPL. And may giveaway code tayo na ipamimigay sa inyo dahil nagstay kayo hanggang dito sa part ng show na ito. Yan, para sa inyo yan. I-take nyo yan. That is for you guys. And we do have our bonus giveaway code because 16,000 people actually joined our mythical raffle draw for week number 7. Ano nga ba yung mythical raffle draw? We will splash din yung link dito in a bit with a QR code. Scan nyo lang yan or i-type nyo yan sa inyong browsers and bit.ly/mrd-w8 or scan it para mapunta kayo doon sa mythical raffle draw. Sagutin nyo yung dapat mga sagutin. Ibigay nyo yung dapat ibigay para maging para manalo kayo or magkaroon kayo ng chance sa manalo dito sa ating mythical raffle draw. So maraming salamat ladies and gentlemen. And before tayo mag-out, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating mga sponsors. Our official tournament telco partners, Smart, squad up, rank up, and keep up with your favorite teams as Smart powers up your game with free games for all. Get up to 14GB Mobile Legends and Facebook Gaming for 7 days. Simply download the new GigaLife app and choose free games. Official sponsor, Realme. The Realme 7 series is now available nationwide. Join the revolution and own the fastest charging smartphone in the country. Like and follow Realme on social media to know more. Official sponsor natin, Gillette. Get free diamonds with purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force Pack in select pure gold doors nationwide. Partner in Esports, Paymaya. Get free 50 peso credits from Paymaya when you download and register using the code MLBB. Terms and conditions apply. Partner in Esports, TikTok Live. Search MLBB or hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. I repeat, search MLBB or hashtag MLBB on TikTok to watch legendary videos. Our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro, and this is all powered by Monton. It wouldn't be possible without the sponsors. Maraming salamat for staying up until this moment. I am Butters. I am your solo analyst for week 7. And that is my social media handle right there. It's at Opa Butters. Follow nyo ako sa kahit anong social media ko. Parang awa nyo na kailangan ko mabuhay. So okay na yun. Patapon ko na kayo sa ating Realme Top 5 Plays of the Week. Kita-kits bukas, ladies and gentlemen.
welcome back to Inside Mobile Legends. We have...
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme 7 Pro, 65-watt charging evolution. Realme smartphone, dare to leap.
Don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit.